Good morning, fellow lovers of wisdom. It is an honor to be here as your MC today because we will listen to some of the few intellectual elites and scholars, the top 10% of people in this country, to talk about, not to justify whether there is indeed a philosophy in Filipino or not, but to render a commemorative lecture on the men and women who contributed great ideas in philosophy in this country. Only the very best people in this field will take the time and make the sacrifice to come so far for a conference like this. Imagine a world without a genius mind. That's not possible. But a world without philosophy, that's not possible. In the spirit of the worldwide celebration of philosophy day today, teachers and philosophers throughout different topographies are gathered to listen and participate in this once in a lifetime opportunity to listen to those who exceeded their reputation beyond the university walls and contribute to the honing of philosophical ideas. Mind you, as of 12 midnight, there are at least 815 registered participants in this webinar conference, and we can be watched and heard throughout the world via our YouTube channel. In this year's celebration, through the initiative and generous support of the Philippine Normal University south of Luzon, in collaboration with the premier philosophy organization in the Philippines, also known as PNPRS, or the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, to conduct a webinar conference with the theme The Groundwork of Filipino Philosophy, a tribute to the forerunners of Filipino philosophical thought. This webinar features scholars from different universities and academic institutions to ponder on the philosophical contributions of our dearly departed Filipino thinkers and philosophers, such as Emerita Quito, Roland Gripaldo, Florentino Hornedo, Tomas Rosario, Ramon Reyes, Romualdo Abulad, Josephine Pasricha, and Leonardo Mercado to the philosophical discourses in the Philippines. This is a celebration of the contributions of our beloved professors to Filipino philosophy. May I now invite you for the singing of the Philippine national anthem, to be followed immediately by the invocation by the Vice Chairman of the PNPRS, Dr. Juan Rafael Macaranas.
Let us remember that we are in the holy presence of God, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Great Father, please bless our webinar today, The Groundwork of Filipino Philosophy, our tribute to the forerunners of Filipino philosophical thoughts. Bless the sponsoring school, Philippine Normal University, South Luzon, and our organization, Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, as we celebrate the World Philosophy Today. Bless, guide, and inspire the speakers that they may lead us to a better appreciation of Filipino philosophy. Bless our participants, that they may gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Bless the team behind this program, especially Sir Jerick, our event director, that we may grow united in love and appreciation of who we are as Filipinos, in communion with the rest of the world. Gracious God, we pray for our nation. Help us to live and stand up for our country by being good citizens and being part of the solution. Bless the Filipino people, the victims of coronavirus, and the series of typhoons that swept the nation. Help us protect the poor, the needy, the last, the least, and the lost. Great Father, look on our brokenness. We know that in all creation, only the human family strayed from the sacred way. Great Father, Holy One, teach us love, compassion, and honor, that we may heal the earth, heal each other, and that we heal as one. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, very much, Dr. Macaranas. So, to welcome us and give us an idea about the Philippine Normal University, South Luzon, may I now call the Executive Director and Provost of PNUSL for the opening remarks, Dr. Ruel V. Avila.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Maligayang pagdating mga kasama sa lubihan o niyugan ng PNU Team of Luzon. Saan mang panig ng Quezon, kung nais ng panauhin na mapalapit kaagad ang loob sa mga dinatngan, kailangan niya magsama ng isang taga rito na magsisilbing tulay ng unawaan. At si din nga ang nagsama sa inyo dito upang mas mapadali ang ating paghahawan sa ating lubihan. Kami ay umaasa na magiging maayos ang ating pagtutulungan sa paghahawan na ating gagawin. Dito po sa amin, ang bawat panauhin ay mas mapapalapit sa aming kalooban kung uupo sa aming luparan at iinom ng tuba. Wala nang iba pang mas mabisang paraan ang mga sinaunang Pilipino na mas mahuli ang kalooban ng isang panauhin maliban sa siya ay magsalita, makipagpalitang puro, habang siya ay nalalasing. Kung gusto mong siya ay lubos na makilala, lasingin mo siya. Walang halong biro. Sa ating ginagawang webinar na ito, pinagdurugtong ng kawayan na tinatawag ng PU system na kaway-aralan ang mga puno ng niyog o mga institusyon upang madaling matulayan ng magsasaka, ng guro o mag-aaral at makuha niya ang tuba, ang sap ng karunungan sa paklang ng niyog o sa kalikasan. Sapagkat sa kalikasan tayo umiigib ng ating sariling karunungan. Maligayang pagdating sa bayan ng Lopez na binubuo ng 75 mga barangay na may malawak na taniman ng mga niyog na pinagkukunan ng ikinabubuhay ng maraming Lopesenyo. Sa ganung paraan ay mapag-aaral nila ang kanilang mga anak, mga kamag-anak sa PNU South Luzon, sa PUP Lopez, TUP o LSPU na lahat ay matatagpuan dito sa ating bayan. Ibig sabihin, maraming tubaan sa Lopez. Totoo nga na meron ditong tubaan at gawaan ng alak. Laging mapanganib nga lang ang buhay rito ng gawing alak ang tuba. Nakakaramdam na ng panganib ang mga middlemen sa kasalukuyan dahil nakakahalata na ang mga magniniyog sa pagsasamantala sa kanilang lakas paggawa. Unti-unti nang bumabagsak ang sistemang feudal, kaya lamang ay nakakasama ang mga magsasaka, naapektuhan sila. Kahit sa kasalukuyan, kahit pinauusok nila ang kanilang mga tapahan, nananatiling kumakalam pa rin ang kanilang mga sikmura. Sumasa ilalim ang magkokopra sa 12 proseso ng paglulukad. At silang mga nagpapaaral ng mga anak ay patuloy na nagbabata ng paghihirap, lalo na sa mababang presyo ng kopra. Kaya't ang tumatatak sa isipan ng kanilang mga anak ay ang makatapos ng pag-aaral at maiahon ang kanilang sarili-sariling pamilya mula sa pook na yan na pinagdadanasan nila ng kahirapan. Gusto nilang takasan ang industriyang bumuhay sa kanilang mga ninuno. Nangangarap silang manirahan sa ibayong dagat. Nagkakaroon tayo ng Filipino diaspora. Gusto nilang maging Little Brown Americans o Little Brown Europeans. Nalalasing sila sa alak ng K-popization at Hollywoodization. Ang paglulukad ay nangangailangan lamang ng mas akmang lapit o approach sa usapin ng kasarian. Sabi nga ni Dean ay nananatiling patriarkal ang paglulukad. Pinaglalayo ng ilan ang magkabiyak na bao, ang lalaki at ang babae, sa halip na gawing magkatakip at gawing lalagyan ng asin o sisidlan ng anumang gamit sa bahay. Sa pamamagitan ng lukad pedagogy, unti-unti nang nauunawaan ng mga BTLE students na hindi sagot ang pagtakas sa lukaran, kundi ang pagsasaayos nito at pagpapaunlad nito gamit ang kanilang kaalaman. Paano nila magagamit ang kanilang kaalaman upang matulungan ang kanilang mga magulang, ang kanilang mga kamag-anak na mas mapaunlad ang bukid, mas mapaunlad ang niyugan, makatulong sa halip na tumakas ay manatili at mapaunlad ang sakahan sapagkat yan ang pangunahing susi upang makaranas ng take-off ang mga Pilipino. Filipino Pedagogies from Social Mimesis. Ito po'y sinulat ng aking kaeskwela sa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia na aking kapwa faculty sa Philippine Normal Universities, Dr. Wensley Reyes. At kanyang pinag-aaralan ang tatlong mga pangunahing mimesis na. Yun ang kanyang terminolohiya. According to Dr. Felicia Yeban, ang pagbabanig daw ay isang modelo o estratehiya ng pagpaplano. Gamit yung banig o paglalala upang mas maunawaan ang organisasyon. And to use banig as the prism through which one may understand universities. Ang pangalawang pinag-aaralan ni Dr. Reyes ay itong pagtatahip dunong ni Joel Malabanan. According to Joel, nakatungtong ang konsepto ng pagtatahip dunong sa paghihiwalay ng ipa sa bigas o ng pagtatangkang suriin ang mga makadayuhang konsepto sa sistema ng ating edukasyon na hindi nakatutulong sa pagunlad ng bayan. Ang pagtatahip ay ito yung pagtaas at pagbaba ng mga bigas upang mapaghiwalay ang bigas sa ipa, maihiwalay ang bigas sa palay. At ang pangatlo, ang pag-usok ng lukaran ay isang talinhaga sa pagdalit ng apoy ng edukasyon. Ito ay may mayamang kultura na ang pagbatay dito na mga kaisipan ay paglingon sa pantayong pananaw. Kaya nga at nagkaroon kami ng serye ng mga webinar. Isa na rito ay ang Lukad webinar at meron na tayo na Lukad Research Journal. Bahagi rin yan itong PNU Talks ng PNU Manila kung saan aking tinalakay ang Lukad Pedagogy bilang pagtanaw sa ng mga edukador sa pagtuturo gamit ang lente ng mga maglulukad. Ang inyong pagdalaw, mga kasama, ay isang malaking tulong sa amin sapagkat mabibigyan ninyo ng mas magandang vista ang ating lugar at sa kasalukuyan ang ginagawa ko ay aking inilalapit ang bawat bahagi ng lugar upang inyong makita at mapagpasiyahan kung ano yung mga dapat nating hawanin. Sa tulong ni Dean at ng mga guro, kasama na yung ating mga kawani, mga mag-aaral, mga alumni ng PNUSL, ginamit namin ang lente ng maglulukad sa pagtitig sa ating pamantasan. Tumitingala ang maglulukad sa mga pamantasan upang mabunot ang mga ugat ng kolonyalismo. Kaya lang ay napapansin nila na ang ilang mga pamantasan pala ang tagapagsulong ng imperialistang pananaw at ideolohiya. Hindi lang siguro ng imperialistang pananaw at ideolohiya, maaring kasapakat na sila ng mga burokratang kapitalista o mga feudal o mga panginoong may-ari ng lupa sa pagsasamantala sa ating mga maglulukad. Kaya nga at napakahalaga ng papel na gampanin ng bawat pamantasan sa pagpapaunlad o paghahawan ng ating edukasyon, sistema ng edukasyon. Hindi maaaring maging sandigan ang isang layugang puno ng niyog kung ito ay walang bunga. Kailangan ang mga pamantasan ay may mga bunga na siya makatutulong sa mga bagong henerasyon. The danger of immediately jumping into globalization without passing through indigenization is certainly the melting away of national identity. Ang pinakamabilis na pumugnaw sa apoy ng nasyonalismo ay yung globalization. Kung hindi natin maibabalance yan, unti-unti lalamunin ng globalisasyon ang ating nasyonalismo. Bagaman at sa kasalukuyan ay ating pinagpa-partner yung dalawa, yung globalization at localization, sinasabi natin globalization. Sapagkat yun naman talaga ang refleksyon ng ating personalidad bilang mga Pilipino. Ang pagsasama ng Malay na dugo at ang dayuhang dugo, kaya nagkaroon nga ng Pilipino. Wala naman ng puro ngayon na lahi. Ano? Kaya nga tumitingin tayo ay dun sa dalawang bahagi upang mabuo ang ating pagkatao o ang ating pagkakakilanlang Pilipino. Upang mas maging matatag at mabunga, ating itinatanim ang niyog. May dalawang paraan kasi ng pagtubo ng niyog. Yung kusang nalaglag mula sa puno, tapos wala namang nagtanim, nagkaugat na lang, tumubo. Yung iba naman, karamihan naman, ibinabaon natin yung tubo ang niyog, at doon sa pagbabaong yun ay mas naging malalim yung puno at nagiging mas matatag. Ang pagtatanim ay edukasyon, pagbibigay ng edukasyon sa kanila. Kinakailangan nating maghawan, tatanggalin yung mga tuod, yung mga sukal, mga halamang nakasasagabal. Yun ay ang pagkakaroon natin ng makabayang layunin. Siguro isama na natin itong ating ginagawang webinar ngayon. Sabi ko nga kanina, ito ay magiging isang napakalaking tulong sa pamantasan. At salamat kay Dean sapagkat nag-imbita pa siya ng maraming mga kasama natin sa paghahawak ito. Mga veterano, lalo na sa filosofiya, lalong-lalo na sa filosofiyang Pilipino. Ang pinakamapanganib na sagwil sa paglulukan ay ang tuod o ang kaisipang kolonyal. Yung ating binibigyan din kanina pa. At pagkatapos naman ng ating paghahawan, kapag natanggalan natin yung mga panganib sa magkakawit, panganib sa mag-iipon ng niyog, panganib sa mga maghihila, ay uumpisahan na natin ang pagkakawit. Sa pagkakawit, gamit yung gala o kawit na pinagdudugsong-dugsong yung mga piraso ng kawayan. Kapag mababa lamang yung niyog, maikling kawayan lamang ating ginagamit o ilang mga suklot lamang, subalit kung layugan na yan o mataas na niyog na, kailangan gumamit tayo ng maraming magkakadugsong na kawayan. Sa ganyang paraan tayo ay nag-a-adjust. Sa ibang lugar kasi, inaakyat lamang yung niyog. At nagkaroon nga tayo ng ideya yung sa panahon ng pandemya na sa modular delivery, maaring inaakyat natin yung niyog at inihatid natin yung serbisyo. Samantalang sa online, gumagamit na tayo ng instrumento, ang internet, ang social media, para makapag-deliver tayo ng mga materials. May mas mataas tayong pagpapahalaga sa mga di pangkaraniwang bagay sa kalikasan bilang mahalagang mensahe. Mensahe ng kalikasan, mensahe ng langit, sinasabi ng ilan sa atin. Halimbawa, ang pagkakaroon ng iba't ibang bilang ng mata sa niyog. Itong bilang mata, makikita nyo sa una, posible na mayroong niyog na wala talagang mata. At ito nga ay aming pinag-uusapang mabuti mag-asawa. Paano magkakaroon ng nourishment kung walang butas yung bao? Hindi lang natin gaano maipaliwanag pero posible yan. At meron nga tayong video niyan . Meron namang niyog na isa lang mata, ang cyclones. Ang pangkaraniwan ay dalawang mata, isang bibig, parang tao, parang mukha ng tao. At meron tayo, nasa ating pag-iingat, meron tayong 3 mata at isang bibig. Yung baon na yan. Sa mga Western people, maaring ang abnormal ay something negative. Pero sa ating mga Pilipino, something different is positive. Sabi nga naman tatanda ay anting o galing. Makikita niyo rito sa itaas yung isang niyog na may 2 tubo. Kapag lumaki yan, magiging kambal na niyog. Dito naman sa ibaba, hindi naman ito natural. Maaring ito'y nabiktima ng bagyo, nabiktima ng tagtuyot, ng El Nino, ano, kaya naging ganyan ang itsura. Maaring sabihin nating hindi na magiging normal yung paglago ng ating mga mag-aaral dahil sa pandemyang ito. Mag-iiwan na ito ng tatak sa bawat isa, lalo na sa kaisipan. Ito nga pala yung video ng niyog na walang mata at bibig. Ito ay pinahiram sa atin ng isa nating mag-aaral. Tingnan nyo mabuti. So, sa ating kalikasan, may mga bagay na hindi pangkaraniwan. Pero, kakaiba ang ating pagtingin, ating pinahalagaan. Hindi natin binabaliwala ang ating mga nakikita sa ating kapaligiran, lalo na sa ating nyugan. Okay. Gathering, ito'y pag-iipon. Gumagamit tayo dito ng pang-ipon. Ang niyog na bumagsak ay gumugulong, iba gumugulong, at sinusundan yon ng taga-ipon ng niyog, hinahanap upang makalika ng mga maliliit na timbon. Maaari nating sabihin ito ay katulad ng Filipino diaspora na nangangalat at ang ating sistema ng pag-iipon ay unti-unting nagkakaroon tayo ng ideya ng Zionism kung paano yan naranasan ng mga Israeli. Sa paghihila ay nagkakaroon tayo ng iba't ibang interpretasyon. Subalit napakahalaga ng talinhaga na pinakikita nito. Halimbawa, una ay ang alam. Sumusunod yung hindi alam. Ito ay isang pamamaraan para mas maging masaklaw o marubdob ang pagkatuto. At ang isa pa ay marami mang daan yung paghihila, iba't ibang direksyon, pero isa rin naman ang pupuntahan, ang lukaran. Sa ating pagsasama-sama, may iba't iba tayong field of specialization, pero isa pa rin ang ating pupuntahan, ang paglilingkod pa rin sa ating kapwa. Sa pagtatapas, ating inaalis ang mga bunot at ating pinalalabas yung totoong niyog. Sabi ng matatanda, totoong niyog. Ang totoong niyog ay yung may baw, wala na yung bunot. Ang niyog ay may iba't ibang kulay ng bunot. Meron diyang brown, merong green, merong orange, merong kung ano yung kombinasyon ng mga yon. Maaaring mga Pilipino rin, sa panlabas ay may iba't iba tayong balat, may iba't iba tayong kulay. Pero ang lahat ng nyog sa aking obserbasyon, kapag tinatanggal na yung bunot, ay ang lumalabas na lang ay kayumangging kulay. Magandang refleksyon yan ng mga Pilipino. Ang ating pag-aaral ba ay para saan? Ang pagsisikap ba natin ay para sa mga dayuhan? Siguro hindi. Sa pagtanggal natin ng mga bunot na ito, ay unti-unting makikita yung tunay na pagka-Pilipino. Sabi nga, hindi natin makikilala yung tunay na Pilipino hanggat walang mga pagsubok na dumarating. Dapat magkatagpo, magkakaibigan, itong pagkatuto ay pagtutulungan. Ating pinapakahulugan na ang pagbibiyak ay pansamantala lang pagkakahiwa-hiwalay, pagkakaroon ng iba't ibang specialization, iba't ibang gawain upang magkaroon ng division of labor. Subalit, kung pagsasama-samahin natin ang mga ginawang yan, ay mabubuo o matatapos yung ating pinakang gawain. Ang splitting ay hindi paghihiwa-hiwalay ng mga opinion, kundi nagkakaroon muna ng isang desisyon, ng isang solidong opinion, at naghihiwa-hiwalay lamang sapagkat gagampanan na yung kanya-kanya mga tungkulin. Sa pagsasalang, napakahalaga na ito ay mabigyang kahulugan na experiential learning. Sa atin, nagkakaroon tayo rito ng tinatawag na apprentice system. natututo ang anak sa ginagawa ng mga magulang. Maaaring yung bata ay sumasakay sa kangga habang naghihila ng niyog yung magulang, o nanonood sa pagbibiyak ng niyog, o tumutulong sa pagagatong. Napakahalaga ng mga bagay na yun na unti-unti nang nawawala sa ating kapanahonan. Halimbawa, isa akong professor, mas maganda sana kung nakikita ng mga anak ko habang ako yung nagtatrabaho, habang ako yung nagtuturo. So, balit sa ngayon, hindi. May naiiwanan sila sa bahay, natututo sila sa pamamagitan ng television o ng social media. Kayong dapat ay nakikita nila yung paraan kung paano ako, halimbawa, lumulutas ng mga suliranin na may kinalaman sa aking hanap buhay. Ang likas kayang pag-unlad sa English ay sustainability. Ito yung binabanggit ko kanina na pagpapatuloy. Mayroong layugang nyog, mayroong takaran na nyog na katamtaman ng taas, mayroon namang bago-bago pa lang sumisibol. Ito ay pinapakahulugan kong apprentice system. At sustainability na rin dahil pag nabuwal na yung matandang nyog o pinutol na, mayroon ng susunod. Sunod-sunod lang. Sapagkat mayroong vision ng mga Pilipino na matatapos ang bawat bagay, kaya nagtatanim na sila ng kasunod. Alam na nila yung bilang ng taon, kung kailan mamumunga ang isang punong tinanim. Sa pagtatapa naman, kailangan mainitan ang bawat nakataob na niyog gamit yung apoy sa ilalim. Sinisindihan yung mga bunot na yan at siyang nagluluto doon sa mga nakataob na mga biyak ng niyog. Ang di nainitan, madaling mabulok. Ang hindi naghirap, di sanay mapagod. Ang pinakang layunin ng pagtatapa ay maluto yung bawat niyog. Sapagkat kung maganda nga ang pagkakaluto niyan, madali na yan tanggalin sa bao. Ang nainitang mga niyog ay sumusimbolo sa mga estudyante na naluto sa kanilang pakikipagtalastasan, sa kanilang pakikisalamuha sa klase, sa kanilang pakikinig at pakikipagpalitang puro sa mga guro at ilang membro ng komunidad. Sa time of delivery, may dalawang paraan dito kami na aming laging pinag-uusapan. Itong mga nakataob na ito, bago gatungan, kailangan nakataob na muna lahat, synchronous. Samantalang yung pagbibiyak, kung ng nyog na ibinibilad sa araw, pagkabiyak pa lang, yung iba, itinitihaya na kaagad para mainitan na kaagad ng araw. Dalawang paraan pero isang layunin, ang maluto ang niyog. Meron akong binuritong isang salita mula sa tatlong salita. Zoom, seminar, at marathon. Zoomiton. Ito yung magdamagang pagtitigkal kasi dito sa Quezon, kapag marami yung mga nalutong biyak ng niyog, magiging matagal yung pagtitigkal kaya't nag-iimbita ng iba pang tagatigkal. At habang nagtitigkal sila, doon naglalabasan yung mga kwento, nakakapagpalitang puro, nakakapaghambugan, at nakakapagplano sila. Nag-iisip kung ano yung mga dapat nilang gawin. Sa pagsisilid, ito ay sumisimbolo sa paglutas ng suliranin, sa pagiging open-minded, sa pagkakaroon ng bukas na pag-iisip. Laging inihahanda yung bukas na isipan sa pagpasok ng maraming mga ideya. Ang pag-iiba-iba ng mga ideya ay pinalalagay nating mabuti. Sapagkat sa ganyan ay makabubuo tayo ng isang solidong ideya. Ang pagtatahi ng mga labi ng sako gamit ang buntal o yung paklang ng buli ay paghugpong ng mga ideya na katanggap-tanggap sa bawat isa. Mas malapit yan sa demokrasya. Bawat sako ng lukad, may timbang na katumbas. Sa pagtitimbang, bawat isang sako ng lukad ay may value. At sa pagtitimbang, gumagamit ng pisada. Ang pisada ay yung lista ng mga sako na ilan yung kilo, ilang kilo bawat isa, at magkano yung bawat sakong yun. Sa pagsasama-sama, doon malalaman ng magsasaka kung siya ay kumita o siya ay nakinabang dun sa kanyang paglulukan. Gusto kong talakayin ng kaunti lang itong anthropocentrism at ecocentrism. Alam naman ng bawat isa na yung anthropocentrism ay paggamit sa tao bilang sentro ng universe. Iyan ay nakaugat sa Old Testament, ganoon na rin sa New Testament o sa ilang mga literatura. At may bagong kumokontra dyan ngayon, itong ecocentrism, putting ecology at the center instead of man at the center. Subalit dito sa New Gun, personal na pinalalagay ko na ang pagsasama ng dalawa ay kapwa mahalaga. Halimbawa, sa anthropocentrism ay pagsagot lang sa katanungan na ano yung contribution niya para mas mapaganda yung New Gun. Ano naman, doon sa ecocentrism naman, ano naman ang tutulong ng New Gun sa kanya? Ito ay give and take, hindi ito dapat pinag-iwalay. Kagaya ng mag-asawang bao, itong dalawang ideyang ito ay dapat na pinagsasaklog, hindi pinag-iwalay. So human beings are also part of the ecology. The prevailing lack of social sensitivity can be attributed to the failure to connect the environment to the school. At yan ang gusto natin mangyari dito sa ating pamantasan. The young generation of learners, through the resiliency shown by their ancestors, can bravely face the storms and return home. Their old home consists of the pre-colonial culture, the Malayan culture that needs to be studied for the purpose of highlighting the young Filipinos' national identity. Itong mga salitang ito ay kinuha ko dun sa aking paper na na-publish sa Historia, Journal Pendidict dan Peneliti Sejarah ng Indonesia. May pamagat ang aking pananaliksik na Heritage of the Past, Addressing Philippines' Ecological Footprint and Local Wisdom through Copra Making Practice. Mahalagang banggitin ko yan sapagkat ang Indonesia at ang Pilipinas ang dalawang bansang nangunguna sa pagkokopra. Bilang kapwa-kabilang sa ilang mga bansa na nagmula sa lahing Malay. Mga kasama, ang ating paghahawan sa araw na ito ay nakatuon sa pagputol ng mga tuod ng kaisipang kolonya at ang pagtabas sa mga dawag ng mga hiram na kultura upang makagawa tayo ng daan bilang paghahanda sa pagbabalik ng susunod na mga henerasyon sa lukarang itinayo ng ating mga ninuno. Ang ating siguro pinakang layunin, at alam ko na kayo ay sumasang-ayon dito, ay mas mapalutang yung ating kakanyahang Pilipino. Mas mapalutang yung ating pagkakakilanlang Pilipino. At ang ating ginagawang ito ay pagtataas, pagpaparugdog, pagpapalawak ng kamalayang Pilipino. At sa ating pagpapalitang puro ay mas nararamdaman natin yung kaisahan, nagkakaroon tayo ng damdaming Pilipino, susunod na dyan yung ating paggawa na makabubuti sa ating kapwa, sa ating kapwa Pilipino, at nagkakaroon na tayo ng kanya-kanyang advokasya. Sa ganyang kaparaanan, lulutang ang ating pagkakakilanlang Pilipino na yan ang ating siguro sa masamang buuhin ngayon. Sabi ko nga dito, inihahanda na natin ang ating nyugan, hinahawa natin bilang paghahanda sa pagbabalik sa lukaran ng bagong henerasyong Pilipino. Welcome everyone to our webinar. Salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Sa lahat ng mga nakatuon ngayon sa kanilang mga cellphones, sa kanilang mga laptops, maligayang pagdating sa nyugan, sa lukaran ng pamantasang normal ng Pilipinas, ang lunduyan ng edukasyong panteknolohiya at pangkabuhayan. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Avila, for that edifying opening message. May now call again the chairperson of the PNPRS, Dr. Juan Rafael Macaranas, to highlight the purpose of this webinar conference.
Good morning to all. On behalf of the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, let me thank you, Dr. Romualdo Abulad, Executive Director and Provost of Philippine Normal University in Southern Luzon, and Dr. Rod Abenes, Dean for Academics and Technology and Livelihood Education, and also our energetic PRO for co-sponsoring this event with us. Our partnership is working well. I am very proud of the working team behind this event. Let me acknowledge and introduce our PNPRS board. Dr. Job Jim Aguas, our Executive Governor and Editor-in-Chief. Dr. Danilo Arterado, our Vice Chairman. Dr. Jeffrey Bartilet, Corporate Secretary. Mr. Alvin Tan, Treasurer. Dr. Rodrigo Abenes, PRO. Dr. Flor Delis Altes Albela, Auditor. Ms. Globedy Bigornia, Legal Officer. And Ms. Lisa Macaranas, our Administrative Officer. Special thanks to Mr. Jeric Arbela for helping us stage this event. Welcome to our respective speakers for sharing your time and expertise in this endeavor. This team works well online and offline. Virtual hug to everyone. Congratulations. Colleagues, professors, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 points that comprise the rationale of this activity. First, to honor Filipino philosophers. Today, we remember 10 forerunners, fellow Filipino philosophers who went ahead of us. Their philosophy is a living philosophy. Their spirit lives on among us. Their legacy are their contributions to the discourse on Filipino philosophy, culture, and arts. Like many of you, I am so blessed that many of them were my teachers and friends in philosophy. Dr. Hornedo was my teacher in 2 subjects 35 years ago. That was in the 1980s. Dr. Roland Gripaldo was my graduate teacher in 2 subjects in the 1990s. Claro Ceniza in symbolic logic, Emerita Quito in phenomenology. I remember having that rare friendly talk in Ateneo with Tomas Rosario. I remember Ramon Reyes using his book, Ground and Norm of Morality, talks with Romualdo Abulad, and listening to Leonardo Mercado's discourses. I had professional as well as personal encounters with them. One thing I observed is their passion and desire in philosophizing. They were all scholars, truly lovers of wisdom. What a privilege. Today, young scholars will share their thoughts and reflections about our honorees' directive philosophies. I am excited to listen. It is always good to revisit, study, and discuss what had been already said and done. I hope and trust that their nuggets of wisdom will share through more clearly as time passes. It is this way that we nurture our roots. But let us remember that there are living philosophers right now in our company. Grab the opportunity by engaging with them. The living Filipino philosophers, Dr. Tembresa, Dr. Leo Garcia, Father Ferriors, Sister Mary John Manansan, Dr. Job Aguas, and our young scholars and speakers today. Let us enjoy each other's company right now. Second, today we are celebrating World Philosophy Day. PNPRS and other philosophical organizations are one with the world. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, undermines the enduring value of philosophy for each culture amid the lingering threat of the coronavirus. We must reflect on the meaning of the current pandemic to apply philosophical reflection in facing the multiple crises we are facing and going through. It is time to sharpen our minds, share our discipline, to think critically and creatively. This leads us to the third rationale, to prepare us for research and publications. It is never too late to research and publish, whether you are young or old. This webinar is our way of inviting you to join us. Be a member of the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society. PNPRS is a SEC-registered society of philosophy enthusiasts, professors, professionals, and students. It promotes philosophical research and publication. Its advocacy is to make philosophy an essential instrument and academic discipline in nation building. PNPRS hopes and dreams to produce world-class scholars. Please visit our website to know us more, pnprsphilosophia.com. We can keep you engaged in research and publications. We produce two big lectures each year, international and local conferences, usually on-site and now online. We regularly publish two journals yearly, one in January and another in June. This is what we do, and I highly encourage you to join us. With the good leadership of our Executive Governor and Editor-in-Chief, Prof. Job Jim Aguas, you can be a productive and fulfilled philosophy scholar. As a PNPRS member, submit your articles in Philosophia, organize and join lectures, and widen your professional network of friends. Sa maiksing salita, ito ay araw ng pagpupugay o pagbibigay-pugay, pakikiisa at paanyaya sa bawat isang magpatuloy sa pamimilosopiya dito sa mahal nating Pilipinas. Enjoy this full day of beautiful lectures in Filipino philosophy. Lasapin natin ang tunay na pilosopiyang Pilipino. Let us spend the World Philosophy Day with fellow scholars of philosophy, talking about great philosophers. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Salamat po.
Thank you once again, Dr. Macaranas. Now, may I invite you to watch for a few minutes the institutional video of the Philippine Normal University.
In today's world of massive revolution in knowledge and information technology, the role of teachers is dramatically transformed. From the typical classroom show and tell, to teacher-fronted lectures, to student homework, education extends into the home and the community, and even around the world. As learning is no longer confined in textbooks, the contexts for learning have changed, providing challenges to the teachers. This confluence of events and factors within the country and the world has transformed the landscape of Philippine education, dramatically reshaping the curricula and educational thrusts in all levels from basic to higher education, including technical and vocational domains. Thus, the Philippine Normal University, the country's National Center for Teacher Education, or NCTE, has shifted gears towards an active leadership as a specialized university for research in teacher education. Guided by the institution's philosophy of education for personal and social transformation, PNU pursues a more responsive, relevant, innovative, and empowering teacher education curriculum, both for the graduate and undergraduate programs. Amidst the high-speed breakthroughs in information and communication technology, PNU positions itself as a catalyst of change to optimize potentials of the country's teaching force to increase access to, promote equity in, and improve the quality of education, using alternative modalities for teaching and learning. As NCTE, the task of PNU is enormous, but it is a responsibility which the institution takes to heart and one which it has prepared for. The university's 4 regional campuses now operate as specialized hubs to respond to the opportunities and prospects of its local communities. PNU North Luzon, the Indigenous People Education Hub, offers a customized curriculum suitable for IP knowledge and identity. PNU South Luzon, the Technology and Livelihood Education Hub, is dedicated to producing teachers for the different specializations in TLE. PNU Visayas, the Environment and Green Technology Education Hub, provides training on renewable energy, waste management, and other environment-related concerns. PNU Mindanao, the Multicultural Education Hub, promotes varying cultures based on ethnicity and identity. PNU serves as the lead shepherd in significant networks and organizations such as the Association of Southeast Asian Teacher Education Network, the Philippine Teacher Education Network, the National Network of Normal Schools, and the Philippine Higher Education Research Consortium. PNU also takes an active role in educational consortium in the Asia-Pacific region. Among them, the Consortium of Asia-Pacific Education Universities, the Asian University Presidents Forum, the Association of Southeast Asian Institutions of Higher Learning, and the Association of Universities in the Asia and the Pacific, PNU leads by example in the hope that through collaboration, teacher education can make a mark for relevance and leadership in the global context. In its 116 years of existence, the Philippine Normal University believes that it has created a niche in building the nation. Now it faces the challenges of the unfolding future. We are confident that our unified goal for teacher education will help us fulfill our vision for the future. We are PNU. We nurture innovative teachers.
Philippine Normal University, South Luzon Campus, formerly known as PNU Quezon Campus in Lopez, Quezon, originally started in a consortium program in teacher education together with the Polytechnic University of the Philippines in 1980. After almost 13 years of educational partnership, the consortium agreement expired. In 1993, the operation of the PNU Teacher Education continued in Lopez, Quezon through a memorandum of agreement penned by the leadership of PNU with the provincial and local government of Quezon and the Department of Education, Culture and Sports. Hence, the campus stayed in the compound of Lopez National Comprehensive High School from 1993 to 1996. In a span of 6 years, the campus had eventually acquired its own 1-hectare site through the donation from the provincial government. In 1999, the campus transferred to its own site where a 2-story building has been constructed there. Welcome to our home. Addressing this aspect about the learning environment improves the quality of education and learning effectiveness. Philippine Normal University South Luzon Campus secures an environment which is conducive to the learning of each of its students. The best schools encourage quality education for all. PNUSL is determined to maximize its available resources in order to give the students the best so that they can become educators of the future. Philippine Normal University South Luzon Campus has started to produce top-notchers in the licensure examination for teachers since 2003. PNUSL also offers a top-notch let review program and bridging program. Faculty members manifest academic competence in knowledge production, sharing, and management. Alongside rigid academic training, PNUSL also gives an equal attention in forming the values, skills, attitude, and knowledge of the 21st century learners and teachers. Sharing and management. Alongside rigid academic training, PNUSL also gives an
All right. We will now start finally for the paper presentation. Welcome to the first panel of this morning session, which will be moderated by Dr. Danilo Alterado.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am honored to introduce to you our first panel of speakers. For this first panel of speakers, we will give honor to Florentino Hornedo and Josephine Pasricha. Our first speaker, who will speak on Florentino Hornedo's notion of freedom as autonomous energy for being, is a full professor of philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. He is affiliated with the Philosophy Department, Faculty of Arts and Letters, and the Center of Religious Studies and Ethics. He is the editor-in-chief of the internationally indexed Philosophia, International Journal of Philosophy. At the same time, he is the executive director, executive governor of the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, or the PNPRS. He is a member of the Asian Association of Christian Philosophers and a former president of the Philosophical Association of the Philippines, serving from 1999 to 2012. His publications are Person, Action, and Love, the Philosophical Thoughts of Carol Wojtyła in 2014, Towards the Understanding of the Human Person in 2016, and The Good and Happy Life, an Introduction to Ethical System, 2019. He has articles published and in international journals. We have Dr. Joe Jim Aguas as our first speaker. Our second speaker, Professor Darlene Di Bandante, will speak on revisiting Josephine Pasricha's hope for doing philosophy in the Philippines through feminism. Professor Darlene Di Bandante finished her MA in philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas and finished her PhD in philosophy in Macquarie University, working on the title of the thesis with the title The Political Subject and Its Experiences, an Alternative Reading of Rancheri on Political Subjectivity. Her research interest broadly revolves around the role of the subject in social and political emancipation. In particular, her aim is to investigate the relationship between the material aspect of political subjectivity and the struggle of political subjects against various forms of oppression through real, concrete, and creative means of asserting their agencies. Now, may I call now on Professor Dr. Job Jim Aguas for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Dexy. At maraming salamat sa mga nag-attend ng webinar na ito. Hopefully, maging maayos ang ating internet connections para sa ating lahat para makasabay tayo ng gusto sa ating webinar. I'm sharing my PowerPoint presentation now. I hope you can view my PowerPoint. Just a minute. Okay, so my topic for this presentation is Florentino Hornedo's notion of freedom as autonomous energy for being. But before I go to my presentation about Dr. Hornedo, just a few words to explain the theme of our conference or webinar today. Why the groundwork of Filipino philosophy? While some Filipino scholars debate whether there is Filipino philosophy, in fact, our former professors, who we honor today, have differing opinions on this matter. The fact is, we engage in philosophical discussions. and that is a manifestation of Filipino philosophizing. The philosophical reflections and publications of these Filipino thinkers laid the groundwork of Filipino philosophy or Filipino philosophizing. Thus, we hail them as the forerunners of Filipino philosophical thoughts. In coming up with this term, I was actually indirectly inspired by the title of Kant's book, The Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals. But just to explain why this groundwork, our forerunners cleared the ground for us. They provided us with a space or a clearing for our future reflection in defining Filipino philosophy or Filipino philosophizing. So that's the story or the context of the theme of this webinar, the groundwork of Filipino philosophy, as a celebration of our of World Philosophy Day. And we're going to honor today 10 uh, Filipino scholars or philosophers who have passed away, and we want to honor their contribution to the discussion on Filipino philosophy. So let me go now to my topic, Dr. Hornedo. Hornedo's notion of freedom as autonomous energy for being. So for those of us who do not know or are not familiar yet with Dr. Hornedo, Florentino Hornedo is professor of philosophy, of history, literature, education, and anthropology, and many other related fields. In our country, the Philippines, the name Florentino Hornedo is synonymous with philosophy, education, and culture. He has written so much about local history and local culture and literature based on his first-hand experience. He is from Batanes, and therefore his first-hand experience is informed by his Ibatan experiences. His passion for propagating his knowledge of philosophy, literature, history, education, and culture found expression in his numerous publications and in the numerous lectures is given in his classes and in various conferences. And personally, I was lucky to be a student in his classes. He was actually my advisor in my and doctoral masteral thesis and doctoral dissertation. So I have worked closely with Dr. Hornedo. Now, Hornedo said that he does not write just for the sake of writing, but for the sake of social consciousness. A writer, he said, should not be a slave to his own writing. And I quote him, he said, identifying the core problems of human nature is one way of improving one's craft because it brings the writer closer to reality. Reality is, in a sense, helps empower social consciousness. His writings, indeed, cover a wide range of issues from letters to education, from politics to ethics, and from literature to culture. Now, let me go now to the topic I'm going to discuss today about his notion of freedom. Freedom as autonomous energy for being. There are many notions of freedom, and every notion carries in itself a particular perspective or context. In our philosophy classes, we talk about freedom, and there is the existential notion of freedom, like Sartre's notion of freedom. There's also the ontological notion of freedom. We can go back to Aristotle and St. Thomas about this ontological notion of freedom. There is also the political and social notion of freedom. And there are many philosophers we can cite talking about this political or social context of freedom. And of course, there is also the axiological notion of freedom. So freedom is a notion that can be explained through different contexts or perspectives. Now, Ornedo's notion of freedom can be understood both in the context of the personal and social. First, personal, because Ornedo grounds his notion of freedom on the personal and rational nature of the human individual. Why social? Social because this notion of freedom contains a social character. That is, through this freedom, man becomes socially capable and a positive contributor not only for his personal development, but for the betterment of the social condition of himself and of the society to where he belongs. That's why it's both personal and social for Dr. Ornedo. Now, Ornedo relates freedom with empowerment and development. So he does not consider freedom simply as an abstract concept. Freedom for him is something that is dynamic. Freedom is something that can contribute to the empowerment of people and to the development of society. Of course, in today's society, we often speak of empowerment as a key component in people's struggle to free themselves from the often recurring cycles of modern forms of oppression, discrimination, you know, uh, exploitation. There are just so many modern forms of oppressions. We can actually say that fake news is a modern form of oppression. But how can people be empowered? How can freedom be a kind of empowerment? It is common to understand freedom as the absence of any form of determination, whether externally or internally. Such negative conception of freedom, like freedom as simply an absence of all antecedent necessity, can never be a source of empowerment. Freedom can be a source of empowerment if we recognize the positive side or aspect of freedom, if we recognize it as a positive force in the world, as a real agent, as a real cause of something that is positive, meaning it can become a source of empowerment if it becomes the agent or the cause of something that is really good and beneficial, not only for the person, but for the society at large. But the question again is, how can freedom be positive? Or, in what sense can freedom be positive? So, Ornedo discusses this notion of freedom in his book, Power to Be, The Phenomenology of Freedom. And in this book, Ornedo defines freedom as a kind of strength, a dynamic capacity, a power to be, a kind of autonomous energy. Now, incidentally, this book, the first edition of this book, was published months after martial law was declared in the Philippines by the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos in 1972. And of course, we know what happened during the martial law. So, this book was shelved only to reappear in its second edition in 2000. So this is Ornedo's contribution to our understanding of what freedom is. So freedom for him is a capacity, a power, a capacity of power to make action, especially for development and justice possible. Freedom empowers the human person. It capacitates him to develop himself. Now, to be able to grow and develop, one must be free. Whenever and wherever that capacity or that power is absent, there's no freedom. And where and when there is no freedom, there is no development or advancement, either in the person or the society. So Dr. Hornedo is very emphatic in his expression of what freedom is as a source of empowerment and development. Now, based on this understanding, he developed the idea of freedom as autonomous energy for being. And it is my humble contribution to the further exploration or explanation of this concept that I offer this presentation as a way of explicating what Dr. Hornedo meant by this notion of freedom as autonomous energy for being. According to Dr. Hornedo, there are three elements of this kind of freedom. First, autonomy. Second, energy. And third, being. Okay, so I'm going to discuss what are these three elements, autonomy, energy, and being, as expounded by Dr. Hornedo. First, autonomy. Autonomy is the condition of being self-governing. A thing is autonomous when it is self-governing. And to govern is to determine one's own act and execute one's own will. This idea of autonomy is very much similar, very much related to Karol Wojtyła's or John Paul II's notion of freedom as self-determination. Now, there are two important aspects here. First, the condition to determine oneself and to determine one's action. Self and action. So, freedom is not just the absence of determination from the outside, but first and foremost, it is that condition where one can determine his own self or create his own self. And of course, when we talk of determining ourself, creating ourself, that rings a bell about the many existentialist philosophers who talk about this notion of creating oneself. Sartre, for example, and the other existentialist philosophers like Nietzsche, or even Kierkegaard, or even Heidegger. Okay? So, when one is free, he can determine the course of his own action. He can contemplate on what he wants to do and how he will do it. Okay? So, autonomy in this sense implies not only the possession of the capacity or power of action, but also the independence of the agent from external necessity and external power in order to actualize its own will. That's this basic notion of freedom, that we have. We are independent from external factors. Okay, autonomy implies the condition of self-direction, independent of every intended entity, extraneous to its simplest and most fundamental selfhood. However, according to Dr. Hornedo, autonomy should not be interpreted as something that excludes intrinsic dependence of the autonomous being upon its own internal constitutive principle. In other words, yes, we are externally independent, but we are internally dependent. In other words, we don't depend on other people when we are free, but we depend on ourselves. In other words, we determine our own selves. We are not determined by outside forces, but we determine our own self. That's the meaning of intrinsic dependence of Dr. Hornedo. So selfhood is always understood in terms of its intrinsic and natural constitution. And therefore, the self is always bound and is dependent on its natural and intrinsic constitution. Now, of course, you're going to ask, what do you mean, or what do we mean by natural and intrinsic constitution? Dr. Hornedo explains it this way. This intrinsic dependence makes the existence of the self possible. In this sense, autonomy has two poles. First is independence from external factors or forces, and the second is dependence on our internal or natural constitution. So while man is not determined by external forces, he is determined by his own self, by his intrinsic and natural constitution. Now, one of the intrinsic determining properties of man is rationality. That's one essential property of our natural and intrinsic constitution, that we have reason, that we are rational. So man determines his own action by relying on his rational capacities. Autonomy, therefore, is bound to rationality. We become authentically autonomous when we use our own reason to the fullest. Dr. Hornedo has a very nice way of putting it. By acting rationally, which is the predetermining constitutive law of his human nature, he acts more freely. So in other words, an action rationally considered is a freer act. We become free when we use our reason. And if we're going to just be governed by our irrational desires, then that means we are not free, because we are governed by our irrational appetites. Now, the second point, energy. Energy is often associated with physical sciences than the metaphysical, right? In the natural and physical sciences, we always talk about energy, energy, energy. Even in our beverage, we always use the word energy, energy, giving us all this energy. Now, in philosophy, the preferred term is potency, as expounded by St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay? Potency, capacity, a power. But Dr. Hornedo used the word energy. The term potency has a more specific connotation as possibility. Energy, on the other hand, in its common and ordinary sense, means capacity or activity or available power. Available power. That's energy. So if there is a brownout, no available power. Therefore, we are not energized. If we don't eat, if we didn't have breakfast this morning, there's no energy, no available power. Okay? So brownout, no internet connection, no power, no energy. You cannot attend this webinar. Now, when this notion is applied, this energy is applied to human activity. To have energy is to be ready and prepared to act. So when one is energized, he becomes dynamic. He is ready to take action. So if you have taken your breakfast, for example, this morning, you're energized. You become dynamic. Okay? So you have the power, you're energized to attend this webinar up to the very end, up to 5 o'clock p.m. Because if you don't stay until 5 o'clock p.m., you don't have the energy to stay on, sorry, you're not going to get any certificate. So the point is, if we are energized, then we are ready to take action. So the capacity to act and to determine one's action becomes actualized, and one becomes, when it becomes actualized, and one becomes empowered. So to be empowered is to be dynamic, to have this available energy. Okay. So in some cases, an individual may have the natural capacity to do certain things, but when he is not empowered, he cannot perform. So yes, we are autonomous, but without energy, we cannot exercise that autonomy. Yes, we have the power to determine our actions, but if we are not energized, we don't have the energy, how can we perform? Okay? So a man may have the capacity to study, but if he's not empowered, he cannot do it. So with energy, freedom becomes dynamic force, not just a static capacity. I remember one of the examples of Dr. Hornedo in our class. He said, yes, these people, the poor, they have the capacity to learn, they have the capacity to study. But because of their poor economic condition, they are not empowered, they are not energized, they don't have the capacity to study. You have the capacity to buy, he said. But when you reach out to your pocket, kuha ka ng, dinukot mo yung bulsa mo, pagtingin mo, wala kang pera, paano ka bibili? In other words, freedom should not just be an empty concept. It must be able to empower you to do the things that you are capable of. So this notion of energy as a dynamic capacity for activity or available power is more related to the notion of autonomy as rational self-government or self-determination. So freedom as autonomy or self-determination is futile when man is not empowered or when he lacks the dynamism, when he lacks the energy, when he lacks this available power. Autonomy, as conceptually considered, is rather inert. Its expression and manifestation requires action. And what will ensure action of this autonomy? Well, energy, this available power, this dynamics. So such autonomous action becomes actual when there is an available power or capacity for action. Energy then is the capacity or the power to actualize our economy or autonomy, the power for actualization of autonomy. So autonomous energy, therefore, means that force or power in the rational being, in us, which makes possible the modes of his operations and his faculties. Because we have the faculties, but if we don't have this autonomous energy, we will not be able to actualize our faculties or actualize our potentials. So broadly, energy can be applied to the power in the rational being, which makes possible the operation and actualization of its faculties and all other possible modes of the being's operations. With autonomous energy, the person is able to act and perform the many functions that he is capable of. He becomes dynamic and active. Autonomous energy is the power that precedes every action, the power that sustains it, the available power that is at the disposal of the operations of the mind and its various instrumentalities. Now let's move on to the third element, the last, being. What is being? Okay, and again, in philosophy, we have heard many notions or explanations about being. So, being as used in philosophy appears to have at least two distinct modes of usage. Okay, and the Hornedo explains these two modes as the substantive and the participial. Substantive and participial. In its substantive usage, being is used as a noun, and it is synonymous to that which exists or that which in any way is. So this is something metaphysics, it's something metaphysical or ontological, if you prefer. On the other hand, being used as a participle refers to the act of existence. Okay? The act of existence. In the first meaning of being, meaning in the substantival or substantial, something is already finished and its essence is somehow already determined and done. We're finished. We're like the en soi of Sartre. Okay? So, this notion of being can be applied to objects whose essences are already secured. Okay? They are entities, according to Heidegger. Scientists. This is similar to what Sartre calls the en soi or the in itself, as I have already mentioned. This notion of being cannot be applied to freedom, according to Hornedo, because there's no freedom that we can speak of with regards to beings that are already determined, whose essence have already been determined from the outside. So stones, okay, your laptops or gadgets, any other object, they're not free because their essences have already been determined for themselves. And therefore, According to Hornedo, we cannot apply freedom to these kinds of beings. The later sense of being, that is, being as act, is what we refer here and what we apply to freedom. Because when you say being as an act, in other words, it's not yet finished. It's still open. It has so many possibilities. We can become somebody else. We can become something else. We can become somebody. Now, this participial sense is the more dynamic meaning of being, according to Dr. Hornedo. It means something is not yet finished, that it is still in the process of becoming what it can really be. We're not finished. We can still become a better person. So if you are a spreader of fake news, if you are incompetent, you can be a spreader of truth and you can be competent. There's the promise to that. Well, of course, as far as Dr. Nedo is concerned. But of course, it will depend on the person whether he wants to be a spreader of truth and competence or not. So, this is related to what I have already mentioned, Heidegger's notion of being as the being of man as the Dasein. The being of man is not yet. It's not yet completed. It's not yet finished. Man must develop and actualize himself to become the being or person he can be. And remember, one of the very first reflection papers that Dr. Hornedo required us to write in our existentialism class in the grad school is to write a paper about I am my project. That's actually inspired by our readings on Sartre, on Marcel, on Buber, on the many other existentialist philosophers that we discuss in this class. I am my project. And becoming your own project is not possible if, number one, you are not dynamic and you are not autonomous, and if you are already complete. Therefore, to be free is to become, and he can only be the human or the being or human individual that he can be when he has the autonomous energy to become somebody. Thus, to be free is not to be static or stagnant, but to be dynamic, to grow, to develop, to reach a much fuller existence. Now, conclusion, because I'm excited already. I can talk on and on and on. So let me just conclude this presentation. To conclude, for Dr. Hornedo, freedom is not just some free volition of the will or the independence from external factors. For him, it is the power to be, the power to actualize ourselves. And to be free is to be dynamic, to become somebody, to actualize ourselves, to develop our potentials. So freedom as an autonomous energy for being is a capacity, a dynamic capacity, or the power of the human person. First, to develop himself and attain a higher level of existence, personally, socially, politically, culturally, and spiritually. Next, execute his own actions through his own determination based on his rational nature. So I hope you have learned a lesson or two from this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Aguas, for this illuminating discussion on the notion of freedom and making us remember and honor the person and wisdom of Professor Dr. Florentino Hornedo. For your questions, please make use of our chat section of our YouTube Live, and we will entertain questions after the second speaker. At this point, may I call now our second speaker, Professor Dr. Darlene Dimandante. Take it away, ma'am.
Hi everyone and a pleasant morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank PNPRS for giving me the chance to pay tribute to one of my mentors in philosophy, Dr. Josephine Pasricha. So, what I will be doing today is reading the tribute paper which I prepared. Don't worry, it's just 2,300 words. So, you can either read with me or listen um, to my talk. So the paper is entitled Revisiting Josephine Pasricha's Hopes for Doing Philosophy in the Philippines Through Feminism. I'm probably the least qualified to give a tribute to Dr. Pasricha. I wasn't privileged to be her thesis advisee because I worked on a topic which doesn't fall under her expertise. However, when I found not a single person who encouraged me in pursuing the MA thesis topic that I wanted to write, because I was told that it was not marketable, Dr. Pasricha was one of the few who urged me to keep going on. I still managed to keep the note that she left behind in my thesis proposal, and in fact, I couldn't bring myself to throw it away despite numerous attempts at spring cleaning. These are some of the best things that you will get from Dr. Pasricha: support, encouragement, and a pair of listening ears. Where most professors were perfectionists who did not allow us to make mistakes and who made it a point to penalize us when we committed blunders, like some inaccuracies in our interpretation of the philosophers, or giving an unbalanced analysis of the text we were asked to read, Dr. Pastricia provided us safe spaces to process our ideas by encouraging us to speak up, share our insights, and work on our own mistakes. I never once heard her say, "You're wrong," or that you don't understand this and that. Rather, she would say, "How about think of it this way? That's interesting. However, you might want to explore this," and so on. And if she was unsure of how to answer our questions, she would admit to it in front of our students. And she was even willing to be corrected if she was at fault. It was in those pockets of safe spaces that we were allowed to grow, flourish, and find our own voice as thinkers. Now, this might not have been significant for the well versed and confident students, but for someone like me and other students like me, who is in a perpetual struggle to find a voice in philosophy, it meant the world. Dr. Pasricha understood the value of empowering her students, especially her female students, because as a woman herself, she understood our struggle against underrepresentation in the male dominated discipline of philosophy. We are no stranger to the fact that philosophy is a male dominated discipline. In the Philippines, purportedly big four universities, where there are existing departments of philosophy, the range of the proportion of female faculty members is between 32 to 35%. Outside of Manila, the data is not any better. For example, in the University of San Carlos, Cebu, only 22% of philosophy faculty are women, and in Ateneo de Davao, only 29% are women. Only the faculty profile of the University of the Philippines Baguio looks promising in terms of equality in gender distribution. However, while this looks good, it could not stand to ensure that female philosophy faculties do not or did not go through a number of negative experiences, or whether the procedures for hiring faculties, tenureship, and research environment provided equal opportunities for all genders. As my way of paying forward one of my mentors in philosophy, I will share some insights about Pasricha's project of doing philosophy in the Philippines through feminism, and in the process, re echo some of her recommendations and hopes about how to improve doing philosophy in the Philippines via engagement with feminist philosophy and women's studies, or simply by being sensitive to the women in our midst. Up to date, no one has written about Pasricha's works, since she's not as famous as Emerita Quito, whom she recognizes as one of her intellectual masters, calling herself a disciple of Quito. And in the Philippines, we have had a bad habit of paying tribute to our mentors after they have transitioned to the next life. Hopefully, this is a habit that we are starting to shed off, and we acquire the new practice of celebrating the works of the thinkers who came before us by engaging with our scholarship while they are still alive. So, first, I will talk about Dr. Pasricha's life and significant contributions to philosophy in the Philippines. There will be times that I will use the very words that she used to describe her works as a gesture of allowing her to speak for herself, even if she's no longer with us. So, Dr. Josephine Maxima Acosta Pasricha was a Ford Foundation Fellow at the University of Delhi from 1976 to 1977, where she studied Oriental aesthetics and philosophy. In 2000, she finished her doctorate in philosophy summa cum laude in the University of Santo Tomas with a dissertation entitled A Hermeneutic Translation in Filipino and Gadamerian Meditation of the Indian epic Ramayana. This is the only existing translation of the Hindu epic in Filipino. As far as my limited knowledge is concerned, Pasricha is one of the two foremost Indologists in the Philippines, the other one being her mentor, Dr. Juan R. Francisco. For a lack of community which would appraise her work, Pasricha took the task of asserting the significance of her contribution to the field in her 2000 inaugural article in Karunungan, a journal of philosophy, wherein she described her contribution in the following words. Pasricha Ramayana in Filipino is a real and original contribution to Philippine literature, in particular, and Indian or Asian literature in general. It opens up new cross cultural and multi leveled approaches to literature. It opens the reader to possibilities of reading and interpreting the Ramayana in the literal, descriptive, formal, archetypal, anagogic levels. It gives an immense opportunity for Filipino or for the Filipino reading public to read, understand, and appreciate the Ramayana in its most original text. The Pasricha Ramayana in Filipino emphasizes the need for translation of classical literary pieces into the local language and dialects to make them available to the masses, a program that is encouraged and financed even by UNESCO. Masterpieces in the West and East should be translated into the Filipino language and also into local dialects to make them available to the Filipinos and ultimately to interact with, stretch, and reinforce Philippine literature. It recommends the necessity for a Center of Translation Studies and the need to establish translation studies as a serious discipline in its own right, separate from literature, not just a subcategory of comparative literature. There's a need for a center in the country that specializes in translating literary works from regional dialects into Filipino to discover poets, fictionists, dramatists whose work lay hidden in the past and in the provinces to enrich Philippine literature. True to her commitment to translation studies and developing a philosophy of translation, she later edited Marvin Reyes and Pasas Panganiban's Filipino translation of the Kama Sutra. Pasricha was interested in an array of topics: Indian philosophy, aesthetics, case study method, systems thinking, translation and philosophy of translation, Vaitiwa's theology of the body, but outside the academe, she wrote about her experiences as a mother and about raising her daughters and students as empowered women. In a number of different articles she wrote for Philippine Star, Pasricha would highlight a key guiding principle in her works, that is, women empowerment. Allow me to read some of the passages from her articles, where Pasricha often talked about her personal commitment to empowering women. And she wrote, all these 25 years, both as a university professor and a mother, I have brought up girls and women who are empowered to become self actualized. I taught them that power is not a substance or material entity that can walk up and down the corridors. You do not meet power in the streets, or do you? Power is a relationship between a power sender and a power receiver. The power sender, the superior or dominant by virtue of position and or resources, exercises power over the other. The power receiver, the inferior or the dominated. I've always thought that I am successful in empowering my female students and my own daughters in fighting against oppression and marginalization by the male within the context of a happy family. A woman owes it to herself to take care of her own health, her physical and emotional well being, to get the best education up to the highest that could be afforded, to start a career track, earn and save and invest her own money before getting married and having children. For 1,000 years of history on earth have never proven that any man, prime minister, president, royalty, or genius is worth the sacrifice of a woman's self actualization. For 25 years, I have recited the mantra of empowerment. One inoculates oneself against the domineering power center. One refuses to be a power receiver or a doormat. A woman with self respect should demand for equality, equity, and egalitarianism. As Patricia was constantly motivated by her guiding principle of empowering women, she often hinted at the possible contribution of feminist philosophy to developing Filipino philosophy. In 2004, she wrote an article in Karunungan entitled Doing Philosophy in the Philippines Rereading the Canon Through Feminism. I don't agree with the major argument of the paper, but I take Pasricha's recommendation that we should reread Filipino philosophy through perspectives of women's studies or feminist philosophy as a recognition of possible contribution of feminism in the development of Filipino philosophy. Pasricha finds value in the feminist method of resurfacing marginalized voices and practices of systemic exclusion, which are rooted in gender differences, exposing and exploding blind spots of philosophies, which we study as part of the curriculum. In this paper, she lays down a critique of how philosophy is taught in the country, as well as some recommendations which we still might find applicable in our situation today. Pastricia observes that 1. Most of our pedagogical philosophy education in the Philippines is based on the pervasive presence of gender in the philosophical canon and the thematic denigration of women. And 2. There are only 3 women philosophers which are often incorporated in the reading materials of the students, namely Arendt, de Beauvoir, and Wollstonecraft. We might not even be aware that we have forgotten to look for the women philosophers in the reading list that we provide to our students. Given these perceived issues, she recommended that there is a need for a feminist revision of the history of philosophy in general, and we dare add that there is also a need for a feminist revision of philosophy as it is done, read, written, and taught in the Philippines. There's a need for rewriting and reinterpreting or reinterpretation or reinvention of doing philosophy from a feminist perspective. There are 2 special problems that female Filipino scholars have to look at in doing philosophy: exclusion and denigration. Where have we situated the women philosophers and how have we interpreted their ideas? Feminist readings of the philosophical canon can challenge derogatory characterization of women because these readings that record the explicit misogyny of great philosophers are valuable. These feminist readings that argue for the gendered interpretations of theoretical concepts are useful. And feminist readings are also into synoptic interpretations of the canon, like the view that reason and objectivity are gendered male in the history of Western philosophy. Now, why are all of these observations and recommendations significant? Pasricha worked on her own without a community of women philosophers. She wrote at a time when Filipino women doing philosophy are barely recognized, with the exception of Emerita Quito, whom she considered as her mentor. Despite the fact that Emerita Quito was a woman, Pasricha opined that she wrote using the male voice. Having this understanding of the power of the female voice makes Pasricha a forerunner in a method of doing philosophy that is sensitive to the underrepresented. She provided the first conceptual tool for thinking as a feminist and as a woman at a time when Kate Mann hasn't written down girl, Miranda Fricker hasn't talked about epistemic injustice, Linda Alcoff's work on decolonizing feminism hasn't reached the Philippines, and Sally Haslanger's rage at the unfair treatment of women in Western academia hasn't echoed in the halls of the University of Santo Tomas. She argued that identity is essential in the formation of Filipino philosophy, but unlike other Filipino philosophers who thought of this so called lack of identity as a barrier towards doing Filipino philosophy, she put her hopes in the contribution of feminism to developing epistemic resources for the development of Filipino philosophy. Now, nurtured by Dr. Pasricha's scholarship, my good friend, Dr. Morella Bolaños, and I co edited a special issue in Critica calling for a more inclusive approach to philosophy. We were thinking along the lines that if we are to move towards a better direction in the manner that we do philosophy in the country, we need to account for more works of women doing philosophy in Philippine academia, having in mind questions such as at what level do we want to bring our philosophizing? And in what manner do we want to take the direction of philosophy forward? We think that one of the many possible replies to these questions pushes us to be more inclusive and find new ways of thinking that could address the undervalued contributions of women who are doing philosophy in the country. We talk about doing philosophy at the margins, but we must check our privileges as members of the academe and become sensitive to the aggressions that academic philosophy has often been blind to. A large part of the impetus for this move is rooted in our experiences as students in the philosophy program of UST, wherein one of our women mentors, included Dr. Josephine Pasricha. And for what better tribute can we offer her other than continuing the work that she started? We just hold on to the possibility that just as we picked up on her hopes for developing a feminist Filipino philosophy, some would also take up the task of venturing into Indian philosophy and make good use of the materials that Dr. Pasricha has left behind. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Darlin, for that uh, edifying presentation. And thank you for making us remember and honor Dr. Josephine Pasricha as we take on her recommendation and challenge to all of us to take doing philosophy in the Philippines from the vantage point of feminism. So let's move on to the Q&A as part of this first panel of presenters. So we have Dr. Aguas and Dr. Uh, Demandante. So we have here the first question. Allow me to read. The first question from Mertz Forson. It reads, La Salette Seminary, Silang, Cavite questions, do we have, what is this? It's too small. I cannot read.
Do we have a duo of freedom and responsibility?
Yes,
I think
thank you, Dr. Aguas.
I think that's the question. So I don't know. I think that question is addressed to me.
Yes,
Uh,
Dr.
yeah.
Aguas.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Of course, I discuss in my paper freedom, but let's not forget that freedom has a twin brother or twin sister. I always insist this in my class. Don't just talk about freedom because the twin sister or the twin brother of freedom is responsibility. We cannot speak of freedom without responsibility. Okay. So there is a concomitant, there is, that's the other side of the coin, responsibility. And nowadays we always talk about freedom, 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 freedom. We want to express ourselves, freedom of expression, etc. But we fail to recognize or accept our responsibility for the things that we do, and responsibility for the kind of person we become. So there is always a connection between freedom and responsibility. And although I did not mention that in my discussion, in my presentation, Dr. Nedo always talks about that responsibility, the ability to respond, not only for yourself, but also for other people. So if I help somebody today, I exercise my responsibility, I am able to respond to that other person. So that's my responsibility for him in exercising my freedom.
Thank you. The next question from Seminario San Agustin. How
No,
about those who are paralyzed, who don't have such energy to move? Does it mean that
they don't
they
have.
don't have an energy to share actually to others? This is also addressed to Dr. Aguas.
Okay, when we talk of capacity, when we talk of the energy or the dynamism, we're not just confining this dynamism to the physicality. In other words, to motion, to movement. That if I cannot move physically, then I can no longer share to others. No, because think, for example, Apolinario Mabini. Apolinario Mabini is confined to his chair. He can barely move. But we know his contribution to cause of our freedom. So there are many ways we can manifest this dynamism, this freedom, in order to be of service to others. So don't think of freedom as simply the freedom of movement or physical freedom, because as I've said, freedom is always also related to our rational nature.
Okay,
That's my short answer.
thank you, Dr. Aguas. We move to the third question from Somaskan, Father's Seminary. So, ang dami nating mga questions from the seminarians. Here's again for Dr. Aguas, I guess. Freedom as the autonomous energy is said to be autonomous because it is self-governing, and an energy because
It is a
it
driving
serves
force.
as a driving force.
I think that's a comment.
Do you like to comment on that?
May continuation.
Yeah, there's a continuation. Yes, the dynamism, the empowerment for the being. The four determines a
Oh,
relation of a giver and a receiver, like the phrase, the bread for a child. So I think still a comment here we can determine that the bread is not coming from the child, but will be given for him. For the word for indicates that the bread is coming from something else. In relating to the study, there is a subtle contradicting effect happens when we say freedom is autonomous, but is for being rather than of being. So, Dr.
Okay.
Aguas,
Actually, I was commenting on the comments on YouTube, and I think I have addressed that the distinction between of being and for being. Because when we talk of being, autonomous energy of being, then we connect being to the substantival sense, meaning as something that is already finished. But of course, we can talk of being in the substantival sense, but in the idea, in the notion of Dr. Orlando, it's more of for being because he understood being in the participial sense, meaning being as something that is uh, still to be determined. Okay, still. So freedom applies both to the person that he is able to actualize himself because he is not yet finished, and he can also help in the actualization of other people because the other person is not yet finished. So it's for my being and for the being others, not of being, because there is a nuance in in the use of being because we're taking being here in the substantival sense, meaning something that is to use the word of Sartre as an end swap, something similar to that. Thank you.
thank you. I hope that satisfies the comment. Another question? Let me read this one. I think this is for Dr. De Demandante.
Okay.
Ano po ang Filipino feminism sa pananaw ni Dr. Parisias?
Pasricha.
Yun lang, Pasricha, sorry. Yun lang po ang nakaugat lamang sa kalagayan ng sitwasyon ng akademiya ng filosofiya sa bansa. Dr. Darlene, please.
I didn't get the question. I'm sorry.
Let
What
me
is
repeat. Ano po ang Filipino feminism sa pananaw ni Dr. Patricia? Yun lang
Pasricha.
po lang ba ang nakaugat lamang sa kalagayan ng sitwasyon ng akademiya ng filosofiya sa bansa?
okay? Okay. Thank you for the question, sir. And thank you for the question, whoever asked it. Unfortunately, I think Dr. Patricia wouldn't say that there's such a thing as Filipino feminism. When she wrote the paper, her argument was that there are women and men doing philosophy in the Philippines, but we have yet to arrive at achieving, that status of becoming Filipino feminist because her understanding of Filipino philosophy is also rooted in the understanding of Filipino identity, which, according to her, hasn't been found yet or hasn't been cleared up. So, if it is the case that there's no such thing as a Filipino identity, then for her, it follows that there's no such thing as Filipino feminism. But the only thing we have for now are Filipino men and women doing philosophy. And her argument is that if this is the case, then perhaps we can insert, since we are still in the process of developing quote unquote Filipino philosophy, maybe she says maybe feminism can contribute something to developing this whole idea of Filipino philosophy, particularly in resurfacing and re-emerging the silence or the silent voices which have been what do you call that? Which have been oppressed or which haven't been heard because our philosophizing which is predominantly Western is also predominantly male dominated.
Thank you for the question and the answer, Dr. Darlene. Here is another question for Dr. Darlene. For Dr. Patricia, in effectively using feminist frameworks in rereading philosophical canons, does it mean that we have to recontextualize where these canons are situated in? Dr. Darlene?
Okay, thanks again for the question. So, well, philosophical canons are always social historically situated. And what is meant by applying a feminist framework in reading these canons is to read them again by focusing on the silent voices and the voices which have not been let out. So if we do the feminist reading of philosophical texts, it might mean that we will understand that particular text in a totally different way, which we haven't really looked at before. Like, for example, have we ever thought of Kant as a misogynist? Because definitely in his text, he would mention something negative about women. Okay, so those little instances of silences, we might end up understanding the text in a different way, but recontextualization, it might or it might not follow from this kind of reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Darlene. The next question. Let me read from Mr. Yalong or Fares Yalong of San Carlos Seminary College. Question to Dr. Aguas. Freedom to what ends? As Sartre once said, that man is doomed to be free.
Okay. Okay. Thank thank you for the question. Now, uh, the end of freedom for Dr. Nedo, based on my presentation, is the actualization of oneself. To actualize oneself, to develop oneself. And when we actualize ourselves, it's not only us who benefits, it's the society, it's the community that also benefited. Okay? So, of course, we can still extend this discussion of what is the ultimate end of man. And I remember Dr. Neto talking about eudaimonia based on Aristotle, and that is human flourishing. Okay, so the ultimate end of our actualizations would be our human flourishing. But I think the question that Dr. Nedo is answering in that essay about human freedom as capacity for being is, how do we attain human flourishing? Is one way of attaining this human flourishing or eudaimonia that Aristotle is talking about is to actualize oneself. And how do we actualize oneself? Well, we have to have this freedom. Now, of course, Sartre talks about that man is condemned to be free, but we have to understand, Sartre, what is the context of that pronouncement of Sartre that we are condemned to be free? We are condemned to be free because, as he said in Being in Nothingness, we are nothing. Meaning, by nothing there, it does not mean that there's really nothing as something that is nihil. Nothing in the sense that nothing defines who we are. We are being. Being in the sense that we are por soi. We define our being. And how do we define our being? By our freedom. So we are condemned to be free because we have to define who we are. Nobody should define who we are. We are not beings in the substantival sense. We are not finished. We are not por soi. But of course, we have to admit that for Sartre, there is also the por soi, meaning the uh, the facticity of the human person that he cannot change. And there's also the transcendent, meaning those things that he can change. So man for Sartre is both these essential features of his existence. There is facticity and transcendence. And of course, I think Dr. Nedo is getting insights from these philosophers, because we know Dr. Nedo to be, he's not just following one strain of thought. He's actually taking in a lot of it, not just in philosophy, but also in education, in anthropology, in culture. He's a Renaissance man, as we say, because he's taking so many things from different areas and from different disciplines. So this idea of Dr. Nedo about freedom is informed of his scholarship, of his many readings, and of his experiences. So I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aguas and Dr. Dinamandante, for generously responding to the questions here on a live and also through our chat box. So we'll continue the exchange with the two professors in our chat section. So may I pass the mic now to our MC, Sir Alvin, for the second panel of presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
very much.
you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Alterado, for that, for moderating for the first part of the session. And thank you very much for the first two speakers. For your other questions, the speakers may respond to you in our YouTube channel. For the second panel, may I now call Dr. Rodrigo Abenes to moderate this morning session.
Okay, good morning. Happy World Philosophy Day. So, but I think before we go to the second panel, we need to have a break for 5 minutes, and we're going to show you a video presentation as a tribute to the forerunners of our philosophical discourses in the Philippines. Please stay tuned with us in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome again to our webinar entitled The Groundwork of Filipino Philosophy, a tribute to the forerunners of philosophical discourses in the Philippines. So now we are now in the second tribute panel to uh, Claro Ceniza and Leonardo Mercado, and we have our two speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Jeremiah Joven Joaquin, who will be presenting his paper entitled Ceniza on the Paradoxes of Material Implication. Dr. J.J. Joaquin is an associate philosophy professor at De La Salle University, Manila, Philippines, where he is also a research fellow at the Southeast Asian Research Center and Hub and research affiliate at the Center of Language Technologies. He works mostly in logic, metaphysics, but occasionally dabbles in epistemology, philosophy of mind, philosophy of religion, moral philosophy, gender studies, experimental philosophy, political philosophy, and recently in philosophical issues about public health. He has published several papers on this topic in various international reputable academic journals. He was a visiting research fellow at the Jean Nicode Institute at École Normale Supérieure in Paris, in France, at the Institute of Philosophy at the Slovak Academy of Sciences, Slovakia, at the Center for Applied Philosophy at Kyoto University, Kyoto, Japan, and at the School of Mathematics and Statistics at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia, and at the School of Philosophy at the Australian National University. Presently, he is also the president of Philosophical Association of the Philippines and the founding Secretary General of the Union Societies and Association of Philosophy in the Philippines, and a member of Australian Association of Philosophy, Australian Association of Logic, and Association for Symbolic Logic. For our second speaker, we have Dr. Emmanuel De Leon, who will be presenting a paper entitled Leonardo Mercado, Eksplorasyon sa mga sangkap ng pilosopiyang Filipino, lampas sa tradisyonal na uri ng pamimilosopiya sa Pilipinas. Si Emmanuel De Leon or Eman ay pinanganak sa Oriental Mindoro noong taon na 1981 at nagtapos siya ng bachelor sa filosofiya sa St. Augustine Seminary at ng masterado at doktorado ng filosofiya sa Universidad ng Santo Tomas. Isinulat niya at nadepensahan ang kanyang disertasyon hinggil sa uri ng diskurso ng mga pangunahing Tomasinong philosopher na tumanggap ng Gawad Julian Cruz Balmaceda noong 2018 mula sa Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. Kasalukuyan siyang miyembro ng kaguruan ng Departamento ng Filosofiya sa UST at kawaksing mananaliksik sa Research Center on Culture, Arts, and Humanities ng nasabing pamantasan. Nakasentro ang kanyang pananaliksik sa mga temang may kaugnayan sa filosofiya ng teknolohiya, kasaysayan ng pamimilosopiya sa Pilipinas, at kasama rin siya sa lupon ng mga direktor ng Sentro ng Sari ng Universidad ng Santo Tomas. Nailimbag ang kanyang unang libro noong taong 2019 na may pinamagatang Mga Tomasinong Pilosopiyang Filipino na kasama sa Aklatang Bayan ng KWF. Now, to welcome our first speaker, so let us welcome Dr. J.J. Joaquin.
Thanks, Rod and PNPRS for inviting me in this event. And it's a privilege to give an honor to or tribute to our founding parents of philosophy in the country. Now, in this presentation, I'll focus on Claro Ceniza's work, particularly his work on the paradoxes of material implication. Here's a short outline. So I'll start with my project about the philosophy of Claro Ceniza. I'll talk about the paradoxes of material implication that he wants to solve, Ceniza's proposal, of course, and some problems with Ceniza's proposal. And I'll conclude with some brief remarks about the future of philosophy in the Philippines. Let's start with the philosophy of Claro Ceniza. So what I'll present will be a part of my project, my little book project entitled Claro Ceniza: Unconditionals, Probabilities, and Modalities. So this is a long project in the making. It's been 9 years since I've started doing this work, but eventually by next year, hopefully it will come out. Now, I won't go into the details of the biography of Professor Claro Ceniza, or as his family calls him, Papa Claro. So, just some brief ideas. So, Claro Ceniza was born in Dumaguete, Negros Oriental. He studied law. Then he went to philosophy, went to Syracuse University, came back, taught at USC and De La Salle University. Okay, I think we could start with Ceniza's idea of what philosophy is. And for him, there are two models of philosophy. So he thinks of philosophy or doing philosophy in terms of an inkblot interpretative model and a jigsaw puzzle or problem-solving model. So the inkblot interpretative model, you can think about this in terms of, here's an experience of something and I want to think about it in terms of my interpretation, in terms of some phenomenological description of what's going on. Now, an example of this kind of philosophizing for Ceniza are his poems, his views about prayer, marriage, morality, education, and a lot more. But for me, I'll focus today on his jigsaw puzzle or problem-solving model of doing philosophy. So what's this jigsaw puzzle or problem-solving model? So for Ceniza, there are several problems in philosophy. And your task as a philosopher is to get into it and try to think about solution to those problems. Now, what I'll focus on will be his solution to one perennial problem in philosophy, especially the philosophy of logic. And his idea here is published in one of the best journals of logic, which is the Journal of Notre Dame Journal of Formal Logic. This was published in 1988, entitled Material Implication and Entailment. So I think he was the first Filipino philosopher, and I think only Filipino philosopher to be published there. Now let's try to think about the paradoxes of material implication, and let's try to situate Ceniza's proposal with regard to it. Now here are the material implication or conditional that we need to think about. So if you have a conditional like, if you study for the exam, then you will pass it. If it rains and the ground is wet. If Fido is a dog, then Fido is an animal. If 4 is an even number, then it is a multiple of 2. Or a philosophical thesis like, if determinism is true, then free will does not exist. So all of these things are conditions. That is, if the antecedent is true, this first part here is true, then the consequent part, the second component of the conditional, is true. Now, traditionally, this one is analyzed using the standard analysis of two tables. So anyone familiar in logic will know that this formula, P hook Q, is true if and only if either P and Q are both true. So I'm using 1 and 0 here as semantic values for truth and falsity, respectively. This hook here will be your conditional connective, so P and Q will be propositional variables. So it tells you that your conditional will have the value 1, either if both the antecedent and the consequent part have the value true, or one part has the value false, the other one has the value true, and or both have the value false. The only time that the conditional is false is when your antecedent part, that is your P part, is true, and your consequent part, Q, is false. Now that's the standard analysis. Now we could have several definitions using the machinery of traditional logic or classical logic. So we define a true contradiction, or sorry, true conditional in terms of these particular definition. So the value of a given conditional is true if and only if the value of P is false or the value of Q is true. Now, Your conditional is false, that is, it will have the value 0 if and only if uh, P is true, the value of P is true, and the value of Q is 0. Now, in the semantics for the conditional, you may notice this kind of pattern. So if I have a a true Q part, okay, the conditional will be true. If you have a false P part, then the conditional will also be true. So the only time that the conditional is false is when this P part is true while the Q part is false. So all of these things will be found in standard textbooks of logic. Okay? If you're using Kobe Cohen or whatever kind of logic textbook, you'll see this kind of analysis. Now, there's a problem with this. There's a problem with this kind of thinking about conditionals. Why? So the first consequence, a weird consequence of this kind of analysis, is that a true conditional with a false antecedent will remain true. So for example, if I have a conditional, if 2 plus 2 is 5, 2 plus 2 is not 5, so that's false. Then the moon is made out of cheese. Now, under the analysis, this one will turn out to be true. Because, again, your antecedent has a false antecedent. Sorry, your conditional has a false antecedent. Now, on the other hand, if you have a true consequent, namely 2 plus 2 equals 4, then you could have a true conditional from if the moon is made out of cheese, then 2 plus 2 equals 4. So these two things are weird consequences because, again, how do you think of this? How should we think about the relationship between the antecedent and the consequent in a conditional state? Okay, so let's go here. This implies a kind of paradox or paradoxical scenario wherein false proposition imply anything. So if I have, so I'm using just this symbol here as a negation symbol. Okay, so if I have a false proposition, not P, then I'll have P implying any proposition whatsoever. Because again, if you have a false antecedent, your conditional is true, regardless of whether your consequent is true or false. On the other hand, if you have true propositions, like for example Q, then it will be implied by anything. Because again, if you have a true proposition, true consequent, then the conditional is true, regardless of whether the antecedent is true or false. Now, why is this a problem? Well, it's a problem because a conditional then may be true even if its antecedent part and consequent part have nothing to do with each other. So there's a kind of question about the relevance of, for example, if I say, if I study, then I'll pass. So what's the relevance of studying the truth of that antecedent with the truth of the consequent that you will pass? So that's the problem, that's the paradox that Ceniza will try to solve in his work. Now let's go there. Let's go to Ceniza's proposal. And it's a really ingenious solution. So for Ceniza, he'll say, well, we'll call this Ceniza conditional. So we're defining conditionals in terms of how Ceniza conceives of these weird stuff. So for him, if I have a conditional if P then Q, it's always the case that I'm saying P, that is the antecedent part, if and only if the conjunction of P and Q is true. That is, a conditional is true so long as its antecedent is true, if and only if both the antecedent and consequent are true. Now, Ceniza has a 45-step proof. I won't get into the details of that proof, but I have a shorter proof. I have a 15-step proof for the same thesis. But I won't get into that to the proof itself. Rather, I'll just show you how Ceniza conditionals would analyze standard conditionals. So we started with standard conditionals. So in your truth table, you have this one. So here I have the values here. But notice that if you input the same values for P and Q, you'll always have the same outputs. So for example, if P and Q are both true, that is, they're both true, the conditional is true, or in this case, the biconditional is true. If The antecedent part is true and the consequent part is false, as you can see here in this part. It still gives you, Ceniza conditionals give you the right verdict that the conditional or the biconditional is false, and so it goes for the rest of the truth valuations. So that's a unique way of thinking about conditionals, and I'm calling it the Ceniza conditionals. Now, Ceniza wants to have this idea of conditionals connect it with the idea of entailment. Now, entailment is a really strong relation between premise and conclusion in a deductive argument. So for Ceniza, when you say that the antecedent entails a consequent when the material implication is true, that means that there's a strong relationship. He calls it a necessary relationship between the premise and the conclusion, or the antecedent and the consequent. So to define that entailment relation, here's the standard definition. I'm using this symbol here just to refer to the entailment relation or the therefore relation if you're into more standard logic. So this means that this B here, so any proposition whatsoever, B is or follows from A, okay? If and only if, necessarily, that is in all possible valuations, truth valuations, if the value of A is true, then the value of B is true. Another way of putting it is that it's impossible for your A to be true while your B to be false. Now notice that this kind of entailment relation is your conditional. And if you plug in the Ceniza conditional, if you think about Ceniza conditional and try to think about entailment, you could have a definition of entailment as follows. So here's the standard Tarskian, after the Polish American logician Alfred Tarski. Here's his way of cashing out the entailment relation. If we plug in the Ceniza idea, then you'll have this kind of relation. It's a stronger relation, and I think it works for some cases, but as I'll show later, it fails on some other cases. Now, so let's go back to the paradoxes. So we started out with the paradoxes of material implication. Now, how does Ceniza solve those things? So remember, we started with the paradox that from a false proposition, anything follows, right? So if I have if 2 plus 2 equals 5, the moon is made out of cheese, so that conditional is true under this kind of standard evaluation. On the other hand, true propositions are implied by anything. So if I have a true consequent part, then whatever the antecedent part here would give me the right conditions for the truth of the conditional. Now here's Ceniza's solution for the first part of the paradox. So false propositions imply anything. Well, Ceniza will show if we plug in this formula in terms of the Ceniza conditional P if and only if the conjunction P and Q, you'll have this result. Now notice that it makes the relationship between the antecedent and the consequent part more explicit. It shows you that this part here, 2 plus 2 equals 5, is true so long as 2 plus 2 equals 5 and the moon is made out of cheese. Obviously, that's vacuously true or trivially true. Because, again, 2 plus 2 is not 5, and the moon is not made out of cheese. Now, how does Ceniza's solution work for the other side of the paradox of material implication? Well, think about it in terms of this one. So if the moon is made out of cheese, then 2 plus 2 equals 4. So if we plug in the Ceniza solution of translating conditionals in terms of the biconditional, the strong relationship between the antecedent and the consequent, then you'll have this. Again, this will show you the trivial nature of that kind of puzzle. Because, again, it's vacuously true that the moon is made out of cheese if and only if the moon is made out of cheese and 2 plus 2 equals 4. So for him, for Ceniza, here are some upshots. This definition makes a logical relation between the antecedent and the consequent of a material conditional, i.e. Material implication, clearer than before. Here's a long code. So for him, a material conditional must be one which, although asserted to be true does not presuppose beforehand determinate truth values of its antecedent or its consequent. This, in fact, is the reason it is hypothetical. So, conditionals are hypothetical statements. Its truth is perhaps determined, among other ways, empirically from the constant conjunction of states of affairs described by the antecedent and the consequent, or else is derived from more general truths. Now, remember this part, okay? The constant conjunction of states of affairs. Because now I'll give some problems for Ceniza's proposal. Now let's look at the definition. So here is a Ceniza conditional. So you have your standard if P then Q, and he'll define it in terms of the biconditional P if and only if P and Q. So it's a strong relationship again. Well, here's the problem. The first problem will be we need to distinguish between a conditional and the conjunction of the antecedent and the consequent. Because Ceniza's analysis implies that the truth of a conditional ultimately depends on whether P and Q is true. The conjunction P and Q is true. But the problem is, it seems to imply that one must already know the truth of P and Q before one can ascertain the truth of P then Q. This then discounts the hypothetical nature of the conditional. Now, as you have seen a while ago, Ceniza wants to say that this analysis would show the hypothetical nature of the conditional, but his analysis would lead to a strong requirement that you need to know whether the antecedent and the consequent are already true before you judge whether the conditional is true. So that's the requirement, and I think that's a strong requirement for any conditional. Furthermore, you can think about a counterexample in terms of counterfactual conditionals. So you have conditionals like had P been the case, Q would have been the case. So that's a counterfactual. So even if we grant that Ceniza's analysis works for known antecedents and consequents, it would still fail to account for counterfactual cases like had Duterte lost the 2016 election, the Philippines would have been in a better state. Now, why is that? Because you don't know the value. Obviously, it's false that Duterte lost the 2016 election, but you don't know the value of this consequent part. Would the Philippines be in a better situation if that's the case? We won't know. So that's an open question, and Ceniza's analysis is silent about this kind of condition. But I think the biggest worry that I saw in Ceniza's work will be the paradoxes will remain. Right? That is, even if we grant Ceniza's conditional, we could still have so-called revenge paradoxes to his analysis. How does it work? So a biconditional, Ceniza's biconditional could be defined in terms of two conditionals. One tells you that P is sufficient for the conjunction P and Q, and the other tells you that P is necessary for the conjunction P and Q. Now notice that these two things are conditionals. So I could now generate another sort of paradoxes of material implication given this kind of analysis. How? So here's the first part of the Ceniza conditional. Okay? So I could have this part being false. Right? The antecedent part of the analysis will be false, and it will give me any proposition, like the original paradox of material implication. On the other hand, if I retain the consequent part as true, then it's implied by any proposition whatsoever. So you can think of cases wherein you have three people that are suspected to commit a crime. Now you plug in those people in this conditional. So suppose that A, B, and C are suspected to commit the crime, but C did not commit the crime, then it follows that both some other people would commit the crime. So that strong requirement of Ceniza would fail given this kind of revenge paradoxes. Now the same goes for the other side of his analysis. Now, in conclusion, some question So let's start with the question, what has been the impact of Ceniza's proposal in the literature on the paradoxes of material application? Again, Ceniza's work at that time is unique, novel, and really interesting, right? If you look at it from the logical point of view. However, sadly, Ceniza's work has not caught on the literature. Now, albeit it was published in one of the top journals in logic, it did not really uh, generated a lot of discussion among philosophers here in the Philippines and perhaps philosophers um, at large. Now, one reason perhaps is that his work only depends on one source. Now, if you look at his paradoxes, his article, the material implication and entailment, he just cited one particular book. It's Copy Symbolic Logic, I think the fifth edition, the 1979 edition. Now, without any other sources, Ceniza's proposal amounts to the traditional or classical approaches to the paradoxes. Now, these approaches has been shown or have been shown to be wrong in the literature. Perhaps that's the reason why no one really took Ceniza's proposal seriously. But I guarantee that had he known the developments in the field, he would have surely developed a more robust theory. Now, had he known C.I. Lewis's theory of strict implication, published in the 30s or 40s, or the Lewis-Stolnaker semantics, which was brewing during his time. Right? So the Lewis-Stolnaker semantics would be the standard semantics for counterfactual conditionals. Had he known the relevant logics proposed by the Americans Belknap and Anderson, the Australians Routley and Mayer, Priest, and the English, I think he's English, Stephen Reed. Had he known these things, he would have came out with a really interesting and more more robust contribution to the field. Now, that's the sad part. That's the negative answer to the question, what's the impact of Ceniza's work? However, there's a more positive answer that we could learn from Ceniza's experience in publishing that really interesting, really original work. Well, let's start with the fact that Ceniza was a product of his cultural milieu. That is, perhaps during the 80s, 70s here in the Philippines, we're not really that strong, philosophically speaking. We're not really aware of what should be done as philosophers. But despite this, despite his limited exposure to current trends in the field, he was able to come out with a theory that a big journal like the Notre Dame Journal of Formal Logic is deemed worthy to publish. And that is an inspiration in itself. Because this paved the way for the next generation of Filipino philosophers to get into this technical area of philosophy. For example, I was really influenced by Ceniza's work. My undergraduate thesis was on his thought, necessity, and existence. My MA is an extension of the modal logic that Ceniza was thinking about. My dissertation, my PhD dissertation, also brings in those influences. Well, I'm not just alone. I'm not alone here in the influence of Ceniza's technical work in philosophy. There are others like Gary Castro, okay, and some other logicians in De La Salle University. Now, I think there's a challenge for us as Filipino philosophers. Now, unlike Ceniza's generation, we now have the resources to learn about the new developments and discussions in various areas in philosophy. You have the internet, you can email people, you have the Phil papers. You could really get into the literature or what's going on in any area of philosophy. And that's the fun part. I think the challenge for us is to join in these discussions and contribute our piece. Now, let's not just parrot people. Here's what this guy said, or here's what that guy said, but really to contribute an original idea, like Ceniza did, despite his limited resources. I hope that we could have our philosophical forbearance, the people we are giving tribute to, as our inspiration. Let them inspire us to do more and be more, and contribute to this discipline that we all love and cherish. Salamat. And I would like to dedicate this presentation to Papa Claro, Mama Rio, his wife, and the Ceniza family who's listening or watching now. Cheers. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. JJ Joaquin, and that is really a wonderful paper concerning on the recitation of the Ceniza's symbolic logic. So now we proceed now to the second speaker. So I'm now giving the floor to Dr. Emmanuel De Leon, who will be presenting a paper on Leonardo Mercado.
Magandang umaga po. Una, maraming salamat sa pamunuan ng PNPRS, Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, sa pamumuno ni Dr. Aguas. Sa pamunuan ng PNU South Luzon, kay Dr. Abenes at sa lahat ng dumadalo sa forum na ito. Bilang pagpupugay sa kontribusyon ng isa sa mga naunang naglatag ng kasalukuyang filosofiyang Pilipino, pakay kong talakayin sa oras na ito ang ilang pasakalye sa filosofiya ni Leonardo Mercado. Kulang siguro yung nakalaang oras para matalakay ang kabuuan ng kaniyang filosofiya, kaniyang mga akda. Kaya ilang batong pananda lamang ating bibigyan ng pansin sa oras na ito. Na kapag tayo na mismo nagbasa ng kaniyang mga isinulat, hari nawa ay makapagbigay tayo ng ilang guide para basahin yung kaniyang mga opus. Bukod dito, wala tayong monopolyo ng pag-unawa at interpretasyon sa kaniyang sinulat. At talagang walang substitute sa pagbabasa ng mismo akda. Kaya siguro higit na makatutulong ang panayam na ito kung magbabanggit tayo ng ilang mga signposts sa pag-unawa ng filosofiya ni Father Mercado. Tatlong bagay ang gusto kong talakayin sa oras na ito. Una yung layuning filosofiko ni Father Mercado. So lahat naman ng philosopher ay merong philosophical task. So saan niya nais dalhin yung pamimilosofiya. Pangalawa, yung kaniyang mga ginamit na metodo o pamamaraan para mabigyan ng artikulasyon, para mabigyan ng justice yung kanyang layuning filosofiko. At pangatlo, titingnan natin kung ano yung lugar ni Father Mercado sa kasaysayan ng filosofiya sa ating bansa. So alam natin na Cebuano itong si Father Lenny. Kaya nga siguro karamihan, kung hindi lahat, ng kaniyang mga akda ay nasa wikang Ingles. So pinanganak siya noong March 16, 1935. Coincide ng March 16 sa pagkakadiscover ni Magellan sa Pilipinas. 1521, 1935 ito, so panahon ito ng pamahalaang Commonwealth sa ating bansa. At alam natin, nagkaroon ng Japanese occupation pagkatapos ng ilang taon. Mayroon dalawang digmaang pandaigdig. So, kaya naudlot yung elementarya ni Father Mercado. Pagkatapos ng nasabing digmaan, pinagpatuloy niya yung kanyang pag-aaral sa Cebu pa rin, hanggang high school. And then pagkatapos ng high school, saka natanggap sa Philippine Tuberculosis Society, yung kanyang nanay na si Ingracia bilang nurse. Nag-migrate sila sa Maynila. Sa Makua, unang nag-aral ng kolehiyo si Father Mercado. Kumuha siya ng kurso sa mechanical engineering. So, isang taon lamang ito at kaagad siyang pumasok sa Christ the King Mission Seminary sa Quezon City noong 1954. Dito niya na-encounter si Father Ambrosio Manaligod, isang paring SBD mula sa probinsya ng Isabela. Sa classroom ni Father Manaligod, buhay na buhay yung discussion tungkol sa nationalism. Malakas kasi yung panawagan sa nationalism noong mga panahong ito, 60s, 70s, 80s. So alam natin, malakas yung diskriminasyon sa mga Pilipinong pare noong panahon yun. Para sa intellectual biography ni Father Mercado, magandang basahin natin yung unang kabanata doon sa librong Essays on Filipino Philosophy na may pamagat na Why I Started to Write on Filipino Philosophy. Nandun yung intellectual background, ano? Sino ba yung mga naka-influence sa kanya? Binabanggit niya dito si Hajime Nakamura, yung libro ni Hajime Nakamura. Saka yung isang linguist na na-encounter niya sa isang seminar sa NEMI. Balikan natin yung artikulo yun para sa kaniyang intellectual biography. Dito natin ipapasok yung layuning filosofiko ni Father Mercado. Namulat siya sa matinding pangangailangan ng nationalismo via Father Manaligod. Nakita ni Father Manaligod sa kanya na maging sa bansang Pilipinas, dihado yung mga Pilipino. Hindi pantay ang turing sa mga paring Pilipino. Halimbawa, alam natin nung panahon yun, ang mga kongregasyon, ang mga pamantasan ay pinamumunuan ng mga banyaga. Halimbawa sa kasong SBD, mga German priests. Kailan lang naman nagkaroon ng Pilipinisasyon sa pamumuno, no? So, pinaglalaban ni Manaligod yung nationalismo sa pamumuno. Meron nga silang trio, yung Manlimbar, parang gumbur sa Ambrosio Manaligod, Man, Lim, si Hilario Lim, isang Jesuita, at saka si Benito Vargas, isang Dominiko. Naglalaban nila itong nationalismo sa pamumuno. Dinala naman ni Father Mercado yung nationalismo sa larang ng intelektual. Tinaas niya ito sa level ng epistemolohiya. Kasi nakita niya na ang pagkakolonisado ng mga Pilipino ay hindi lamang sa pisikal. Noong panahong ito, palasak yung salitang tuta. Yung ating tuta, ito yung batang anak ng aso. Pero ang ibig sabihin nito ay kontrolado, puppet, ganyan, ano? Sunod-suburan. So, sinabi ng mga aktivista na tuta ng kano, so, tayo ay kontrolado pagdating sa ekonomiya, politika, edukasyon, maraming pang iba. Kaya ginamit ni Father Mercado yung parirala na tuta sa isip. Ito yung paglalarawan niya sa ganap na kontrol sa pagkatao ng mga Pilipino. Kapag kontrolado ang isip, hindi na kailangang sakupin tayo physically. Kung ano ang nasa isip, malamang yun ang isasagawa. Kung tayo ay merong American dreams, malamang ang ating mga bibilhin ay mga produktong Amerikano, mga banyaga. Bunga ito, ayon kay Father Mercado, ng matinding panggagaya. Matinding panggagaya. At walang appreciation sa sariling atin. Okay? So, kaugnay nito, binanggit niya doon sa librong Explorations in Filipino Philosophy, kwento ni Father Mercado. Noong nag-aaral pa ako ng high school, ambisyon kong maging Filipinong Hemingway. Sinubok kong gayahin ang naiiba niyang paraan ng pagsusulat, pero nagresulta ito sa pagkaunsabi sapagkat nag-iisa lamang ang Ernest Hemingway. Sa kasagsagan ng kasikatan ng Beatles, nagkaroon ng Filipino Beatles. Merong iba sa atin na nais maging Pilipinong bersyon ni Frank Lloyd Wright sa arkitektura. At marami pa tayong mababanggit sa listahan ng mga manggagaya. Nagsasanhi ito ng psikolohikong karamdaman sapagkat hindi natin kayang lampasan ang orihinal. Kanluranin ang ginagaya natin. Kapag pinagpatuloy natin ito, hindi tayo titingalain kailanman. So tinitingnan niya dito na yung pagka-kolonisado natin ay yung nanggagaling doon sa hindi natin pag-appreciate ng kung anong meron tayo. Okay. So kung ilalagay natin sa isang summary, yung kalagayan na kolonisado tayo, ano? Napakita niya dito yung pagiging puta sa isip. So merong merong kolonisadong isipan. Kaya nga, layunin niyang pagkaroon ng deskolonisasyon ng isipan. Palayain ng isipan. Sa paanong paraan? Doon sa tinatawag niyang filosofiyang Pilipino. Sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik mula sa loob. Sa pamamagitan ng paghango ng mga kaisipan mismo sa ating bansa o mismo sa nakatutubo sa atin. Kasi masyadong nahasa tayo sa pagbabasa halimbawa ng mga banyagang teksto at nakakalimutan makinig o saliksikin yung mga karunungan na narito sa atin. So yun ang naisip niyang paraan para magkaroon ng deskolonisasyon. No? So it begs the question, ano ba yung filosofiya para kay Father Mercado? Ano ang ibig sabihin, anong definition niya ng philosophy? Makikita yan doon sa Elements of Filipino Philosophy. Nagbigay siya ng definition o kaya description ng Filipino philosophy. Ayon sa kanya, ito ay isang filosofiya ng taong bayan, unang-una sa lahat. At hindi kung ano ang naisip ni Rizal, Mabini, o ng iba pang Filipinong elitista. Maliban na lamang kung ang mga kaisipang ito ay sumasalamin sa punto de vista ng taong bayan. Makikita natin dito, dinidifferentiate niya yung traditional philosophy at saka yung non-traditional doing of philosophy. So, doon sa usual o traditional doing of philosophy, nagbubuo ng mga sistema o universal na konsepto na maaaring ipataw sa partikular. Mag-iisip ang isang philosopher at i-apply ito sa partikular. Malimit, tinatawag ito ng mga kritiko na pamilosopiya mula sa ivory tower. No? Pamilosopiya mula sa toring-garing. Samantala, yung non-traditional doing of philosophy ay sinasaliksik, okay? Inuunawa at inilalahad yung filosofiya na matagal nang nananahan sa kamalayan ng taong bayan. Okay? Kaya sabi niya, filosofiya ito ng taong bayan. Okay? Kung sa salita ni Ramon Reyes, ito yung vital thought, ano? Doon sa kanyang essay na Sources of Filipino Thought. Okay. Ito yung kaisipang vital. Okay. Ito yung kamalayang bayan. Ilalagay natin sa table. Ano? Yung traditional doing of philosophy, nanggagaling sa namamayaning sistema o universal na prinsipyo at ipinapataw ito sa partikular na bagay o pagkakataon. Na-appropriate, ina-apply. So, sa di-traditional na pamimilosopiya, hindi nag-iimbento ng mga universal na prinsipyo na ipinapataw sa partikular. Halip, layunin itong masaliksik, maunawaan, at maisulat ang filosofiyang matagal nang kumikilos sa buhay ng tao. So usually, ang mga sources sa philosophy ay mga libro. Ito yung mga traditional sources. Pero nagbigay ng alternative sources si Father Mercado. Ito yung mga wika, kaisipan, kwentong bayan, mga kasabihan. Okay? So itong mga ito ay naglalaman din ng mga elemento, no? Mga aspekto, mga sangkap na filosofiko. Kaya sa di-traditional na pamimilosopiya, gumagamit din ng di-traditional na sources or batis. Ano? Paano ginagawa yon? Ganito yung apat na magkakaiba ngunit magkakaugnay na pamamaraan na ginamit ni Father Mercado sa pangangalap at pagpapaliwanag ng tinawag niyang mga elemento ng filosofiyang Pilipino. Metalinguistic analysis, phenomenology of behavior, comparative oriental philosophy, at value ranking. So hindi exclusive dito sa apat na ito ang maaari natin gamitin sa interpretation of Filipino worldview or interpretation of Filipino ethics. Pero sa kaso ni Father Mercado, itong apat na ito ang ginamit niya. Okay. So mahabang discussion ang dapat ilaan sa pag-aaral nitong mga pamamaraan na ito. Pero pahapyawan lamang natin sa forum na ito. No? Doon sa metalinguistic analysis, dumadaan ito sa proseso. Una, inililista ang mga kataga o lexims na mayroong potensyal na maging basihan ng nilalamang filosofiko. Dito nakatutulong yung mga diksyonaryo ng mga wika sa Pilipinas. Bawa yung unang isa sa mga unang artikulo ni Father Mercado na tungkol sa loob o natin. Ano? So, hindi nangyayari yung mga salita na may potensyal na naglalaman ng kaisipang filosofiko. Pangalawa, inililista ang mga kahulugan ng mga kataga sang-ayon sa kanilang usage. Ano? Pangatlo, ginugrupo ang mga kahulugan ng mga kataga batay sa kanilang relasyong kognitibo. Ito ba ay nasa intellectual theme? Ito ba ay nasa volitional theme, ethical theme, or emotional theme? Ano? Yung mga bahagi ng psyche, ng psikolohiyang Pilipino, yung sa relasyong kognitibo. At pang-apat, hinihinuha o diniderive ang pansamantalang filosofiya mula sa mga grupo. Ang mahalagang salita doon yung pansamantala. No? Kasi nga gumagamit ng pamamaraang induktibo. Sa inductive method, yung mga conclusion dito ay pansamantala. Kaya sabi ni Father Mercado, yung mga conclusion ko dito ay totoo hanggat hindi napapatunayang mali. So, nasa atin yung burden of proof, if you want to call it that way, ano? Para i-validate, bigyan ng kumpirmasyon, ano? I-falsify yung mga pansamantalang teorya o filosofiya na nabuo doon sa ginawang pamamaraang induktibo. So, nagsisimula nga sa linguistika patungo sa di-linguistikang analysis. At sa social science, sa una, pero tumutungo sa reflection no, sa isang bilinguistikang analysis. Kaya nga tawag meta-linguistic analysis. Lampas sa linguistikang analysis. So, iniisa-isa dito, gumagawa ng abstraction ng kahulugan ng salita para malaman ang nilalaman nito. Nasa lexic ng abstract. Pagkatapos, hahanap ng pattern o padron at pagkakapareho sa kahulugan para makarating sa isang pansamantalang teorya. Ang magandang halimbawa nitong paglalapat niya ng metalinguistic analysis, makikita doon sa pages 55 hanggang 64 noong Elements of Filipino Philosophy. Okay, hindi na natin masyadong madidiscuss. Pwede nyo tingnan yung mga pahinang ito sa Elements of Filipino Philosophy. Dito inilista at ikinatidgorya ni Mercado ang iba't ibang salita na may kaugnayan sa loob. Kaya nga, inilista muna, no? Yung tinitingnan yung usage. And then, igugrupo. Sa intellectual theme, nakakita siya ng 8 usage sa loob. And so, sa volitional, nakakita siya ng 6 na usages. Sa will, ano? Kalooban. Dami sa emotional theme, 23. Okay? Lalo na sa ethical theme. Okay. So, napansin ni Father Mercado na mas marami tayong salita na ginagamit na napasok sa emotional sa ethical theme kumpara sa intellectual at saka sa volitional theme. Ano? Kaya sabi niya, ano kaya ang implikasyon nito? Ano kaya ang ma-derive natin conclusion dito? Sabi niya, ang identidad na Pilipino, ang kaugaliang Pilipino, ay mas naka-incline doon sa intuitive, emotive at sentimental kaysa doon sa pagrarason. Okay, pag-intellectualize, mas ginagamit yung puso, yung emosyon sa pagdedesisyon. Bukod sa metalinguistic analysis, nariyan din yung phenomenology of behavior. Para kay Father Mercado, yung behavior, yung dawi, kaugalian, mga wika rin ito, pero hindi sinasalita, kundi sinasagawa. Kaya bukod sa wika, isa pang batis ng filosofiyang Pilipino ay mga kaugalian o behavior ng taong bayan. Paliwanag niya sa Essays on Filipino Philosophy. Ginagamit natin ang phenomenolohiya upang malaman kung mayroong mga padron sa ugaling Pilipino na inilapat sa mga partikular na usaping inuusisa. Kapag napatunayan na ang padron at napagtagni-tagni ang kanilang ibig sabihin, hinihiluhan natin ang ilang filosopikong paliwanag upang makatulong sa pag-unawa ng nakapaloob na dahilan sa nasabing padron ng kagawian. Isang magandang example nito yung kanyang analysis sa salitang loob na may kaugnayan doon sa behavior, doon sa ating kaugalian na pagtanaw ng utang na loob or debt of volition. So, nakita niya yung loob, hindi lamang interior, hindi lang ito tungkol sa buti, hindi lamang ito tungkol sa sariling takit, kundi may pagka-holistiko rin yung ating konsepto ng loob. Okay? So, hindi nagko-compartmentalize. Yung will, hindi ito pang sarili lamang. Laging may relasyon ito sa kapwa. Yung gusto natin ay mayroong yung niloloob natin ay laging kinukonsidera ang kabutihan ng kapwa. Okay? So, yung self, hindi ito yung autonomous self ni Kant, halimbawa, Talagang walang I daw. Ang meron ay loob, kapwa. Ako, kapwa. At hindi yun compartmentalized. So, magandang basahin yung mga paliwanag ni Father Mercado dito. Isa pang pamamaraan na ginamit niya yung comparative Oriental philosophy. Pinapalagay na may pagkakatulad ang pananaw sa mundo ng magkakarating bansa. Influence ito ni Ludwig Wittgenstein, di Emerita Quito. Kasi kinuha nilang kurso ito sa pamamatnubay ni Emerita Quito. So, yung tinatawag ni Wittgenstein na family resemblances, yung magkakapamilya, yung magkakapamilya ay magkakamuka. Hindi man sila magkakapareho, pero magkakamuka. Kaya kapag hindi malinaw ang kahulugan mula sa metalinguistic analysis o mula sa phenomenology of behavior, maaring bumaling at pagmasdan ang padron sa mga kapamilyang Asyano. So maaari ring masaliksik yung Filipino worldview sa pamamagitan ng pagkukumpara nito sa worldview ng mga kapitbahay nating Asyano. Isa pang method na ginamit niya yung value ranking. Ito ay influensya ni Santo Tomas, nagsabing ang pagtingin natin sa mabuti ay nakabase sa ating pagkatao. Paano natin tingnan o kalagahan, tingnan kung alin ang mabuti. Merong itong sinasabi sa ating pagkatao. Pero may aspekto ng ating pagkatao na influensyado ng ating mundo, ng ating pagka-Pilipino. Ibig sabihin, ang ating pagtingin sa mabuti ay salamin din para masulyapan ang ating filosofiya. Merong ding daan para maintindihan yung Filipino identity, o yung ating Filipino philosophy sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik hinggil sa values at saka sa ethics ng mga Pilipino. Kaya ginamit niya ito. Ngayon, gamit ang apat na pamamaraang nabanggit, ano ang nasa liksik niyang mga elemento o sangkap ng tinawag niyang filosofiya ng Pilipino. Dito makikita natin na yung conclusion niya sa elements of Filipino philosophy, ginamit niya itong pundasyon para maipaliwanag yung iba pang mga paksain. Kumbaga sa pagtatayo ng building, ginamit niyang foundation yung elements of yung conclusion sa elements of Filipino philosophy at pinalapad niya sa ibang mga usapin. So, ang naging conclusion ng elements of Filipino philosophy yung pagiging holistic o non-dualistic ng Filipino worldview at saka pagiging Eastern nito. Hinanap niya yung mga paliwanag dito o mga premises doon sa ating konsepto ng loob, sakop, kagandahan, pagka, gawa, kawalan, okay, pamathalaan, marami pang iba. So magandang basahin din itong mga paliwanag niya dito sa mga indigenous concept na ito, no? Okay. So makikita natin na baligtad, nauna yung conclusion and then hinanapan niya ng premises. Hinanapan niya ng premises yung kanyang conclusion. Kaya halimbawa yan sa bakit ba mayroong konsepto ng iya? Kulangin na yata ako sa oras, anong kondisyon ng posibilidad ng iya? Dahil nga yun sa pagiging holistiko, sa hindi dualistiko. Dahil yung konsepto natin ng sarili ay hindi hiwalay sa konsepto ng kapwa. Kaya minsan sinasabi ni Father Mercado, baka yung paggamit natin kay Buber o kaya kay Levinas tungkol sa Aida or sa other, hindi talaga fit doon sa konseptong Filipino. Kaya yung goodwill, yung will ni Kant, kasi hindi naman, sabi niya, the Filipino does not think in either or categories. His is both and in the spirit of harmony. We said that since loob has a holistic concept of the body, there is no dichotomy between the inside and the outside of the person. Okay? So walang loob labas sa filosofiyang Pilipino. Sinabing kapwa, ganun ka rin. Hindi ibang tao. Hindi ibang tao. Kaya nga sabi ni Father Albert Alejo, isa sa mga na-influensya ni Father Mercado. Kung pag-aaralan ng loob, hindi maaaring ikahon lamang sa simplistikong paghihiwa ng loob at labas. Ang kagandahang loob, halimbawa, hindi lamang ganda sa loob, kundi kabutihan sa pakikipagkapwa. Sa makatwid, ito ay palabas rin. Okay? So, kaya nga wala raw tayong pauli ang utang sa labas. Walang kagandahang labas. Anyway, doon sa huling bahagi na lang, so medyo babasahin ko na lang ito kasi kulang sa oras at para maging precise na rin sa gusto nating kumpulin. Siguro, isa si Father Mercado sa pinakang putok sa gusto niyang gawin. Hindi siya nagpaiba-iba ng ginagawa sa filosofiya. Alam natin ang kanyang discourse, ang kanyang genre ay interpretation of Filipino worldview at saka interpretation of Filipino values, ethics. Kahit doon sa kanyang isa sa pinakang huling artikulo noong 2016 sa Critique, Reflections on the Status of Filipino Philosophy. Giniit ni Mercado na isa siyang porsigidong mananaliksik hinggil sa biltansyong ng mga Pilipino. Nabanggit na natin ito kanina, sinasaliksik yung wika, kasabihan, gawi, paniniwala at pagpapahalagang Pilipino upang maunawaan ang mga pilosopikong sangkap na nakapag-loob dito. Binanggit din natin kanina na isa itong pamamaraang induktibo kung saan na tagpuan niya na ang filosofiyang Pilipino ay holistiko at silang natin. Kaya matatawag natin na filosofiyang deskriptibo ang pinili niyang paglaanan ng talino. Hangad niyang ilahad at hindi imbentuhin ang mga elemento ng filosofiya na para sa kanya ay matagal nang dumadaloy sa kamalayan ng taong bayan. Dahil dito, nakapaghain siya ng ilang pansamantalang teorya na kailangan muling idaan sa masusing pag-unawa. Mapapansing hindi tinapos ng Mercado ang mga nakuha niyang pansamantalang konklusyon. Laloong baga, hindi maaaring sarado na ang diskurso. Kung ang hinahanap natin sa mga akda ni Mercado ay isang kategoriko, esensyal o ganap na matatawag na filosofiyang Pilipino, hindi ito matatagpuan kasi hindi naman yun ang kanyang ginagawa. Hindi yun ang kanyang pakay sa filosofiya. Yung sa katuhan, halimbawa yung diskurso. Mas gusto niyang padaluyin yung diskurso. Kasi hindi na pag-uusapan eh. Hindi na pag-uusapan yung mga kamalayang bayan. Para sa kanya, hindi niya trabahong saraduhan ang diskurso, lalo na't isa pa lamang itong sumisibol na paksain noon at marahil ay hanggang ngayon. Masyado tayong nasanay magbasa ng mga tekstong manyaga. Wala namang masama doon. Pero nakakalimutan. Along the way, nakakalimutan yung mga karunungan na meron tayo na maaaring mas lapat naman talaga sa ating mga pagbuo ng mga polisiya, sa ating pagbubuo ng mga konsepto. Higit na ikinukonsidera ang halaga ng pagpapadaloy ng talakayan sa nivel na filosofiko hinggil sa mga elementong ito na tinawag niyang filosofiyang Pilipino. Makikita natin niya ang hikay na yan doon sa bahagi ng elements sa Filipino ethics. Sinasabi niya, isa itong pagtatangka na balangkasin ng etikang Pilipino. Dahil isa itong panimulang pangangahas, rudimentaryo pa rin ito sa saklaw ng mga pagwawasto at mga modifikasyon sa hinaharap. Hindi ito sukdulan, kundi isang abang panimula. Kung makapagsisiklab ito ng mga kontrobersiya, makatutulong ito sa lalong pagtuklas ng katotohanan na nakatago sa bawat sulok ng mga paksa. So ang mahalaga sa mga ginawa ni Father Mercado ay yung ibigay sa atin ng ilang mga paksain. Maaari nating paglaanan ng saliksik, yung pagbibigay sa atin ng mga philosophical questions. Ito ang maaari nating sundan. Yung problematiko, yung mga philosophical problems na iniwan niya. Kung tayo na ang magtatanong noon, ganun pa rin ba ang ating magiging konklusyon sa mga naging konklusyon ni Father Mercado? Hindi natin kailangan i-memorize yung kaniyang mga conclusion. Ang mahalaga siguro yung kanyang binibigay sa ating o ipinakikita sa ating mga problematiko na maaari natin ipagpatuloy. Okay. So binubuksan ni Father Mercado yung yung diskurso para tayo ay magtalakayan. Okay. So napapansin niya, hindi tayo nag-uusap-usap, kalat-kalat ang ating pamimilosofiya. Okay. Hindi ganoon ang ginagawa sa ibang bansa. No? Alam natin, nag-uusap-usap sila. Pinu-quote nila ang bawat isa. Yung problematiko ng isa ay pinoproblema rin ng kapwa nila, halimbawa Frances. Kung titingnan mo halimbawa yung mga akda ni, halimbawa, French philosophy, titingnan mo halimbawa ang akda ni Michel Foucault, halimbawa Discipline in Paris. Tingnan mo yung bibliography. Almost 90% ng kanyang pinuquote ay kapwa niya Frances. Okay. So, nakikisalo siya doon sa diskursong Frances. So, tingnan mo naman yung bibliography natin, kung sino-sino ang ating mga pinuquote. Okay. So, nais niyang padaluyin yung talakayan hinggil sa mundong Pilipino. Hinggil sa mga konseptong Pilipino, sa filosofiyang Pilipino. At kung yun siguro ang isa sa kanyang mga adhikain, malamang nagtagumpay siya. Kasi hayag na ngayon ang mga kritisismo hinggil sa mga naging akda ni Father Mercado. Maraming mga autor, mga Filipino philosophers ang nagbibigay ng komentaryo. Isa sa mga kritisismo kay Father Mercado ay yung pagiging tapos sa katangiang filosofiya. Itong mga philosophers na meron tayo dito. Halimbawa, sang-ayon kay Ramon Reyes doon sa kanyang book review ng Applied Filipino Philosophy na napublish sa Philippine Studies noong 1977. Ang kanyang evaluation doon sa libro ay loosely constructed, full of hasty generalization, unsatisfactory as social science, but inadequate as philosophy. It really hurts. It lacks method and rigor. Ganon. So, pero ano ba ang definition nila ng philosophy? Pero malamang yung traditional philosophy na iniiwasan o na hindi yun ang genre na ginagawa. Hindi minamasama ni Father Mercado yung fundamental philosophy. Pero tinitingnan niya kasi nga yung layunin niya, deskolonisasyon ng isipan dahil laging nangihiram sa konseptong banyaga. So, alternatibong klase ng filosofiya yung kanyang ginagawa, yung paghahanap ng karunungan sariling atin. Kaya halimbawa doon kay Gripaldo, ang tawag niya sa pamamaraan ni Father Mercado ay anthropological approach. Parang hindi masyadong philosophy. And then, ang tawag niya sa kanya ay ethno-philosopher. Parang hindi full-fledged philosopher. May katotohanan naman doon, pero kung babasahin natin ang mga akda ni Mercado, malinaw na ang kaniyang mga pinapaksa, metodo at pamamaraan ay filosopiko. Pinapaksa niya kasi ang being, pagka, o beauty, na mga paksain din sa philosophy, kagandahan. Kaya nga minsan naaakusahan si Mercado na yung mga Western concepts, nilalagyan lamang yan ng mga Filipino words o inihuhulog na lamang sa salitang Filipino. Yung, alam din natin yung metodong phenomenology ay isang tanggap na metodo sa filosofiya. At yung pamamaraan niya ng pag-argumento ay lohiko rin. Okay. Yung paglalatag niya ng argumento ay filosofiko. Okay. Isa pa sa mga komentaryo sa kanya o kritisismo ay yung pagiging kapos sa aspektong critical. Mahalaga naman talaga ang critique sa philosophy. Pero sa tingin ko parang masyadong malaki yung hinihingi natin sa isang Leonardo Mercado. Siya na nga yung nag-describe, siya na nga yung nag-research tungkol sa worldview. Siya pa rin ba sasagawa ng social critique? Hindi kaya masyadong malaking trabaho na siguro yon ng ibang tao, ng mga kritiko. Bukod dito, ang mismong pagsasagawa niya ng alternatibong pamilosofia ay isang konkreto ng uri ng kritisismo noong panahong iyon na kritikal sa walang patumangging panghihiram ng sistemang banyaga kahit iwalag naman sa karanasang Pilipino. So, kung titingnan natin, yung mismong pamimilosofiya niya ay kritisismo na. Okay. So, dahil masyado tayong nangihiram, so gusto niya ng iba naman. Something revolutionary siguro yung bagay na ginagawa niya yun. Mahalaga itong paglampas niya sa tradisyonal na uri ng pamimilosofiya. Hindi buo ang kwento ng filosofiya kung nakabase lang ito sa palaisip. Nakikita niya kasi na masyadong nakapiling yung filosofiya sa akademiko at nakakalimutang makinig sa karunungang bayan. Minsan ini-impose natin yung sa palagay natin ay rasyonal. Pero nakakalimutan yung aspekto ng pakikinig. Okay? Yung aspekto ng pagiging bukas sa isipang hindi nakasulat. Hindi niya tinitingnan ang masa mga tao sa laylayan na sa ng lipunan bilang tamad at nagpapadala lamang sa pamamalakad ng amo. Malakas ang panawagan na yan na bago natin husgahan ang ordinaryong tao, kailangan munang simulang makinig sa kanilang karunungan. Kaya ang pamumulot niya ng mga piraso o mga sangkap ng filosofiyang Pilipino ay maaaring gawing matibay na batong tuntungan ng mga may hilig sa ganitong uri ng saliksik. Gayunpaman, ang pagkilalang ito sa karunungan ng taong bayan ay dapat ring maging tiyak at totoo. Dapat i-validate. Dapat bigyan ng impormasyon. Bilang isang fenomenologo, ibinunyag na ni Mercado ang ilang katutubong phenomenon na nagpapakita sa kaniya bilang mga sangkap ng kapantasang Pilipino. So, na-challenge niya tayo siguro upang hindi masayang ang dambuhalang pagpursige niya, tungkulin na natin ngayon na sundan ito ng mga siyentipikong pag-aaral at impormasyon. Kumbaga, binuksan ni Mercado ang ating kolonyal na mga mata upang tayo mismo ang magpatuloy ng ating kapalaran. So doon lang siguro ako muna magbabahagi tungkol sa kontribusyon ni Father Mercado sa Filosofiyang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
All right. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, Dr. Eman De Leon. So just to revisit our panel, so we have two speakers. So we have Dr. J.J. Joaquin, and he talks about Cenizas on the paradoxes of material implication, and also as our second speaker talks about Leonardo Mercado, eksplorasyon sa mga sangkap ng pilosopiyang lampas sa tradisyonal na uri ng pamimilosopiya sa Pilipinas. So now, I think Sir Jeric will be posting the question. Okay, so this is a question from Sir Mark that is addressed, I think, to Dr. Eman. So, meron bang sarili, kay Sir DJ, from Mark of Cavite State University. So, ang tanong niya ay, meron bang sariling logic as a discipline ng ating bansa? O maaari nating ma-associate ang bugtungan, idiomeya bilang mumunting fragments ng logic?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you very much for the question, Mark. It's interesting to look at local varieties of bugtong, idioms, and so on to come up with a kind of logic, quote unquote. Now, I think I understand your question in two parts. So the first part will be, do we have a technical logic here in the Philippines? Well, we're starting to have that. I'm forming a logic group by next year in celebration of World Logic Day next year. So let's see. Now, the other side of your question is whether there is a local logic. Now, there's a school of thought right now known as cross-cultural philosophy. They're looking for ways of thinking about logic in terms of cultural variances or cultural invariances. So if there is such a Filipino logic, perhaps it's culturally relative, but I'm still looking for what that is if you're interested. There's experimental work going on in terms of cultural variants of logical devices. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. JJ. So this one, I think, is Sir Jeric. This is a question to the first panel. So this is about the question of power to be of Dr. Hornedo. So okay, so this one is from FK Parawan. So I admit that even now, copy symbolic logic is still my main reference textbook. So the rise of modern model logic by Lewis was more on answering this material implication, and copy described this material implication as a weak implication, and copy's material implication is a symbolization of common partial factor of the various different kinds of implications signified by the if and then phrase. What amazes me is that these attempts to strengthen implication further pave way to the modern logic and its uh, next one, the continuation. Nawala tayo, sir. So we're going back to the second question to Dr. Uh, KJ. So this one is from Alex Senon from Cavite State. This is addressed to Dr. Eman. Sapat po ba ang lingkwistikong metodo para mapairal ang tradisyonal na Pilipinong pamimilosopiya kung hiram ang pamamaraan sa Western thought na pamimilosopiya?
Hello? Naririnig po ba ako at the front?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Medyo naglalakad dito sa bahay. Nakuha ko yung katanungan ng tama. At ba yung metalinguistic analysis sa pag-analisan o kaisipan? Kasi dun sa konteksto ni Father Mercado, hanggang sa ngayon naman may problema tayo sa metodo, no? Ano bang meron na ba tayo o metodo na magagamit? So dahil doon, kailangan talaga natin tumanaw sa labas. Okay. So sapat na yun. Yung apat na binanggit yung metodo na yun, doon yung ginamit ni Father Mercado. Sinasabi niya, hindi naman exclusive na maaari natin gamitin mga metodo o pamamaraan. Okay? So, maaari din tayo humanap ng mga sarili nating pamamaraan. Ang mahalaga dito yung pagpapatuloy ng philosophical problem. Ano? Diyan lamang uunlad ang filosofiya. Meron tayong pinagsasaduhang philosophical problem. Okay? Kung papansin natin, halimbawa yung mga Pranses, meron silang mga problema na pinagdedebatihan nila. Nagsusulat sila tungkol doon. Binabasa nila yung sinulat ng kapwa nila Filipino philosopher tungkol doon. At nagdedebate sila tungkol doon. Okay? So, going back to your question, yung bang meta-linguistic analysis sapat na yun para matugunan yung problematikong yun? Malamang hindi. Buo na ba tayo na ang sarili nating pamamaraan para sabihin natin hindi na tayo kailangan manghiram sa mga kanluranin, no? Kapwa tayo Filipino philosophers na nag-propose ng sarili nilang mga method. Halimbawa si Romualdo Abulad. So, kailangan na natin ito rin gamitin, i-analyze ang mga ito. Titingnan natin hindi masama ang kalagayan ng filosofiyang Pilipino. Okay? Kasi kung halimbawa, sasabihin natin, yung mga Western may sarili na silang mga pamamaraan. Mahabang panahon na silang namimilosofiya eh. Kung papansinin natin yung kasaysayan ng filosofiya sa ating bansa, bata pa ito. Kung ikukumpara mo halimbawa sa Greek philosophy o sa German philosophy, Italian philosophy, and Chinese philosophy, hindi ko dapat ikumpara yon. Kasi historical context ang pinanggagalingan. Tayo nagsisimula, bata pa yung ating kultura ng pamimilosofiya. Okay? Huwag tayong masyadong mag-isip na kawawa naman yung Filipino philosophy, wala pa tayong sariling method. So kailangan magsimula dyan eh. Kailangan magsimula doon sa mula ni Father Mercado. Kumbaga sa isang poso na mano-mano, kailangan katihin ito eh. Kailangan may magsimula. Hindi ibig sabihin na yun. Okay. Hanggang sa makabuo tayo ng sarili natin mula sa pagsusulat natin, mula sa pagbabasa dito.
Okay, maraming salamat, Dr. Eman. Okay, so this one is from Christian, okay, mula sa Sumascano Seminary. Paano po natin masasabi na ang pilosopiyang Filipino ay ang pag-iisip ng taong bayan kung ang ating mismong pag-iisip ay hindi purong at hango lamang sa iba't ibang pag-iisip gaya sa mga ibang bansa, dahil kung ang pag-iisip ng taong bayan ay hindi Pilipino, maituturing ba itong pilosopiyang Filipino?
Okay. Hello? Okay na ba, Doc Rod? Medyo naglalagay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Matatawag ba raw na pilosopiyang Pilipino kung ang mga konsepto ng being, halimbawa yung mga konsepto sa politika, halimbawa ay mga algorithm. Sa palagay ko, hindi naman purista si Father Mercado. No? So, binanggit ko kanina sa discussion na deskriptibo yung kanyang pamaraan. So, hindi naman siya naghahanap ng original sa atin. Kung ano narito, kung ano yung dinidescribe niya yung kamalayang Filipino. Kamalayang Filipino. Kung ito man ay may halong Chino, kung ito man ay may halong Espanyol, kung ito man ay may halong Hapon, o kung ano mang impluwensya ng ibang kultura, yun ang Pilipino. Yun ang Pilipino. So, ano ba yung matatawag nating Pilipino? Kung kay Father Mercado, ito yung nananalaytay sa diwa ng taong bayan. Pero pwede natin sigurong sabihin na ang pilosopiyang Pilipino ay resulta noong pamimilosopiya ng mga Filipino. So, namimilosopiya ba ang mga Filipino? Yes. So, may naging resulta ba ito? Meron ba itong mga nabuong mga teorya, mga nabuong kaisipan? Yes. Ibang usapin kung anong nivel na nito? Anong estado na nito bagay na ito? Okay. So, hindi tayo dapat mahiya o matakot na o magdalawang isip na humiram sa iba. Ang sinasabi namin dito ni Father Mercado, huwag nating kalilimutan, meron din karunungan sa taong bayan. Hindi lamang mga akademiko, hindi lamang mga palaisip ang nakapamimilosopiya o na nakapag-aambag sa karunungan. Sa halip, kailangan din natin tumingin, sa kaalamang bayan. Kanina naghahanap tayo ng lohika ng mga Pilipino. Ay baka hindi yung lohika sa pamantayan na sa reason, sa pangatwiran. Okay. Kasi sa ngayon kay Father Mercado, ang pangatwiran ng taong bayan ay konkreto, hindi abstract. Okay. So, may iba't ibang lohika. Okay. Doon lamang binibigyan niya ng boses yung mga hindi nabibigyan ng boses. Okay. Na malimit pinapatawan lamang ng karunungan. At hindi nag-isip.
Okay, so maraming salamat. Merong question in the chat box. This one is from Harvey Parinas. Sa pagtanaw sa filosofiya ni Father Mercado, itatanong ko lang kung paano masasabing Filipino ang pamimilosopiya na di ginagamit ang wikang Filipino. At kung hahango ang mga ideya ng Western thought, pwede ba itong maging Filipino philosophy?
Alright. Doc Rod, tungkol ito sa sa paggamit ng wika sa filosofiya, no? Okay. Kay Father Mercado, masyadong issue yung wika, no? Kung yung ating ba mga questions ay filosofiko at yung ba mga problematiko natin sa mga Filipino. Pinag-uusapan ba natin yung mundong Filipino? At ito ba ay sa level ng ng pilosopiko? Okay. Magiging issue lamang kasi yung wika kung para kanino ka nagsusulat, ano? Kung para kanino, kung ano bang audience ang nais mong kausapin. Okay. So siguro kung papansin na natin, halimbawa kung nagbabasa niya, mas maraming nagbabasa na nasa wikang Filipino. Kaya siguro maaari natin simulan na magsulat para sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino. Ano? Okay? Hindi natin dapat baliwalain yung mga pag-aaral na nakahadlang, nagiging barrier yung wika sa pagkatuto, lalo na sa filosofiya. Okay. So, kailangan natin pansinin yun. Pero hindi naman ito masyadong hindi ito masyadong problematiko. Okay. Kasi depende ito sa iyong mababasa. Sa personal kong pagmilosopiya o pagsusulat, mas ginagamit ko yung Filipino. Kasi ang pinupuntirya kong mamasa, dahil nagsusulat ako sa filosofiyang Pilipino, ang pinupuntirya kong patutunguhan nito ay mga kapwa ko Filipino. Saka kausapin yung mga foreigner na maaaring gusto rin alamin ito, bagay na ito. Pero ito, yung ating bang diskurso ay filosofiko. At yung bang ating mga pinapaksa ay may kinalaman sa mundong Pilipino. Itong mga bagay na ito na dapat natin iisipin natin anong wika ang gagamitin.
Okay, so maraming salamat, Doc Eman. So ito muna ang question natin, naka-address si Doc JJ. Nandito pa si Doc JJ. So ito medyo interesting to ng konti. Ano? So, Doc, from Harvey Parinas, pwede po ba tayong magsulat ng symbolic logic na ayon sa ating Pilipino pananalita? Ito sa akin ay isang hamon at sa tingin ko ay makakatulong sa pagtuturo ng philosophy for children.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, marami nang nagsulat ng logic in Filipino. Kung pwede ko lang i-share yung screen ko. So, kunyari, meron akong nasulat na tungkol sa logic na ginagamit yung wikang Filipino. So, makikita mo to, it uses yung natural language semantics na pinauso nila Barbara Party, Richard Montague no 1970s. So, yung idea nito, gagamitin yung lingwahe natin, o yung wika natin, tapos, magkakaroon ka ng parang analysis. So, kunyari, yung analysis ng conjunction, ng at, yung maliban, yung meron kang exceptions or sanhi or yung mga dahilan, and so on. So, pwede mong gamitin talaga yung wika natin to analyze those things. So, kunyari, ang ano lang naman natin, we need more people to work on this one. Kasi nandiyan na yung nandiyan na yung structure, nandiyan na yung tools. Ang kailangan na lang talaga ay more people to work on those things. Thank you.
Sir JJ, sigundahan ko lang yung question. Since ito ay has something to do with parang translating symbolic logic in a Filipino language, based on your experience, anong naging difficulty mo so dun sa paggagawa ng study na you are now translating it using our Filipino language and then based on the English language? Ano yung pinagkaiba, yung difficulty and etc. Mga challenges?
Hindi, kasi hiwalayin natin yung aspeto ng lohika bilang isang formal na analysis ng lingwahe, tsaka yung lohika in terms of paano mag-isip yung mga tao. So, yun yung dalawang aspeto na hatiin mo. So, kunyari, gusto mo lang i-capture yung idea ng if then, kung ganito, then ganyan, yung ganyang klase pag-iisip, pwede mong gamitin yung mga tools na meron ng available. So, yung mga ginawa nila Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, and so on, pwede mong gamitin yon, tapos try mo lang i-analyze using that tool. Ngayon, pwede mo rin i-extend Ngayon, yung idea na, teka lang, hindi naman uniquely Filipino yung ganong klaseng pag-iisip kasi abstraction siya. Ngayon, pumapasok ko na doon sa tinatawag na cultural or cross-cultural philosophies. Yun yung tanong na whether may unique na pag-iisip yung mga Pinoy. Pag nag-iisip pa tayo about conditionals, for example, iniisip pa natin, di ba, pag nag-ano ka ng conditional, kung di sana ganito yung nangyari, dapat nasa whatever ako, di ba? Kundi sana nagkaroon ng pandemya. So parang, ang sinasabi nga ng iba, yung mga kinakausap ko, parang counterfactual tayo mag-isip about conditionals. Laging false yung antecedent. Now, that's a surprising result. Kung mapapakita, naging talaga yung nangyayari pag-iisip ng Pinoy about conditionals, counterfactual lagi. Ngayon, may mga tools na pwedeng gamitin ulit para tingnan kung yung counterfactual conditional mo, paano naging totoo siya or paano naging hindi totoo, and so on. Ngayon, lahat yan, nandiyan na sa literature. Pero, yun nga, kailangan lang natin i-apply, kailangan lang natin gamitin, tapos let's see from there kung meron tayong makuhang logic of Filipino logic.
Okay, maraming salamat, Doc JJ. Okay, so we now have the question from Joseph Landingin. So this is addressed to Dr. JJ. So they are not weird consequences. They are just unrelated events. I think this has something to do with the example that you have given kanina. And since the example is non sequitur, should not we just dismiss it as or not call it paradox?
I like the question kasi nga, yun yung pinag-iisipan. Let's go back to the paradoxes of material implication. Just to be precise, napuputol ba ako? Sorry. So just to be precise, the question is about the standard analysis of the conditional. So you have a conditional like, if P then Q. Given the standard analysis, if your antecedent is false and your consequent is true, or either your antecedent is false and your consequent is true, whatever the other component parts of the conditional may be, it will be true. Now that's paradoxical because, again, intuitively, you want your antecedent and consequent to be related. Tama ka parang non sequitur yung example na if 2 plus 2 equals 5, then the moon is made out of cheese. Walang connection. But the standard analysis, yung truth table analysis na nakikita mo sa textbooks, pinapakita na totoo yun. Yun yung problema. Yun yung paradox. Kaya nga si Ceniza and the rest of the logicians are thinking about what's the best analysis, what's the best way of coming up with a theory of conditional such that we retain the relationship between the condition, the antecedent part, and the consequent of that condition. So that's the project, and hopefully you see some other literature, like yung binanggit ko nga about C.I. Lewis, the strict implication program, Lewis Thoughtmaker semantics, modal logic in general, and so on. But the exciting part right now is like I'm doing something on hindi lang yung conditionals but the topics that the conditionals are talking about. So tama. So right now there's a group of philosophers from France. I'm doing it here. Someone from Australia, US. We're all doing this kind of topic preservation semantics. So yung iniisip namin, okay, so here's your conditional. So gusto mo yung topic from the antecedent to your consequent, nagre-relate Pero you need the kind of apparatus, a formal apparatus, like a topic that the conditional should be about. So kunyari, hindi ka pwedeng if 2 plus 2 equals 5 equals, then the moon is made out of cheese. Bakit? Kasi they're off topic. Magkaiba yung topics na pinag-uusapan nila. Pero that's another kind of logic. That's a different way of thinking about the relationship between antecedent and consequent. So that's a project right now, and hopefully you could join us. Kasi wala pa. Nagsisimula pa lang literature. It's just 5 years old. Okay, marami pang pwestuhan dito. If you're interested, there's I'm coming out with a work on that on the topic literature, and hopefully it gets published next year. So I'll just share it with you. Thanks.
Okay, so we have tig-isang tanong ano sa ating mga speakers. So this one is to Sir JJ. Sir, I do understand, ano, particularly I'm really amazed with the symbolic logic and the analysis of Claro Ceniza to the paradoxes of material implication. But medyo na ano lang ako na parang he was not able to dialogue it with the Western thinkers or other thinkers because of the problem of the cultural milieu. But as a scholar of Ceniza, I think based on your analysis, what are the gaps of modern symbolic logic, and how are we going to situate, for example, the contribution of Claro Ceniza with these gaps?
Yeah, so that's interesting. If I go to some biographical things about Professor or Papa Claro, I'm calling him Papa Claro. Uh, he studied in Syracuse, okay, sa New York. So nag-aral siya. Alam niya yung literature niya. Unfortunately, when he was there, that's about 70s, nag-move na yung literature. Ang bilis eh. Lalo na sa ganitong klaseng technical philosophy, like logic, formal stuff talaga, ang bilis ng transition. Pag naiwanan ka ng literature mo, kunyari ngayon, we're talking about the paradoxes of material implication, and that was 100 years ago. Yung literature na yan, 100 years old na yan. So parang, ano na yung gagawin natin? So, yun yung gap. We're really not attuned with what's going on in the literature. That's quite unfortunate because we as ito nga yung medyo bias. It turns out that non-English speaking philosophers are better in doing formal technical philosophy. Why? Because we're not concerned about language. We're not concerned about the nuances of culture or whatnot. Kasi nga, nag-ano lang tayo ng mga abstractions eh. So mas magaling daw tayo mag-ano kung hindi tayo masyadong sensitive dun sa cultural whatever. So that's the advantage. Going back dun sa gaps na nakikita ko nga, yeah, no, we lack the training. We're trying to build that up right now. Itong mga ganitong forums at yung ating pagtuturo sa sa eskwelahan natin. We're trying to up the ante. Kasi nga, ano na tayo eh. We're young as a philosophy doing culture. So bata pa tayo. It's just what, about 50 years? 60 years na nagsisimula pa lang talaga. Pero if we build up the apparatus, if we build up the skills, the philosophical skills that are needed, right, to really give an impact, make an impact dun sa mag-contribute talaga sa field, the time is now. Okay? We have the internet, we have the field papers, you can really get into yung ganyang klaseng pag-isip na. So the future is bright. Right? We need to minimize the gap in terms of yung training. So number one, training. We need to professionalize ourselves. Hindi lang yung ito yung nangyayari sa pinaparot lang natin. Hindi, kailangan nating magbigay ng talagang yung contribution natin dun sa field. And I think one of the best avenues of doing this is really getting into this technical side of philosophy because here's the border. Thanks.
Okay, Sir JJ, siguro kasi last question na yun sa'yo, I would like muna invite them tomorrow sa ating event sa PAP, and then mamaya ibibigay ko yung floor natin yung question kay Dr. Eman.
Oh, sige, ikaw na. Yeah, so tomorrow, sabi nga ni Rod, the Philosophical Association of the Philippines will have its General Assembly. So if you're available, we'll post it online sa Facebook Live na lang, sa webpage, sa Facebook page ng PAP and some YouTube. So if you want to see, it's not really something like this, kasi wala namang forum. It's more of, yung talk is about how to professionalize yung philosophy, what to think about, how to really get into the professional academic philosophy. So hopefully, yun yung makatulong sa inyo. Tapos we will have also on our elections. So for those who are members with good standing sa PAP, please do join that because, yeah, that would be interesting. We will elect our new set of officers Ang target natin by 2023, which is the 50th anniversary of the PAP, we'll be back sa World Congress of Philosophy. That's our target. So Melbourne University, I think it's in somewhere in Melbourne. Hopefully wala ng pandemic. And our task is to have a good front, a good session. Because we had our first session in 2018. We'll repeat that sa 2023. So yung Filipino philosophy will be in the world stage again, hopefully. So please do join that. See you guys. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir JJ. So now, this is the last question that is addressed to Dr. Eman from Gerald de los Santos of Panday Bay Institute of Antique. Father Mercado introduced the third approach in philosophy that is cultural. Is this approach accepted internationally? Like existentialism, phenomenology, and the continuation.
Etc.
Okay, sige sir.
Rod, yung bang question na naglalag sa akin, no? Yung bang method ni Father Mercado ay accepted internationally? Is that
Yes sir, yes sir.
validation kung accepted internationally yung categorical answer doon, diretsahang question, sagot doon, yung anthropological approach, hindi lang naman si Father Mercado ang gumagawa niya. Kahit yung mga African philosophers, ganyan din ang kanilang ginagamit ng pamamaraan. At hindi naman siguro concern ni Father Mercado kung tatanggapin ito ng international audience. So wag na nating itanong yung ganung bagay kasi hindi pa nga ito pinagtatalunan pa nga ito dito sa ating bansa, ipagbebenta na natin sa ibang bansa. So wag na natin masyadong concern kung ito ba ay ikilalanin din pa sa ibang bansa. Mahalaga, mag-usap-usap tayo. Ang ganda nung nakikita ko mga questions sa chat box ng YouTube. No? Meron tayong mga komentaryo, meron tayong mga puna kay Father Mercado. Maganda yun. Okay. So panahon na ito para simulan nating batayan pioneers na ito. Sina Ceniza, sina Mercado, and so on and so forth. Panahon na natin para basahin ito. Magbigay tayo yung mga komentaryo natin dapat fuel din o pagbabasa sa kanila. Then meron mga tanong doon sa chat box tungkol bakit walang mga textbook na nakasulat sa wika sa ating bansa. So wika sa ating bansa. So tayo na yung sumagot siguro nun. Okay? Tayo na sumagot nun. Bakit hindi tayo gumagawa nun? Nakikita natin yung kahalagahan ng mga bagay na yun. Gawin natin. Okay. Meron tayong nakikita mga kakulangan sa Filipino philosophy. Kailangan tayong kailangan tayong mag-participate sa discourses sa Filipino philosophy. Hindi tayo komento lamang sa mga conferences o kaya sa mga forum na katulad nito. Kung sa tingin natin, meron tayong kakayahan magsulat sa Filipino, sa translation and so on, merong mag-focus doon. Okay? Kailangan merong mag-focus doon. Kailangan merong kritiko. Kailangan mag-phenomenologo. Kailangan ng pagpapayaman ng filosofiyang Pilipino. At simulan natin, katulad ng binabanggit ko kanina, na basahin itong mga i-discuss sa araw na ito. Napakahalaga nitong ginawa ng PNPRS at saka ng PNU South Luzon para sa ikaunlad ng filosofiya, ng tradisyon sa ating bansa.
Alright, so maraming salamat Doc Eman. Siguro kung sino pa yung mga gusto makabasa tungkol sa intellectual na pamana ng mga pilosopong ito ay merong aklat si Doc Eman na maaari nyo mabili sa Komisyon ng Wika ng Pilipino. So now Now ngayon ay medyo interesting. It's already kaya lang it's already 12 o'clock. So we're going to end our second panel session, and I'm going to give now the floor to our Master of Ceremonies for some reminders. Okay, maraming salamat Doc JJ and also Doc Emma.
All right. Thank you for the moderator and for the two speakers for the second panel. So we're done with the first two panels this morning session. By then, we are all pregnant with ideas. Right now, I do hope you are still sober and rational. As Nietzsche puts it, one must still have the chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star. Well, friends, just a few reminders. Please accomplish the evaluation form at the end of the program before you receive your electronic certificate through your email. So you have to write well or type well your name and your email addresses. We love to hear more of your questions, but it will be answered personally by the speakers in the comment section below. We hope to see you this afternoon. We'll resume our online streaming after an hour. Enjoy your delectable lunch. See you.
Lukad is the official open access journal of Philippine Normal University South Luzon, Philippines. It is a peer-reviewed, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary journal. The journal seeks to publish research articles, monographs, and book reviews across the different topics, with special emphasis but not limited to the following: technology and livelihood education, culture and heritage education, critical pedagogy and literacy, and local history. On our Lukad journey, we were able to produce 3 webinars and a 3-day virtual conference on September 24 to 26, 2020. Lukad is a Tagalog term for removing coconut meat through special utensils. The process involves simple to complex methodologies, so coconut meat comes out whole. For more information, you may contact us through the following.
Kaway-aralan sa bagong kadawyan, the PNU Flexible Learning Program. Kaway-aralan sa bagong kadawyan is PNU's flexible learning program that serves as the university's response to the current challenges posed by the pandemic in the delivery of academic programs. The shift to flexible learning will be piloted in Term 1 of academic year 2020-2021. PNU's shift to flexible learning is anchored in the following dimensions. First, the curriculum should teach only the most essential. Second, teaching and learning materials should be accessible to all students in every occasion or manner. Lastly, changes in assessment will be made. Considering all these dimensions, work on the shift to flexible learning focused on 3 areas: redesigning pedagogical and assessment directions, recalibrating course tracking, and clustering the instructional preparations such as one-course toolkit for Gen Ed. Moreover, the new experiential learning program or practicum will be redesigned as a response to the new pedagogical directions. Throughout the process of migration, PNU faculty and students will receive technological support from the university. This support will cover 1. Improved teaching and learning experience through the use of PNU LMS or ePNU. 2. Setting parameters using other platforms, such as social media, for teaching and learning. And 3. Support to references, such as open access to ebooks and PNU Digital Library. In the process of the shift or migration, it is expected that a refined teacher education framework will emerge. A series of conversations to discuss matters relating to the delivery and review of flexible learning will be held among faculty and academic officials. Combining the result of conversations and the implementation of the flexible learning program, a redefined teacher education is expected to emerge. This framework is outcome-based or holistic, standards-based, and experiential. So, what will be the flexible learning modalities? In the Bagong Kadawian, learning modalities are classified into 3. First is full remote, where students will be provided with printed toolkits that are designed for independent learning. Second is the online synchronous and asynchronous. Delivery in this modality consists of scheduled online synchronous and asynchronous activities. Lastly, a hybrid of online synchronous or asynchronous and offline. This modality combines offline activities, such as indicated in the toolkit, as a support for any online work. In ensuring quality in the delivery of the program, constant monitoring and evaluation will be done by the Research, Planning, and Quality Assurance domain through the Educational Policy Development and Research Center, or EPRDC. The first phase of the MNE will focus on all the processes conducted by the academic domain during the transition term. This will be done in June to August 2020. In the second phase, course instruction and the assessment of classes will be monitored. This will commence from August to November 2020. The third and last phase will be the analysis and data preparation of all reports from previous phases. There will be workshops to finalize the technical and research reports for the Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian program. These reports will be the basis for the improvement and refinement of the flexible learning program come term 2 and 3 of academic year 2020-2021. The results of the MNE will also be an input to the refined teacher education framework that is expected to emerge in the implementation of this program. As we move towards the Bagong Kadawian, let us remember our commitment to the university's mission in nurturing innovative teachers and education leaders. Bayanihan sa Bagong Kadawian.
Bagaman tayo ay may kinakaharap na pandemya, isa lamang ang prinsipyo. Hindi dapat itigil ang pagkakatuto ng mga kabataan.
Sabi nga ni Professor Reynald Mercado, ang Director of Finance and Administration, nararapat bigyan ng mas malinaw na pagpapaliwanag ang paghihila ng niyog mula sa tradisyonal na kontrol ng guro patungo sa malayang pagpapalitang guro.
I am certain that if we continue to work with each other, learn from each other while helping one another, we will come up with the best actions and interventions to address our education issues during this time.
Itong paghihila ay maraming daan lahat patutungo doon sa luparan. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang saknungan, sama-sama, hati-hati.
Saknungan sa bagong kadauyan.
Bawi ng uhaw ay may darating na araw. Kay tamis ng ating samahan sa lungkot at kaligayahan. Tunay na kaibigan, kasamang maatlahan. Salamat at tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, tunay kong kaibigan. Kay tamis ng ating samahan sa lungkot at kaligayahan. Tunay na kaibigan, kasamang maatahan. Salamat, at tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, tunay kong kaibigan. Salamat, tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, kaibigan, walang kapanglaman. Salamat sa'yo, kaibigan ko. Salamat sa'yo. Salamat sa'yo.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect the delivery of academic services of educational institutions, PNU South Luzon campus successfully made a collaboration with Commission and Higher Education Region Office 4 to conduct a training workshop on flexible learning for higher education institutions in Quezon Province.
Saknungan sa bagong kadauyan.
Training workshop on flexible learning for higher education institutions in Quezon Province.
A coordinative meeting organized by CHED Regional Office 4 led to the creation of CHED Special Committee to work out possible areas of cooperation, arrangement among the higher education institutions in Quezon Province to transition to new normal. One important mechanism to counter the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is to prepare the teachers to flexible learning through a training workshop that uses blended modalities based on technology affordances.
Philippine Normal University South Luzon as a campus of PNU.
The National Center for Teacher Education is envisioned to be the technology and livelihood education hub in South Luzon. Its goal is to develop technologically skilled, pedagogically competent, and content-based teachers and specialists that are responsive to the changing context and needs of the society. PNUSL uses Lucad institutional pedagogy as a way to intertwine opera making and academic instruction, as peg in research, as guidepost in extension, and as partner in production, thus strengthening the PNU mission of nurturing innovative teachers and education leaders. Saknungan sa Bagong Kadauyan. Training focus is on flexible pedagogical practices, academic dialogue on trends and issues of flexible learning, course learning toolkit, and training course pack. Objectives of training modules. Opening module. Conduct synchronous plenary opening program. Module 1. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on the need for institutional migration. Hold workshop briefing. Module 2. Discuss workshop outputs. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on the module and its significance to flexible learning. Hold workshop briefing. Module 3. Discuss workshop outputs. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on assessment and monitoring of learning, challenges in online modality. Closing module. Conduct synchronous plenary closing program. The training strategies. The actual training days will be on October 15 to 17, where participants meet synchronously to ensure virtual presence and maximum participation. All messages are in the form of pre-recorded videos in order to counter the threat of power interruptions and connectivity problems. Speakers shall be virtually present in order to interact with the participants during the synchronous plenary sessions. There shall be FGD through Zoom breakout sessions by discipline. Workshops shall be done through offline asynchronous modality and check the next day.
Lucad is the official open access journal of Philippine Normal University South Luzon, Philippines. It is a peer-reviewed, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary journal. The journal seeks to publish research articles, monographs, and book reviews across the different topics, with special emphasis but not limited to the following: technology and livelihood education, culture and heritage education, critical pedagogy and literacy, and local history. On our Lucad journey, we were able to produce 3 webinars at the 3-day virtual conference on September 24 to 26, 2020. Lucad is a Tagalog term for removing coconut wood through special utensils. The process involves simple to complex methodologies, so coconut meat comes out whole. For more information, you may contact us through the following:
On Saknungan Training Course Pack, official statement from the PNUSL Executive Director. As I emphasized during my opening remarks, the main objective of this training workshop is to come up with a training course pack which is formed out of the pre-recorded messages and presentations and the recorded live discussions and interactions within the 3-day program using the virtual synchronous modality. Various videos are connected by the creative words of the masters of the ceremonies to form a complete and coherent package. This training course pack, consisting of 5 modules, shall be uploaded to a website wherein the participants who have represented their respective institutions during this training can have the better access to such modules in the Saknungan website using the link www.tinyurl.com/ched PNUSL Saknungan. In this case, the exact contents of the training can be echoed asynchronously without any anxiety of power interruptions or intermittent internet signal. Both the present and the future participants are assured that content-wise, the Saknungan is the product of the pooled ideas, wisdom, experiences, technological savviness, lived experiences, and creative thoughts of the trusted personalities in the higher education. Module 0 contains the opening program, training ID, institutional videos, field reports, opening remarks, messages, and keynote speech. Module 1 consists of the field reports, briefing on the training workshop, the need for institutional migration, and interaction on the need for institutional migration via focus group discussion. Module 2 is composed of field reports, training ID, messages discussion on the module and its significance to flexible learning, brainstorming on toolkit preparation, distribution, and module making via breakout sessions. Module 3 is composed of the training ID, field reports, message, and interaction on assessment and monitoring of learning challenges of online modality. Module 4 contains the training video, presentation of insights on lived experiences, messages, Saknungan closing video, online evaluation, and closing remarks. Hence, there is no need for every participant to request for a copy of any presentation or message herein, since the proceedings of the training are accessible in such official website anytime and anywhere. This significant output is designed to contribute to a long-term, hassle-free, and bankable solution to the challenges posed by flexible learning delivery. In conclusion, I have to say, ang kontrabidang COVID, walang panamak sa tiyan. Thank you.
Bagaman tayo ay may kinakaharap ng pandemya, isa lamang ang prinsipyo, hindi dapat itigil ang pagkakatuto ng mga kabataan.
Sabi nga ni Professor Reynald Mercado, ang Director for Finance and Administration, nararapat bigyan ng mas malinaw na pagpapaliwanag ang pagdiligan ng iyong mula sa tradisyonal na kontrol ng guro patungo sa malayang pagpapalitang guro.
I am certain that if we continue to work with each other, learn from each other while helping one another, we will come up with the best actions and interventions to address our education issues during this time.
Itong paghihila ay maraming daan, lahat patutungo doon sa luparan. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Saknungan, sama-sama hati-hati.
Saknungan sa bagong kadauyan.
Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian, the PNU Flexible Learning Program. Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian is PNU's flexible learning program that serves as the university's response to the current challenges posed by the pandemic in the delivery of academic programs. The shift to flexible learning will be piloted in Term 1 of academic year 2020-2021. PNU's shift to flexible learning is anchored in the following dimensions. First, the curriculum should teach only the most essential. Second, teaching and learning materials should be accessible to all students in every occasion or manner. Lastly, changes in assessment will be made. Considering all these dimensions, work on the shift to flexible learning focused on 3 areas: redesigning pedagogical and assessment directions, recalibrating course tracking, and clustering the instructional preparations such as one course toolkit for Gen Ed. Moreover, the new experiential learning program or practicum will be redesigned as a response to the new pedagogical directions. Throughout the process of migration, PNU faculty and students will receive technological support from the university. This support will cover 1. Improved teaching and learning experience through the use of PNU LMS or ePNU. 2. Setting parameters using other platforms, such as social media, for teaching and learning. And 3. Support to references, such as open access to ebooks and PNU Digital Library. In the process of the shift or migration, it is expected that a refined teacher education framework will emerge. A series of conversations to discuss matters relating to the delivery and review of flexible learning will be held among faculty and academic officials. Combining the results of conversations and the implementation of the flexible learning program, a redefined teacher education is expected to emerge. This framework is outcome-based or holistic, standards-based, and experiential. So, what will be the flexible learning modalities? In the Bagong Kadawian, learning modalities are classified into 3. First is full remote, where students will be provided with printed toolkits that are designed for independent learning. Second is the online synchronous and asynchronous. Delivery in this modality consists of scheduled online synchronous and asynchronous activities. Lastly, a hybrid of online synchronous or asynchronous and offline. This modality combines offline activities, such as indicated in the toolkit, as a support for any online work. In ensuring quality in the delivery of the program, constant monitoring and evaluation will be done by the Research, Planning, and Quality Assurance domain through the Educational Policy Development and Research Center, or EPRDC. The first phase of the MNE will focus on all the processes conducted by the academic domain during the transition term. This will be done in June to August 2020. In the second phase, course instruction and the assessment of classes will be monitored. This will commence from August to November 2020. The third and last phase will be the analysis and data preparation of all reports from previous phases. There will be workshops to finalize the technical and research reports for the Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian program. These reports will be the basis for the improvement and refinement of the flexible learning program come term 2 and 3 of academic year 2020-2021. The results of the M&A will also be an input to the refined teacher education framework that is expected to emerge in the implementation of this program. As we move towards the Bagong Kadawian, let us remember our commitment to the university's mission in nurturing innovative teachers and education leaders. Bayanihan sa Bagong Kadawian.
sa kaunting kasiyahan. Tayo'y magkasama. Salamat at sa pagbawi ng uhaw ay may darating na araw. Kahit tamis ng ating samahan sa lungkot at kaligayahan. Tunay na kaibigan, kasamang maatlahan. Salamat at tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, tunay kong kaibigan. Kahit tamis ng ating samahan sa lungkot at kaligayahan. Tunay na kaibigan, kasamang maasahan. Salamat, tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, tunay kong kaibigan. Salamat, tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat, kaibigan, walang kapatid. Salamat sa'yo, kaibigan ko. Salamat sa'yo. Salamat sa'yo.
Bagaman tayo ay may kinakaharap na pandemya, iisa lamang ang prinsipyo. Hindi dapat itigil ang pagkakatuto ng mga kabataan.
Sabi nga ni Professor Romualdo Mercado, ang Director for Finance and Administration, nararapat bigyan ng mas malinaw na pagpapaliwanag ang pagpipila ng iyo mula sa tradisyonal na kontrol ng guro patungo sa malayang pagpapalitang guro.
I am certain that if we continue to work with each other, learn from each other while helping one another, we will come up with the best actions and interventions to address our education issues during this time.
Itong paghihila ay maraming daan, lahat patutungo doon sa tukaran. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang saknungan, sama-sama, hati-hati.
Saknungan sa bagong kadauyan.
Tukad is the official open access journal of Philippine Normal University, South Luzon, Philippines. It is a peer-reviewed, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary journal. The journal seeks to publish research articles, monographs, and book reviews across the different topics, with special emphasis but not limited to the following: technology and livelihood education, culture and heritage education, practical pedagogy on literacy and local history. On our Lukad journey, we were able to produce 3 webinars at the 3-day virtual conference on September 24 to 26, 2020. Lukad is a Tagalog term for removing coconut meat through special utensils. The process involves simple to complex methodologies, so coconut meat comes out whole. For more information, you may contact us through the following.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect the delivery of academic services of educational institutions, PNU South Luzon campus successfully made a collaboration with Commission on Higher Education Region Office 4 to conduct a training workshop on flexible learning for higher education institutions in Quezon Province.
Saknungan sa Bagong Kadawian, training workshop on flexible learning for higher education institutions in Quezon Province.
A coordinative meeting organized by CHED Regional Office 4 led to the creation of CHED Special Committee to work out possible areas of cooperation, arrangement among the higher education institutions in Quezon Province to transition to new normal. One important mechanism to counter the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is to prepare the teachers to flexible learning through a training workshop that uses blended modalities based on technology affordances.
Philippine Normal University South Luzon as a campus of PNU.
The National Center for Teacher Education is envisioned to be the technology and livelihood education hub in South Luzon. Its goal is to develop technologically skilled, pedagogically competent, and content-based teachers and specialists that are responsive to the changing context and needs of the society. PNUSL uses Lukad institutional pedagogy as a way to intertwine opera making and academic instruction, as peg in research, as guidepost in extension, and as partner in production, thus strengthening the PNU mission of nurturing innovative teachers and education leaders. Saknungan sa Bagong Kadawian. Training focus is on flexible pedagogical practices, academic dialogue on strengths and issues of flexible learning, course learning toolkit, and training course pack. Objectives of training modules. Opening module. Conduct synchronous plenary opening program. Module 1. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on the need for institutional migration. Hold workshop briefing. Module 2. Discuss workshop outputs. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on the module and its significance to flexible learning. Hold workshop briefing. Module 3. Discuss workshop outputs. Play messages through pre-recorded videos. Discuss and interact on assessment and monitoring of learning, challenges in online modality. Closing module. Conduct synchronous plenary closing program. The training strategies. The actual training days will be on October 15 to 17, where participants meet synchronously to ensure virtual presence and maximum participation. All messages are in the form of pre-recorded videos. in order to counter the threat of power interruptions and connectivity problems. Speakers shall be virtually present in order to interact with the participants during the synchronous plenary sessions. There shall be FGD through Zoom breakout sessions by discipline. Workshops shall be done through offline asynchronous modality and check the next day.
On Saknungan Training Course Pack, official statement from the PNUSL Executive Director. As I emphasized during my opening remarks, the main objective of this training workshop is to come up with a training course pack which is formed out of the pre-recorded messages and presentations and the recorded live discussions and interactions within the 3-day program using the virtual synchronous modality. Various videos are connected by the creative words of the masters of the ceremonies to form a complete and coherent package. This training course pack, consisting of 5 modules, shall be uploaded to a website wherein the participants who have represented their respective institutions during this training can have the better access to such modules in the Saknungan website using the link www.tinyurl.com/ched/PNUSL Saknungan. In this case, the exact contents of the training can be echoed asynchronously without any anxiety of power interruptions or intermittent internet signal. Both the present and the future participants are assured that content-wise, the Saknungan is the product of the two ideas, wisdom, experiences, technological savviness, lived experiences, and creative thoughts of the trusted personalities in the higher education. Module 0 contains the opening program, training ID, institutional videos, field reports, opening remarks, messages, and keynote speech. Module 1 consists of the field reports, briefing on the training workshop, the need for institutional migration, and interaction on the need for institutional migration via focus group discussion. Module 2 is composed of field reports, training ID, messages discussion on the module and its significance to flexible learning, brainstorming on toolkit preparation, distribution, and module making via breakout sessions. Module 3 is composed of the training ID, field reports, message, and interaction on assessment and monitoring of learning, challenges of online modality. Module 4 contains the training video, presentation of insights on lived experiences, messages, Saknungan closing video, online evaluation, and closing remarks. Hence, there is no need for every participant to request for a copy of any presentation or message herein, since the proceedings of the training are accessible in such official website anytime and anywhere. This significant output is designed to contribute to a long-term, hassle-free, and bankable solution to the challenges posed by flexible learning delivery. In conclusion, I have to say, ang kontrabidang COVID, walang panamak sa tiyan. Thank you.
Bagaman tayo ay may kinakaharap ng pandemya, isa lamang ang prinsipyo, hindi dapat itigil ang pagkakatuto ng mga kabataan.
Sabi nga ni Professor Reynald M. Cacho, ang Director for Finance and Administration, nararapat bigyan ng mas malinaw na pagpapaliwanag ang pagdilila ng iyong mula sa tradisyonal na kontrol ng guro patungo sa malayang pagpapalitang guro.
I am certain that if we continue to work with each other, learn from each other while helping one another, we will come up with the best actions and interventions to address our education issues during this time.
Itong paghihila ay maraming daan, lahat patutungo doon sa luparan. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang saknungan, sama-sama hakihan.
Saknungan sa bagong Kadauyan.
Lukad is the official open access journal of Philippine Normal University, South Luzon, Philippines. It is a peer-reviewed, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary journal. The journal seeks to publish research articles, monographs, and book reviews across the different topics, with special emphasis but not limited to the following: technology and livelihood education, culture and heritage education, critical pedagogy and literacy, and local history. On our Lukad journey, we were able to produce 3 webinars at the Quito Virtual Conference on September 24 to 26, 2020. Lukad is a Tagalog term for removing coconut meat through special utensils. The process involves simple to complex methodologies, so coconut meat comes out whole. For more information, you may contact us through the following.
Salamat, may kating nakalaan sa kaunting kasiyahan. Salamat at sa pagbawi ng uhaw ay may darating na araw. Kahit Tunay na kaibigan, kasamang maasahan. Salamat! Tayo'y may pinagsamahan. Salamat! Tunay kong kaibigan. Salamat! Tayo'y may pinagsamahan.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon panel. How was your lunch? I hope you had a sumptuous lunch. My name is Gluvedi, and I am your master of ceremony and moderator this afternoon. So, some announcement before we begin. At the end of panel 4, a link will be provided to you for the evaluation of the program. So please tune in to your private room because the link will be sent there. Now, this link will only be available for 5 minutes, so please take note. I would also like to remind the participants to fill in your details carefully in the evaluation form because your details will be used in your certificates. Thank you. Now, welcome to panel 3. Here with us are three speakers who will discuss and present topics in relation to the philosophical thoughts of several of our Filipino philosophers. So let me introduce our speakers. First is Dr. Mark Joseph Calano. He is an associate professor and the graduate program coordinator of the Department of Philosophy at the Ateneo de Manila University, where he served as SOH coordinator of research and creative works for 3 years. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Philosophy, cum laude, MA Philosophy, cum laude, MA Religious Studies, magna cum laude, PhD in Applied Linguistics, magna cum laude from St. Louis University, and a graduate of PhD in Philosophy from Ateneo de Manila University. He also did a postdoctorate fellowship at the Scientia Forum in Tübingen, at the Dynamics of Religion in Southeast Asia in Berlin and Göttingen, Germany, and also at the Benedict XVI Center in Vienna, Austria. He served as the past president of the Philosophical Association of the Philippines Incorporated and was the international board member of the Korean Society for Religion and Literature. He is the professor for ancient and medieval philosophy in the Roman Catholic Archdiocesan Seminaries of Pampanga and Manila and at the Loyola School of Theology. He is also the research director for the executive MNSA program of the National Defense College. He is a chapter brother of the Order of the Most Holy Savior, the Brigittine monks in Oregon, USA. In his normal days, he is a flutist and an aikidoka with a Nidan rank, that is a second level black belt from Aikikai Hombo Dojo in Japan. His knowledge and practice of research is proven by about 70 plus international ISI and Scopus Index and local journal articles and 10 textbooks. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mark Joseph Calano. Our second speaker is Dr. Wilhelm P.J. Estrabel. Dr. Estrabel is an assistant professor and currently the chair of the Department of Philosophy of Ateneo de Manila University. He recently earned his PhD degree in May 2019 with a dissertation on Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. He has been teaching in Ateneo for 20 years now and has taught philosophy of the human person, philosophy of religion, ethics, and logic. The main inspirations that shape his teaching style are his teachers in philosophy, Father Roque J. Ferriols, S.J., and the late Ramon C. Reyes. He lives in Marikina City with his wife and 2 children. Everybody, that is Dr. Wilhelm P.J. Estrabel. Now, for our final speaker in panel 3, we have Dr. Flor de Lis Altes Albela. Dr. Altes Albela is an associate professor of the Department of Philosophy of the University of Santo Tomas, teaching in the Faculty of Arts and Letters and the ecclesiastical faculties. She is also a research fellow of the Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities. She is an associate editor of both Critique, an online journal of philosophy, and she received the Silver Award from the UST Office of the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation in 2016 and the Gawad Santo Tomas de Aquino in 2012. With a research interest geared toward phenomenology, her significant publications include Phenomenologizing Organic Thought, Florendo H. Hornedo's Philosophical Anthropology in Critique, year 2016. Next is The Body in Karol Wojtyła's Notion of Love in Siribayat, year 2013. Next, The Corporal Epiphanies of the Good in Emmanuel Levinas's Ethical Encounter in Critique, year 2011. And last, The Banal and Implied Forms of Evil in the Phenomenological Ethics of Emmanuel Levinas in Critique, year 2007. A wife of a historian and a mother of three, she is currently researching on what resonates her philosophical advocacy, which is the defense of marriage and family. She is also a former student of Dr. Abulad, one of the few who are privileged to have him as godfather. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Flor de Lis Altes Albela and all our speakers with a virtual round of applause. Now, without further ado, let me call our first speaker with the topic, Si Tomas para kay Tomas, Pagsasalin at Ambag sa Pilosopiya, Dr. Mark Joseph Calano.
Maraming
Sir?
salamat. Maraming salamat, Ma'am Glove, sa napakabait at ganda mong pagbungad sa amin. No? Sisimulan ko na ang aking panayam at ang aking panayam ay Si Tomas kay Tomas, Pagsasalin at Ambag sa Pamimilosopiya sa Filipino. Ang papel na ito ay nais kong ialay para kay Dr. Tomas Rosario. Isa siyang kasama namin sa kagawaran ng filosofiya sa Pamantasang Ateneo de Manila at kilala siya para sa kanyang kontribusyon sa pagsasalin sa mga obra ni Santo Tomas sa wikang Filipino. Ang balangkas ng aking panayam ay binubuo ng tatlong bahagi. Ang unang bahagi ay filosofiya bilang pagsasalin, ang gawain ng filosofiya bilang trabaho ng pagsasalin, pagsasalin bilang pagbigkas sa totoo o ng totoo, at ang pagbigkas sa totoo at si Santo Tomas. Sa pamamagitan ng balangkas na ito, aking susubukang palawigin ang ating pag-uunawa sa proyekto ni Tomas Rosario at gaya na rin ng kanyang pag-uunawa sa filosofiya at kung saan ito nakakagat. Simulan natin. Ang buong gawain ng filosofiya ay gawain ng pagsasalin, isang gawain ng pagpapasa, isang gawain ng pasa-pasa, kumbaga sinasalin. Ang panayam na ito ay testimonyan yan. May tila natural na proseso na kung saan maaring maaninag sa pagnanais ng ina na matuto ang kanyang anak. O kaya ng isang guro na may matutunan yung kanyang estudyante. Isang uri ng pagpapasa o kaya naman ay pagsasalin. Hindi ba't ang ating kasaysayan, pati na rin ang ating pag-unawa sa filosofiya, ay mulat sa patuloy na pagtatalaban ng kung ano yung naisasalin at kung ano yung hindi naisasalin. Gaya ng sabi ko, Ang buong kwento ng filosofiya ay kwento ng pagsasalin. Hindi ba't isinalin ni Platon si Socrates o kaya ni Aristoteles ang mga sinaunang Griego? Hindi ba isinalin rin ni San Agustin si Platon o kaya ni Santo Tomas si Aristoteles? Gayun din ang ginawa ng mga disipulo ni Laozi at Kongzi. Isang uri ng pagpapasa, isang uri ng pagsasalin. Kung kaya't ang pag-unawa natin ng filosofiya ay hindi maaaring objektibo lamang, sapagkat ang bawat kwento ng filosofiya o pagbasa sa filosofiya o kaya paglapit sa teksto ay batay sa isang pamayanang kinakaugatan. Ibig sabihin, ni kailan hindi natin binasa ang isang teksto na hiwalay sa isang pamayanang nagturo sa atin kung ano yung kailangang bigyang diin, bigyang halaga. Sa makatwid, ang filosofiya o gawain ng filosofiya ay isang gawain ng pagsasalin. May tradisyon sa bawat pamimilosopiya. Hindi basta-basta maaring ipagdikit ang isang pilosopong taga-Europa sa isang pilosopong taga-Amerika, halimbawa. At hindi ito may hiwalay sa pamayanan ng mga namimilosopiya. Kung kaya't bilang guro ng pamantasang Ateneo de Manila, no, at mag-aaral sa Universidad ng Santo Tomas, maaaring unawain ang proyekto ni Tomas Rosario bilang pagkagat sa tradisyon ng dalawang pamantasang ito. Hindi maaaring ihiwalay ang proyekto ni TR, yun ang tawag namin sa kanya, sa buong proyekto ng pagtuturo ng filosofiya sa wikang Filipino na pinasimulan ni Padre Roque Ferriols. At gayon din naman ang kanyang walang pagod na pagnanais na unawain sa wika natin ang filosofiya ni Santo Tomas. Yan rin ay nakakagat sa pamantasang Universidad ng Santo Tomas. Gayon din ang ginagawa ng filosofiya, isang pakikisangkot sa totoo habang nakakagat sa nibel ng konteksto ng tradisyon ng wika. Ibig sabihin, may pag-uunawa na ang filosofiya ay interesado sa totoo. Ngunit ang paglapit natin sa totoo ay hindi maaaring ihiwalay sa ating pinagmulan. Sa makatwid, sa pag-aaral ng filosofiya, hindi ito objektibo na parang obheto ng siyensya. Porket alam mo na, alam mo na. Hindi ganyan ang kilos ng filosofiya. Parating may kasamang sarili sa bawat pag-alam. Sa bawat pagkilala ng teksto, sinasama natin ang ating pinagmulan. Kung kaya't parating may paghuhusga, parating may pakikipagtalaban, parating may pagkamulat, parating may pagkagising. Hindi maaari na ang pagbasa mo sa teksto, halimbawa ni Aristoteles o kaya ni Santo Tomas, ay parating ganun na lamang. Laging may bago, sapagkat may nagbabago, at yan ay yaong nagbabasa ng teksto. Dito natin makikita kung bakit mahalaga ang pagkilos ng pagsasalin. Sapagkat ang pagsasalin ay isang uri ng pagbigkas sa totoo. No? Hindi may pagkakaila na kapag sinabi mo na ang ginawa mo lamang ay nagsalin, para bang titignan ka ng tao at sasabihin sa'yo, yun lang ang ginawa mo, para ka na ring walang ginawa. na parang ang kilos ng pagsasalin ay isang pag-uulit lamang, na parang ang kilos ng pagsasalin ay hindi maaaring maging orihinal. Ngunit may mga salita sa Filipino na hindi mo masasabi sa Latin. Gaya ng may mga salita sa Latin na hindi mo masasabi sa Filipino. Dito makikita mo o matatauhan ka na ang ginagawa ng pagsasalin ay isang uri ng pagdadagdag at isang uri ng pagbabawas. No? Ibig bang sabihin na walang totoo? Hindi. Hingi lang ako ng 30 minutes kasi nag-notify yung wifi ko na mamamatay na kung hindi ko isasaksak yung aking laptop at isasaksak ko na siya ngayon. Paumanhin. So, ibig sabihin, may mga salita tayo na meron sa Filipino na wala sa Latin. At meron ding mga salita sa Latin na wala sa Filipino. At anong ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin yan na bawat kilos ng pagsasalin ay nangangahulugang merong dinadagdag na pananaw yung nagsasalin sa sinasalin na teksto, ngunit sapagkat hindi eksakto yung salitang kanyang pinipili, ay meron ding siyang pagbabawas na kinakailangang gawin sa bawat tekstong kanyang sinasalin. Isang pagdadagdag, isang pagbabawas. Ngunit kung ano yung idinadagdag at kung ano yung ibinabawas ay desisyong ginagawa at pinipili ng taong nagsasalin. Ganyan ang ginawa ni TR sa kanyang desisyong isalin ang mga bahagi ng Summa Theologiae. Kinakailangan niyang piliin ang mga salita. Kinakailangan niyang pagdesisyonan. Ano nga ba ang pinakamalapit na salita upang bigkasin halimbawa ang actus humanus o kaya ang actus homini? Paano niya napagdesisyonan na ang isa ay tatawagin niyang kilos ng tao at yung pangalawa naman ay kilos tao, halimbawa? Isang desisyon. Ibig sabihin, yung taong nagsasalin ay laging nagdidesisyon kung ano ang pinakaakma. Sa pagdidesisyong ito, ibig bang sabihin na walang totoo? Hindi. Ang totoo ay nananatiling totoo kahit na ano pang mangyari. Maaaring makita ang katotohanan gamit ang anong wika. Ngunit kinakailangan nating tanggapin na habang ang totoo ay maaaring danasin gamit ang anong wika, may kaunting nagbabago sa pagdanas ng totoo dahil na rin sa abot tanaw ng wika. Kapag iniintindi natin ang isang bagay, yung totoo, sa abot tanaw ng ating wika, hinihigitan nito ang nivel ng konsepto at hinahayaan natin ang ating mga sariling tikman ito sa ating punto de vista. Para bang yang spaghetti, no? Maaari namang intindihin ang spaghetti sa punto de vista ng mga Italyano. Ngunit pwede ring lapitan ang pag-uunawa at pagdanas ng spaghetti sa pagkain ng Pilipinong spaghetti. Matamis-tamis, may hotdog, at may ketchup. Ibig sabihin, nagbabago ang pagdanas ng totoo kapag dinanas natin ito sa abot tanaw ng wika. Sa paggamit ng wikang Filipino, binubuksan natin ang ating kamalayan sa katotohanang kayang bigkasin ng ating wika. Sabay rin nating natutuklasan ang mga aspeto ng totoo na hindi nito kayang bigkasin. Ibig sabihin, ang totoo ay humihigit sa konsepto. Ang totoo nagkakamuka para sa atin. At gaya ng sabi ko, hindi konsepto ang pinag-uusapan natin rito. Hindi ideya lamang, hindi isang abstraksyo, kung hindi ay ang konkretong pagdanas ng talagang totoo, no? Isang pagmumulat sa talagang totoo, isang paggising sa tunay. Na alam ko na yung binibigkas ko ay hindi isang produkto ng pagmumuni lamang, kundi isang pakikipagtagpo, isang tunay na pagtikim sa talagang totoo. At malaki yung pagkakaiba nun. Hindi tayo nagsasalin upang patunayan na may kakayahan din ang ating wika na bigkasin ang nabigkas na. No? Napaka-postkolonyal ng proyektong yan. Napaka-reactionary. Bagkus, nagsasalin tayo upang makatagpo rin natin ang talagang totoo sa abot tanaw ng ating pagdanas sa mundo. Sa pamamagitan ng wika. Dito mauunawaan ang kilos ng pagsasalin bilang pag-angkin sa totoo, pagtanggap sa tunay na nadadanas, pagbigkas sa karanasan, isang paglapit sa pagdanas ng totoo, isang pagbigkas sa talagang totoo. At hindi ito ganun na lamang kadali. Dito, hindi mahalaga kung sino ang nagsabi. No? Sabi ni Padre Roque, sabi daw ni Santa Teresa de Avila, kung ang demonyo nagsabi ng totoo, maniniwala ako, hindi sapagkat demonyo yung nagsabi, kundi sapagkat totoo yung sinabi. Bagkus, ang tamang sa tanong ay, totoo ba? Tunay ba? Natatalaban ba ako? Nadadanas ko ba yung kanyang sinasabi? O isang ideya lamang yan? Isang konsepto lamang yan? Walang kagat sa totoo, di ba? Sapat na ba upang naising makipagtagpo sa totoo upang maging pilosopo, palaisip? Hindi rin, no? Kinakailangan ang isang uri ng pagtataya ng sarili, hindi lamang sa pilosopiya, kung hindi ay pati na rin sa mga taong sangkot rito. Hindi ka maaaring maging guro na tapat lamang sa pilosopiya. Kailangan na ramdam mo rin yung responsibilidad na gisingin ang mga mag-aaral sa kanilang talino at kamulatan sa posibilidad na danasin ang totoo. Tapat, hindi lamang sa pilosopiya, kung hindi sa pamayanan nakasama sa pamilosopiya. Ang ugnayan ko kay TR ay sapagkat mentor-mentee yung aming ugnayan. No? Naging mentor ko si TR at habang nagsisimula ako sa Ateneo, ay siya yung talagang nagturo sa akin sa pamamaraan ng paggawa. No? Hindi masyadong usap si TR sa kahit na sino. Meron siyang dedikasyon sa kanyang ginagawa. At kadalasan nakakulong lamang siya sa kanyang opisina, ngunit alam mo rin na paminsan yayayain ka niya para kumain sa labas at pag-usapan kung ano na yung nangyayari sa'yo. Isang, sa tingin ko, tapat na pagpapahayag ng pakikisangkot hindi lamang sa kanyang ginagawa, kundi sa iyo rin. Sa loob ng kanyang buhay pagsasalin, inilapit ni Tomas Rosario si Santo Tomas sa ating mga Filipino. Binigyan niya tayo ng bokabularyo upang makita rin ang mga natanaw at nadanas ni Santo Tomas sa punto de vista ng ating wika. Tandaan nyo, mula sa orihinal na Latin, isinalin ni TR ang ilang mga tanong mula sa Summa Theologiae sa wikang Filipino. At hindi iyon ganon kadali. Bago ang kanyang hindi inaasahang pagkakasakit at pagkamatay, na isalin na ni TR ang ang unang tanong hanggang ika-17 tanong ng Summa Theologiae, ng Prima Pars. Hiwalay pa rito ang kanyang masusing pagpili ng mga mahalagang kwestyo ukol sa etika mula sa Prima Secundae na nailathala na ng UST Press. Nais kong magpakita ng mga salin ni TR sa inyo. Baka isipin nyo na linoloko ko lang kayo o kaya nagpapanggap lamang ako. Ito ay 7 libro na isinalin ni TR. Mana ko ito kay TR, binigay niya sa akin. At makikita nyo ng isang librong ganitong kakapal ay tanong 16 at 17 lamang ng Summa Theologiae. At ganun pa yung kanyang mga sumusunod na mga akda, 14 hanggang 15, at yung mga sumusunod pa. Sa UST Press, sinalin nila yung kanyang buong, inilathala nila yung kanyang buong libro sa Etika ni Santo Tomas, na kung saan pinag-usapan niya ang kaligayahan, eudaimonia, o kaya kaligayahan, yung kilos tao, kilos loob at kilos labas, konsyensya, mga hadlang sa paggawa ng desisyon, at iba-iba pa. Wala akong kopya ng librong yan sapagkat nasa Ateneo at bawal kami pumunta sa Ateneo, kung kaya't hindi ko may papakita yung librong yan. Ngunit kulay pula ang pabalat ng librong iyan. Sa pamamagitan ng pagsasalin niya sa Pilipino sa mga mahalagang pinag-usapan ni Santo Tomas, binigyan tayo ni TR ng bokabularyo upang pag-usapan rin yung nadanas ni Santo Tomas. Bagkus, binibigyan niya tayo ng pagkakataong ihabi ang ating mga sarili sa teksto ni Santo Tomas. Ngunit hindi may higit pa, no? Tandaan nyo, upang isalin si Santo Tomas, kinakailangan na pumasok sa kamalayan ni Santo Tomas. Hindi sapat na alam mo na ang Latin. Kinakailangan na alam mo rin ang pinagmulan ng kanyang pag-uunawa. At hindi yan madali. Paano pa ang ilapit siya sa wikang Filipino? Ibig sabihin, sa taong nagsasalin, pumapasok ka sa mundo ng taong iyong sinasalin, sabay dinadala mo rin siya sa mundo mo at sinusubukan mong pag-usapan ang kanyang pagdanas ng totoo. Kakaibang gawain. Ang magsalin ay di biro. Sa isang banda, kinakailangan mong maging mapagpakumbaba sapagkat hindi naman sa iyo ang orihinal na sinalin. Isang pagtuklas lamang ng katapat ang iyong ginagawa. Ito, sa tingin ko, ay isang uri ng disiplina o disposisyon. Isang uri ng pagkamatay sa sarili, kenosis, upang mapanatiling tapat sa sinasalin. Sa isang banda, bilang isang nag-aral rin ng filosofiya, sigurado ako na gusto ring sabihin ni Tomas na mali ka, Tomas. Ngunit sa kanyang posisyon bilang tagasalin, merong pagpapakumbaba roon. Marahil nagtatanong na kayo kung ano ang tungkol kay TR sa panayam na to. Tahimik na mentor si TR. Bugnutin pa nga paminsan o kadalasan, pero sa ilalim ng tila malakas nitong personalidad ay isang tao na patuloy dinidisiplina ang sarili sa kilos o gawain ng pagsasalin. Sa tingin ko, gaya ng hindi na natin makikilala si Emma Crawford o Joan Stambo o Mark Raftery-Skihan, may pagsasanay ukol sa kamatayan rin ang gawain ng pagsasalin. Si Emma Crawford ang nagsalin ng Homo Viator ni Gabriel Marcel. Si Joan Stanbow, ang pinakasikat na nagsalin ng Being and Time or Sein und Zeit ni Martin Heidegger. Si Mark Raftery-Skihan naman ay kasamahan namin sa kagawaran ng filosofiya, ngunit isinalin niya, ay kasama siya sa grupo na nagsalin ng cosmopolitanismo ni Jacques Derrida. Pero hindi natin kilala yung mga tagasalin. Bumabasa at nagbabasa tayo ng mga teksto ng mga pilosopo sa wikang Ingles. Kilala natin yung nagsulat, pero kadalasan hindi pinapansin yung nagsalin. Subalit sa kamay ng mga tagasalin, gaya ng sa kamay ni TR, ang mismong pagsasalin ay orihinal na rin. Kung tutuusin, hindi mo naman laging idinidikit ang salin sa isinalin upang ito ay maunawaan. Kung ganon, wag ka na lang magsalin, bumalik ka na lang sa orihinal kung hindi mo naman kayang basahin yung isinalin na hiwalay sa sinalin. Sa ayaw mo o sa hindi, kinakailangang may kakayahang tumayo sa kanilang mga sariling paa ang mga bagong salin habang sabay na tumatanaw ng utang loob sa pinagmulang akda. Ang isinalin ni TR ay kayang tumayo ng hiwalay sa Latin na suma. At dahil riyan, original rin. Kaya dapat na si TR ay tanawin rin bilang haligi ng filosofiya sa Pilipinas. Hindi sapagkat siya ay nagsalin lamang, ngunit sapagkat ang kanyang pagsasalin ay orihinal pa rin. Kung totoo ang wika ni Alfred North Whitehead na ang lahat raw ng filosofiya ay pagpapalawig lamang sa binigkas ni Platon, maaaring tignan ang gawain ng filosofiya bilang pagsasalin. Ngunit kung titignan ang lahat ng saling lahi, matatauhan tayo na bawat isa ay may pagsasalin rin. Bawat salin ay nananatiling bago pa rin. May salitang ginamit riyan si Gabriel Marcel, nostos at kainonti, luma at bago pa rin. Sa tingin ko, ang bawat pagsasalin ay luma, ngunit sabay na bago pa rin. Hindi ko pag-uusapan ang mga desisyong ginawa ni TR sa kanyang mga akda. Sapagkat sa tingin ko, ang desisyong magsalin para kay TR ay ang kanyang ambag sa filosofiya. Sa pag-iisip at pamimilosofiya sa wikang Filipino. Hindi ito mahalaga para lamang sa mga nag-aaral sa pagkapari, kundi mahalaga ito sa pag-unawa natin sa pagbigkas at pagdanas ng totoo. Isang pagpapalawig sa wika, isang pagkagat sa wika. Ngunit ang filosofiya ay ganyan nga. Gaya ng ang isang pintor na nabighani sa bukang liwayway ay nagpipinta. O ang isang makata na nakakita ng binibining maganda ay tumutula. O ang kompositor na natinag sa mga taludtod ng makata ay lumilikha ng kanta. Ang gumagawa ng filosofiya ay nagsasalin rin. At ang bawat pagsalin ay pagbigkas ng totoo. Diyan nagtatapos ang aking panayam. Maraming salamat po. So, ano na po ang susunod kong gagawin? Ipapasa ko na po ang susunod sa susunod. Tama, Sir? Ako ba ang nawala?
Hello?
Boss, ikaw na.
Hi, Mark. Mukhang nawawala yung ating host.
Oo nga eh.
Hinihintay ko rin lang yung aking cue.
Since naipasok ka na, sa tingin ko, ikaw na ang susunod. Kailangan
Kaya nga
lang nila akong alisin para makapagbigay ka rin ng panayam mo.
Sige. Mukha siguro nagkakaroon tayo ng ilang mga technical na problema siguro. Ano? Baka ito na, babalik na po si Ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Glove.
Yes, hello po. Ayan. Now, let us welcome, thank you, Sir Mark. Now, let us welcome our second speaker, Dr. Wilhelm P.J. Esterbel. Sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Glove. First, I'd like to thank, of course, PNUSL and PNPRS for inviting me here, especially Dr. Abenes for personally asking me to be here. So let me just share my slide. I've been asked to talk about Dr. Ramon Reyes. Six years since he passed, the legacy of Ramon Castillo Reyes continues. Ask any of his students, and three major themes will emerge regarding his contribution to philosophy in the Philippines: history, existential phenomenology, and most especially, ethics. Dr. Aguas brought up this morning the continuing dialogue among us regarding the status of Filipino philosophy and the status of our forerunners within that dialogue. Dr. De Leon brought attention to Doc Reyes' scathing remarks to Father Mercado's work. Of course, I shall not try to answer to that, because I am sure that Father Mercado and Doc Reyes are probably shaking hands in a different state of being as we are still here going through our very own lives. But using the lens of history, we do not notice that these questions actually suffer a very modern attitude regarding the relationship between philosophers and their philosophy. I'd like to bring your attention to a quote that is often heard from Dr. Reyes himself towards the end of his modern philosophy class. After talking about David Hume and his philosophy, Doc Reyes quotes Hume to say, "Be a philosopher, but also be a person." Of course, I took the liberty of editing Hume's words in deference to Dr. Pasricha. So I hope the paraphrase is forgiven. Be a philosopher, but also be a person. Perhaps that's a better way of rendering it, even if, of course, the original is also in English. But back to the point, in Hellenistic times, that forgotten era of the history of the West, between the crumbling of Alexander's empire and the success of Christianity in Constantine's Rome, okay, I'm referring to the flourishing of the Socratic schools of the Stoics, the Cynics, the Epicureans, the Platonists and Neoplatonists, and the Peripatetics. Philosophy was a way of life, and the philosophers were exemplars of their own ideas. Of course, Diogenes Laertius himself was not a philosopher. Okay, he is a doxographer. We somehow got that word, I believe, from Hermann Diels, that German scholar who gave us the translation and also the way of putting together all of those fragments from the ancient Greeks, especially the pre-Socratics. Okay, so doxographer. His work composed of not just what the philosophers thought, but also how they lived their lives. So he wrote Diogenes Laertius, of course, not to be confused with Diogenes Sinope, who was himself a cynic and a philosopher. So Diogenes Laertius wrote the doxographies. And perhaps you remember that doxa is the Greek word for opinion. So doxographies bring together the lives, the opinions, and the theories of the philosophers. That work from Diogenes Laertius is a testimony of that. For it was the main insight of the Socratic schools that philosophy is sought for the sake of the good life. And so I'll begin with something similar to that. Okay, don't worry, I'm not giving you Doc Reyes' biography, but I will simply refer to some snippets of how I knew him as a person. Back when Doc Reyes was still alive, he would often invite the entire Ateneo Department of Philosophy on the occasion of his birthday to his house. Everyone used to look forward to this event for a night of food, laughter, storytelling, and music. At some point in the evening of these gatherings, Doc Reyes would be cajoled to sit on his piano to regale us with jazz music and old standards played by ear and improvised with much wit. The department continues to come together with the Reyes family for a mass every year on his birthday. And we were still able to do that via video conferencing this year. It's a pity that I do not have a picture of Doc Reyes teaching in class. This is not Doc Reyes on my slide over here. But this is definitely his own writing on the blackboard. The soul seeking good, I believe. So perhaps students of Doc Reyes recognize this handwriting, for it also appears on the new edition of his book, The Ground and Norm of Morality. Doc Reyes was one of my two favorite philosophy teachers when I was an Ateneo College student in the late 90s. He is the best of old school teaching as it could get. All he needed was blackboard and chalk. He would stare at the chalk he caresses with his fingers as he stresses a particular point. He would wave his arms around to gather the class around the central problematic of the discussion. He would scribble word for the rest of the lecture. When the bell rings, the blackboard looks like a mind map blown to bits, abstracted, put together, dismantled, yet making absolute sense. Thus, you leave the classroom with a clear understanding of what happened in the past hour. He leaves the classroom like a painter or a miner, with hands and trousers made white with all the chalk that he worked with. His modern philosophy class covered only 4 topics: the scientific revolution, René Descartes, David Hume, and Immanuel Kant. But you come out of it with a deep understanding of all 4 and how they actually tie together. When I started teaching in 1999, I told myself that I must teach as clearly as Doc Reyes. He continued to be a great mentor in the lunch hours he used to share with younger faculty. He had a laugh that fills the room with the joy of being alive. And of course, the legacy of Doc Reyes continues in the memorial lectures that Ateneo continues to sponsor with the Reyes family. On my slide here is the poster of the most recent one held earlier this year, pre-pandemic in February. So as a testimony to how Doc Reyes was a teacher, fellow teachers that he guided through their own college years continue to somehow pass the torch. So I'd like now to take a look at some notes, okay, the doxographical notes. First would be on history, because I'm sure that most of us are familiar with that text by Doc Reyes, Man in Historical Action. And I've already made a reference to his history of Western philosophy. Doc Reyes helped AB and MA philosophy students, including priests studying philosophy, to serve their formation houses so that they would arrive at a firm and deep grasp of historical consciousness and the history of Western philosophy. That's the title of my own presentation, is indeed a reference to that text, Man and Historical Action, which must be familiar to most of us because that's in the well-used book by Dr. Manuel B.D. Jr., Philosophy of Man Selected Readings. So I've even featured here on this slide, I believe this is a picture of the Department of Philosophy of Ateneo in Tagaytay during one of its planning sessions a long, long time ago. And here you have, if you can see my pointer, Doc Reyes is the one on the left and Dr. D is the one on the right. If you will go back to the essay, Man and Historical Action, the main insight of Doc Reyes there is each human person is both destiny and task. And he talked about in that essay the physical, the interpersonal, the social, the historical, and the existential sense of being a cross point. And he highlights in that text the call of the absolute. I like to offer in this sharing an insight as to perhaps this whole point in that essay is indeed connected to Doc Reyes' own historicity. For I believe he was really speaking from his life experiences. And I believe this is a well-known story to many of his students that Doc Reyes actually had a Søren Kierkegaard moment because he almost got married to his, of course, he finally married Tita Nena, but he actually didn't appear on his wedding day. And when he was asked about it, his answer was, it's because of the sense of the absolute, of tying oneself to someone forever. Somehow he felt, the existential, the historical, the social, and all of the other implications of such a decision. So you could compare it, I guess, to the well-known story of Kierkegaard almost marrying Regine Olsen and backing out. But of course, the difference of the story is that Kierkegaard remained a bachelor while Doc Reyes asked Tita Nena back. And so indeed, they were happily married. But what I'd like to say is this whole idea of the call of the absolute is not just something that's abstract for Doc Reyes because it came from a lived experience. That's why in this talk, I'm trying to tie together the insights of the man together with his own experiences from which those insights are drawn. But at the same time, the insight also allows such a person to live one's own life. This realization about the absolute perhaps became the decision, or that's where the decision to be absent on his wedding day came from. But it was also the same insight that brought him back and eventually went through with the wedding. Now, a doxographical note on phenomenology. Well, alongside Father Jose A. Cruz and Father Roque Ferriols, Doc Reyes also is credited for introducing existential phenomenology as a way of doing philosophy in Ateneo. If Ateneo philosophy is known for the existential phenomenological tradition, Doc Reyes, as he was honorably called, is one of the pillars of this tradition. And the doxographical note that I'd like to make would be this. If the banner of phenomenology is that philosophy must be grounded in, move within, and impinge upon human lived experience, somehow all of these insights, why this is important to Doc Reyes, is also seen in the way that he goes through all of his mundane tasks according to the testimony of his own children. Doc Reyes, I've heard stories, and he actually told these stories himself, used to be the one to change the oil of his own car. And his son would tell the story of how Doc Reyes would often, or every year, would be the one who would go up the roof of their house to make sure that the roof won't be leaking during the typhoon season. He was also the one who would trim the trees around their house. So to his children, Doc Reyes went through all of these mundane tasks. And I would believe that his act of philosophizing cannot be separated from these mundane tasks. That the grounding of philosophy is life experience, and how life experience is also enriched by doing phenomenology, particularly, and I guess philosophy in general. And lastly, a doxographical note on ethics. For of course, Doc Reyes is most known for being a teacher of ethics and also for his book that's well used as a textbook for college students in ethics, The Ground and Norm of Morality. The book, The Ground and Norm of Morality, first came out in 1989. The said textbook is indeed a standard textbook for many college students, but also, I believe, for seminarians who are taking philosophy. In the Ateneo de Manila, where philosophy is offered as part of the core curriculum, meaning every student's program of study includes philosophy, regardless of what their course or their concentration is, Doc Reyes is known by alumni as a teacher of the core course entitled Ethics. Towards the end of his life, Doc Reyes gave us perhaps this is the last thing I remember from one of his later sharings with us, and perhaps this is something that indeed he said during the launching of his own Festschrift, The Moral Dimension, Essays in Honor of Ramon Castillo Reyes. When he was asked in his acceptance of what he thinks morality is all about, again, here we see the grounding of his insights with his own experience as a person. He would refer back to his own experience as a little child and remember his elders always reminding him to teach him about perhaps ethics, morality, or shall we say, according to the ancient Greeks, the good life. Hindi maganda yan tignan. Now, if you want to demonstrate to a child that this is the wrong thing to do, so as to introduce to the child what the right thing to do is, he notices that perhaps aside from the fact that this is a personal experience, but also it is perhaps linguistic and cultural in nature, that we Filipinos have a sense of the ethical by way of the aesthetic. When we say, hindi yan maganda tignan, hindi maganda sa mata, the appeal of ethics to the Filipino is something that is rather aesthetic, that we see a very big connection between what is good and what is beautiful. And thus, towards the end of his life, Doc Reyes has left this insight with us that in the end, perhaps we may learn all of these theories, perhaps we may go over through all of the nitty-gritty of all of the theories, of course, not to discount them, for indeed, going through all of these ideas is very important for our own erudition and, of course, for our own edification. But there has to be that sense of a bigger picture, that sense of something greater. That if ethics is not grounded in what is beautiful, then maybe this just remains something rather conceptual and even separate from actual lived experience. And so, let me just wrap up, for I believe I only have 2 minutes left. The presentation sought to tie together these different strands of ethics, existential phenomenology, and historical consciousness by connecting it to Doc Reyes' profound insight towards the end of his life that doing ethics must also be within the greater scheme of aesthetics. In the tradition of Hellenistic doxography, the life of the man himself leads us to a better appreciation of his philosophical insights. Aside from giving us a better appreciation of Doc Reyes' concept of the crosspoint, this leaves us the challenge to do the same. In this way, philosophy avoids the perennial danger of disengaging from the world it seeks to understand, and we return to the Socratic idea that philosophy is not just a discipline in logical conundra, but it is a life-affirming attitude. And thus, if philosophy begins in wonder, it doesn't stop there. The philosophy is living out that wonder. For as the doxographers like Diogenes Laertius would say, the philosopher is what he does. Thank you. And I now return to our host, Ma'am Glove.
Thank you, Dr. Strobel, for the presentation. Please stand by for the Q&A after the third speaker. Now for our third and final speaker to share about Filipinos doing philosophy in the lens of Romualdo Abulad. Let us all welcome Dr. Flor de Lis Altes Albela. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, without further ado, let me share my screen. Okay, there you go. So, I am tasked to pay tribute to a beloved Professor Romualdo E. Abulad, and for that, the title of my paper is Filipinos Doing Philosophy in the Lens of Romualdo Abulad. This essay ventures to what could be a very awkward area in Romualdo E. Abulad's philosophical positions. This pertains to a question that I never dared ask Brother Romy, but would hear others ask him anyway. And this is about Filipino philosophy, on whether it exists and what it consists. For numerous times, I have heard and read him address this issue despite his insistence that the point is already out of the question. The exasperation in the matter is very obvious when read, and most especially when heard. The irony of it all is that even if he does not buy the idea that we already have formed some sort of a national philosophy, say Filipino philosophy as aligned with Greek, German, French, Chinese philosophies, Abulad have said a lot about how Filipinos have done philosophy within the context of history, culture, and the emerging philosophical activities in our country. And this tribute to him on the day after UNESCO's World Philosophy Day, I dare myself to show my beloved professor, Romualdo E. Abulad's take on Filipino philosophy and how it evolved from a critical resistance to intellectual indigenization towards an open dialogue on how Filipinos might be in the process of gradually developing one by actually doing philosophy according to the scholarly demands of one's philosophical interest. This is never an easy task, which should take a lot of courage because we can no longer solicit his affirmation or correction, as how I always asked for it when he was still alive. That there might even be possibility of putting words into his mouth. As my senior, Dr. Paolo Bolaño said, well, it is not impossible. It is difficult to reconstruct Abulad's intellectual contribution, and that it is ill-advised to look for what does not exist. And so, I am left with the scholarly option to consult his writings in order to weave a consistent narrative which hopefully would give justice to his almost 5 decades of effort. I contend the serious importance of knowing the status of philosophy in the lens of Abulad because his reflections may gauge our efforts according to the proper barometers of philosophical scholarship, historical consciousness, and postmodern openness. And so, my paper will be of 3 parts. First, I will describe Abulad's rhetoric, which molds his standards on what should be considered as philosophical. Second, I shall present a narrative on how his writings can reveal a transition of his position and attitude towards the status of Filipino philosophy. And lastly, I shall present what I hope is a prudent estimate on how he sees the promise of philosophical discipline in the Philippines. And so, let's begin. Abulad's rhetoric. Abulad's philosophical tenor is reflected by the elements that are consistently present in his essays: critique and historical consciousness. His critique is remarkably Kantian, as he is meticulous about categorizing his ideas, cognizant of form of content, and would evaluate the same thoughts while citing pure reason should always be at work. This is something that he was able to explain well in the 1981 essay, Si Kant at ang Pilosopiya sa Pilipinas. Ang hinihiling lamang ng kritisismo ay ang palagi ang pagsubaybay natin sa mga suhetibong hangganan ng ating mga hatol. Para sa pilosopiya, ito ay nangangahulugan na ang bawat isa ay may kalayaang gamitin ang wagas na katwiran kahit na ito ay lampas sa nahahayon ng karanasang empirikal, ngunit sa kondisyon na hindi natin ibabandila ang ating mga hatol sa isang dogmatikong pamamaraan. Unquote. It is in that way where Abulad poured everything into his scholarship, even to the point of transgressing well-guarded philosophical tenets, in order to find truth even in little things. For him, that is an affirmation of how freedom is truly a prerequisite of reason. He couples this relentless critique by carefully taking into account every historical context that may enrich the meaning of his points. He is ever grounded with the fundamentals of Eastern and Western thoughts from ancient to contemporary period, that he takes time to tackle the proper historical context of a theme and then proceed to put it in dialogue with other philosophies to compare, synthesize, or show a bigger perspective. Every student of Abulad will have to agree that his discussion on any theme will contain a petty narrative of the history of Eastern or Western philosophical tradition, that a proponent of each philosophical period will have to be mentioned at least once in the essay, probably for an attempt of creating a contextual timeline or of putting these philosophies in dialogue with an ever timely and timeless issue. In a casual conversation, when I asked about why such discursive attitude, I remember him reminding me about the need for mastery, that one can only excel in philosophy when capable of going around and about the topic, considering all thinkable perspectives and leaving no point unturned. This reflected so well when he marked our exam booklets. I feel sorry for not finding my test booklets, but I remember them so vividly. From college to graduate school, in our essays, he expected meticulous details, which never meant to write longer paragraphs. What he needed from us is to put the important elements together in the most comprehensive scheme. In our papers, we have found him encircling errors, checking the key points, and annotating follow-up questions. Same requirement applied to every term paper. Just add a well-plotted outline, correct citation, and comprehensive bibliography. To be a student of Dr. Abulad means to be trans to a scholarly training where we were convinced to prioritize the primary source, to read, highlight, and annotate, that is to make the book dirty, and write a detailed outline of what we have read. Why would he not win us over, right? He reads to us the real books and in real German form, Kant and Wittgenstein in my case, aloud, with feelings and in full energy. It is from such careful study where the mind is prepared to express something new. In the 1988 essay Contemporary Filipino Philosophy, he writes that originality emerges from intellectual thoroughness, which in turn is a result of a long and patient training and experience. In other words, what one may contribute should always be a product of a tedious effort, as the highest and the brightest stars are born out of cosmic conflict. And true to his form, he went on quoting Plato. Philosophy does not at all admit of verbal communion therewith. It is kindled by a leaping spark and thereafter nourishes itself. The second part of the paper is entitled Uso pa ba ang Pilosopiyang Pilipino? A problem that he would always address. Abulad's strict requirement of scholarly rigor and discipline made him a self-professed expositor, with the position that the most significant philosophic contribution should begin with a focused study on a specific intellectual. In the essay Contemporary Filipino Philosophy, we find him attributing this choice, that is, professional preference, as structured by one's formative years. After all, one cannot fault a scholar for his professional preferences, inasmuch as therein rests the best of his potentials. Inasmuch as philosophy accommodates many methodologies and systems, and so one cannot easily judge the philosophical merit of one's project or intention, and for that one can only be measured by one's commitment to excellence. Before we get on with his position on the status of Filipino philosophy, it is important to note that Abulat wrote his first essay on the theme through a book review of Quito's works, Kasaysayan ng Pilosopiya and Ang Pilosopiya sa Diwang Pilipino. These reviews are published in De La Salle Sofia in the 1974 to 1975 issues, and what followed are essays published up to December 2019 in Critique. These papers delivered in seminary conferences in 2010 and 2017. Finding the range of these years, let us realize how Abulad seriously entertained this question on Filipino philosophy for almost 5 decades. And if one is aware of his insistence that the status of a Filipino philosophy is out of the question, it is not difficult to sympathize for each time he had to repeat his argument during philosophical conferences again and again for almost half a century. Nevertheless, each repetition entailed a new frame that can make us look for shades of transition. In Demeterius' work, he identified how Abulad schematized the evolution of Filipino philosophy into four phases. The first colonial phase, which was unprecedentedly Thomistic. The second colonial phase, where there have been influx of contemporary philosophies brought home by Filipino scholars who studied overseas. The third phase, which is that of early indigenization, as Filipino academicians started to reflect upon the existence and progress of Filipino philosophy. And fourth would be the beginning of late indigenization, where there have been critical takes on the earlier presumptions of a Filipino philosophy underlying in our culture. Demeterio sharply notes how Abulad pegged each phase as though it prompted by an effort of Quito, from her training in UST, homecoming from Fribourg, the publication of Philosophia sa Diwang Filipino, and her later reflections. To enrich and supply a counterpart to this historical construct, I therefore would like to contribute in that developing area where Abulad should be read as Abulad and not just as a reviewer of and collaborator to Quito. And for that, I'd like to present three important phases that may describe his evolved positions on the status of Filipino philosophy. First is his critique of the indigenous descriptions of the Filipino mind. Second is the philosophical value of EDSA 1986. And third is the emergence of postmodernity in the local philosophical landscape. But of course, Abulad cannot really be detached from the Emerita Quito. Impressed and deeply influenced by the grand woman of philosophy in the Philippines, who liberated the students of his age from the monopoly of Thomism, Abulad is aware that such recent awakening to a plethora of topics, proponents, and systems have brought doing philosophy in the midst of human and social conditions. As early as 1976, Abulad is already aware of how philosophy is necessarily attached to life. As he said, makabuluhan ang filosofiya. Hindi totoong ito ay pag-aari lamang ng ilang dalubhasang mahilig magparangya ng kanilang kaalaman sa loob ng apat na sulok ng silid-aralan. Ang pilosopiyang hindi nagbibigay kahulugan sa buhay ay hindi kailanman nating maaaring tawaging tunay na pilosopiya. Ang pilosopiya ang nagiging tagataguyod sa buhay ng mga tao, maging ang buhay na ito ay pansarili, panlipunan o pangkalahatan. But since Abulad strongly believes that such must be done in the premise of disciplined research, he thought that the influence of philosophy is not that strong to the Filipinos as we have not yet developed a local vocabulary for our discipline. To me, this might be his first instruction, to attempt doing philosophy in the vernacular, in Filipino language, so that the discourse can be shared and the proper disposition to think can be known to all. This might be in his mind when he collaborated with Dr. Quito in writing the renowned local encyclopedia of philosophy. It is perhaps natural for Abulad to grope for a sufficient description of the Filipino mind at this early time, and in some of his essays, he admitted his bluntness when telling time and again that doing philosophy does not immediately require a nationalization of thought, as the Greek philosophers did not call their work Greek philosophy, but have reached Roman lands anyway. And if so, such task is a long-term shot because the Filipino identity is yet to be disengaged from its colonial roots. For a sampler, we may find him writing, nay, ranting in a 1986 essay. Ang Pilipino ay isang taong walang kasaysayan. Higit sa rito, ang tinatawag niyang kasaysayan ay pag-aari ng iba. Kasaysayang kolonyal, kasaysayan ng mga Espanyol, ng mga Amerikano, ng mga Hapones. Kasaysayan din ba ito ng mga Pilipino? He has been saying this even in earlier works, as though we have been groping on sources and ways to understand our own consciousness. I think it is in such historical uncertainty where Abulad is critical to the indigenization of philosophy. Another is its tendency to resort to translation to foreign works, to the vernacular, which would come from an earlier layer of translation anyway. or to anthropology, which falls short of the philosophical intent of finding what could be some sort of a Hegelian spirit. If one is to use anthropology as Claude Lévi-Strauss did, philosophy can provide depth, but would not be conscious of itself yet, conscious only of the fact that it is trying to break as profoundly as possible the anthropological details. The effort will be laborious and at times would need the credibility of real anthropologists. Now, for Abulad, philosophical conclusions should not be rushed from second-level translations and anthropological sources, as anthropology needs philosophy if it is to show any amount of rigorous discipline and insight. But all this should not be construed as meaning that philosophers can dabble in anthropology as well as anthropologists themselves. Yet the combination is profound, but its masterpiece is yet to be written by a Filipino philosopher. In all fairness, he gave due credits but also criticized his peers who took on these indigenization efforts, leaving each of them a note that he is waiting for what else they can offer. With his quest for a credible historical reference and moral force to find a Filipino identity, we can nonetheless find in Abulad motivating notes to at least clear the road. In short essays in between 1970s to early 1980s, we find him ranting about the existence of moral abyss and the need for the Filipino to find oneself by at least having a deeper view of fulfillment, happiness, freedom, and justice. In Mga Puna Tungo sa Pag-asa, he sounded like Marcel who lamented about the broken world as he said, wala na nga ba tayong tiyak na sarili? Hindi nga ba natin watas ang landas at bukas na ating tinatahak? Dahop nga ba, that's because of autocorrect, sorry. Dahop nga ba tayo sa pag-unawa ng kabuuan ng ating pagkakatao at pagkabansa? Ano nga ba ang Pilipino at ano ang Pilipinas? Ano talaga ang ninanais natin para sa ating mabansa? Ganito na lang ba tayo? Bakit nga ba ganito? Abulad have seen hopes in 1984 to 1986 through the tarmac and at EDSA. As early as Ninoy's assassination, which he said came as a jolt, he knew that something more was in store. He admitted some change that is a more optimistic stand towards the possibility of a Filipino philosophy. In Contemporary Filipino Philosophy, which was published post-EDSA, he said, the EDSA revolution of February 1986 was a monumental achievement, and it was to my mind an unmistakable sign of the Filipinos' potential for great things. A possible deep expression of the Filipino spirit, but perhaps it is not Hegelian enough. But emerging, there was hesitation, yet eventually he was able to take a clear stand. The EDSA revolution was a product of some 400 years of our gradual evolution from consciousness to self-consciousness. It was a spiritual monument constructed through all those years of debasement, as we have suffered silently our life in bondage, that for him, his liberty from the dictator is a new lease on life, where from non-history we move to history, of which spirit manifests in arts, literature, culture, and the mind. While he cited from Kant, Hegel, Schelling, and Orientalism, Abulad claims that this more optimistic take is coming not from a single philosophical framework, but as a true universal consciousness that veers away from the petty fights of partisan philosophizing, thereby engendering a new life. As a new way of thinking, a manner of society that has not yet been tried. While these are dreamy projections on what a new Filipino society would be, he quipped that the philosopher must always dream. But waking up from the dream once again, he insists the requirement of scholarship. He remains firm in thinking that Filipino philosophy will gain recognition of a national status by going beyond our scholarly foundations, that we should now start making giants of ourselves. For Abulad, Philippine philosophy have come to age to pursue anything in the name of excellence, and so post-EDSA, the standard of excellence is put on the table, affirming the many possibilities of a Filipino doing philosophy can pursue. This position preempts the next theme that Abulad will cover in his philosophical career, which is postmodernity. Abulad have created an almost structured account on postmodernity, and so we have to cover his fundamental positions. For him, this is not simply a school of thought, but a perspective which reveals the contemporary situation. It is after modern, which is not a historical transition, but a split from the anthropocentrism of the Cartesian ego, where narratives and meaning take over the thinker. Its via negativa prompted the post-human, of which overhaul engenders a cleansing, a starting over, a detox, if you'd like to call it, rebuilding which optimistically affirms the humane. From the philosophical hero of the Edsa phase, which was Hegel, Abulad's postmodern echoes Nietzsche, that for Abulad, Nietzsche is the initiator of the negativistic consciousness that most of us are scared of, but can ironically easily get away with. As the first thing to remember about postmodernity, that is its initial essential component, which is the negative, or if you wish, destructive, or more benignly, deconstructive. The invitation is, before anything else, to abolish everything, which is probably summarized by his daunting command when we were students in college: let go, let everything go. Echoing Nietzsche, Abulad finds premium in the via negativa for finding the sole path to the positive, which is the task of cleansing, to be a child again. True enough, nothing will be new and everything will just occur in vicious and stagnant routines if we are going to act like stern, stubborn adults. The via positiva raises a desecration and demythologizing where there is enough space to make adjustments and create new spaces on account of changing times. The second phase of the dialectic, I believe, is postmodern's redeeming grace, or if I may call, the saving parachute from useless rhetorical returns. That without the via positiva of postmodernity, no genesis of a new philosophical age is possible, and the ongoing quest for philosophy is impossible. And of course, Kant. Thus, the postmodern project is a recreation of this profound sense of freedom and creativity that makes man neither wobbly in perception of facts, nor deceitful in having gone through all thinkable adversities. The postmodern attitude for Abulad is grounded in truths that respect the outcomes of all beginnings, be it from east or west, ancient or new, right or left, good or evil, as we have already moved on from these dichotomies. In a certain sense, postmodernism reprises pure reason self-criticism. That this dialogical shift then furthers results in a consciousness that is integral, holistic, global, dynamic, and evolutionary, thereby affirming and being more inclusive to many other possible narratives on Filipino philosophy. And so we have come to the last part, which is some sort of a reading session. It can be observed that whenever a bullet grapples with something that is uncertain and what can only be estimated, he performs a prudent process by resorting to scholarship and a critical reflection of the current situation, and regards Filipino philosophy. Abulad, when asked, would perform the same. While his last published essay on Filipino philosophy was a posthumous release in December of 2019, his position in a 1988 essay, Contemporary Filipino Philosophy, remains consistent, and it is as though it is written for our time. So, I'm going to take the task to read like a bullet here. And there is the rub. What will deserve the name of Filipino philosophy, as we see it, will eventually be comprised of our written philosophy. To be fair, there is and there has always been a Filipino philosophy, if only because no people are known to survive without an implied metaphysics. But such a philosophy which springs from people's natural disposition is not sufficient to establish the worth of a nation. There is also a need for a more consciously developed system of thought, one that results from the deliberate sifting of ideas in a thinker's mind. In other words, the demand is for written philosophy. Writing gives our ideas their permanence and as such expose our intellectual strengths and weaknesses before a competent audience. Our books lay our souls open for scrutiny and there is no escaping the judgment of all. Publication exposes not only our merits but also our pitfalls. History will decide if we have made a contribution not only to Filipino philosophy but to world philosophy as well. This brings us to another point. If our philosophy is to make a dent in history, it must pass the test of time. And only greatness weathers the storm and stress of the cunning mind. Our country, I dare say, is a nation in search of a great tradition. Deprived of this great tradition, culture is an empty word, and the absence of culture makes of history a misnomer. It is thus not without the reason that I posed this question at the beginning of the paper: where are our monuments? Even the gains of EDSA will wither away if we do not follow them up with the serious works of genius. I regret the persistence of the dangerous political bickerings as well as the scandalous stubbornness of the forces of corruption plaguing our country, for this do not help any in our effort at nation building. They merely drag us back to the mire of mediocrity and block the way to spiritual renewal. History is the march of the spirit towards the peaks of freedom and liberty. Philosophy dies with the death of reflection, and reflection suffocates where matter so thickens that the spirit is unable to liberate itself sufficiently. There is in the air too much political brandishing which draws our attention away from the real task of the day, and this deflection of the spirit takes on a serious mien, deceiving us into believing that we are dealing with authentic concerns. The truth of the matter is that our current preoccupations have made us lose sight of our real calling. That instead of starting to break the ground upon which to construct our spiritual monuments, we continue in our evasive meanderings. The spirit remains in the dark, and with it culture and history. Philosophy continues to grope in uncertainty. What then is the challenge of contemporary Filipino philosophy? My answer is simple: to keep on going, to resist the temptation of slithering back to the ways of idleness and mediocrity, to develop the stalwart spirit that dares to think beyond the scope of the popular conception. In one word, to philosophize. To philosophize until our children will finally see the day, and when they can proudly proclaim to the world that here at last is our Filipino philosophy. Such a daunting task, a very big challenge for the younger ones, for the zennials, for the millennials, but one could but imagine Brother Romy's postmodern eyes saying, yes, you can do it. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you very much. So we move on to the question and answer. I will read the questions, and the speakers will then answer your questions. Okay, first question. Tanong para kay Dr. Calano, sir. Ang pagsasalin ay pwedeng pagdadagdag o pagbabawas ng katotohanan. Di ang mangyayari, puro na kanya-kanyang paliwanag at wala ng totoo. Sir?
Hindi ko sinabi na nadadagdagan o nababawasan ang katotohanan, no? Kundi magiging relativismo 'yan. Yung totoo ay totoo, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, kahit ano pa man ito. Ngunit yung pagbigkas natin ng totoo, 'yon, nagkakaroon tayo ng pagkakaiba-iba, no? Depende 'yan sa paglapit o kaya naman kung gaano ka kalapit sa totoo, 'di ba? O kung gaano ka kalayo sa totoo. Doon magkakaroon ng pagkakaiba-iba. So, kung sasagutin ko yung tanong ng mabilisan, hindi na babawasan o nadadagdagan ang totoo, no? Ang totoo ay totoo. Ngunit yung pagbigkas natin sa totoo, 'yon maaaring maging totoo o hindi. So, yun po ang aking sagot, Ma'am Glow.
Okay, maraming salamat po, sir. So, may tanong po ulit. From Sumaskan Father Seminary, ito po yung susunod na tanong. Mas mainam po ba na gamitin ang wikang Filipino sa pag-aaral ng filosofiya? Yung mga salin gaya ng kay Tomas Rosario kaysa sa banyagang wika gaya ng Ingles? Para kay Sir Mark.
Sa tingin ko, maganda kung maaari nating pag-aralan ang filosofiya sa wikang Filipino. Laging bahagi yan ng buong retorika at pagtatanong ni Padre Roque, no? Bakit kailangang Ingles ang maging batayan sa ating pag-unawa ng mga konseptong filosofikal? Bakit hindi maaaring maging Filipino? 'Di ba? Lagi niyang tinatanong yan, yung tanong niya, ano ang sangkalan? At pag sinabi mo chopping board, sasabihin niya hindi, mali yan, 'di ba? Isa yang maaring kahoy na kung saan hinihiwa ang mga gulay, ganon. Sasabihin mo sa akin chopping board. Oo nga, chopping board, sir. Pero sabi ni Padre Roque, hindi yan chopping board, sangkalan yan. Sa tingin ko, merong isang uri ng paglapit sa totoo na maaaring bigkasin ng wikang Filipino at na maaaring matauhan tayo sa punto de vista nating mga nagsasalitang ng Filipino o ng Ilocano o ng Cebuano. Isang pagdanas ng totoo na konkreto na maaaring malayo sa atin kapag wikang banyaga ang ating batayan, di ba? Tulad ng halimbawa, may mga konsepto na paaring wala tayong tunay na pagdanas nito tulad ng niebe, halimbawa, di ba? Wala namang niebe dito. Iniisip lang natin, siguro yung niebe para yun yung nandoon sa refrigerator, bubuksan ko, hahawakan ko yon, niebe yon. At tuwang-tuwa tayo sa pag-uunawang alam natin kung ano yung niebe, pero hindi ganun ang niebe, di ba? Merong pagdanas sa realidad na maaring hindi natin makuha kapag ang gamit nating wika ay banyaga sa atin. Ngayon, hindi ko naman sinasabi na dapat Filipino lang. No? Napakalimitado ng pag-uunawang yon. Tanggap rin natin naman no, na meron din namang katotohanang maaaring ituro sa atin yung ibang wika. At sa ganyang pamamaraan, ay dapat maging bukas din tayo sa pagkatuto gamit nila o gamit ng mga ibang wika. At sa pag-uunawang yan, no, nakikita natin yung mga katotohanan na maaaring hindi natin madanas gamit yung sarili nating wika o kakayahan na maaari din namang maipadanas sa atin ng ibang wika. At dati, no, tuwang-tuwa ako na yung sa seminaryo ay maaaring ituro ang filosofiya sa wikang Filipino sapagkat silang lahat ay Pilipino. Pero ngayon na ang filosofiya ay ang konteksto ng seminaryo sa Pilipinas ay nagbubukas na rin para sa mga Vietnamese, sa mga East Timoris at iba pang mga banyagang estudyante, kinakailangan ding unawain na ang totoo ay hindi lamang maaaring bigkasin gamit ang ating wika, kundi gamit rin ng isang wikang maaari ring unawain ng iba. No? At sa ganyang pagtatalaban, lumalawig din kung ano yung pagkaunawa natin ng totoo at pagdanas natin ng totoo. Kaya kung tatanungin ako, kung maaari na bigkasin ang filosofiya gamit ang wikang Pilipino, sana maganda iyon. Ngunit sana hindi rin nito isara ang ating pag-uunawa sa katotohanang maaari pang idulot din ng ibang wika o ibang pamamaraan ng pagbigkas ng totoo. So, yun
Okay,
po
maraming salamat, sir. May mga tanong pa po. So, for Dr. Scalano and Dr. Strebel, may nakikita po akong koneksyon sa ulat nila. Ang pamimilosopiyang Pilipino ba ay naaayon sa kakayahan ng isang tao dahil sa sarili niyang pagsasalin, pagdadagdag at pagbawas at pagbawas. Yun po.
Sir PJ, ikaw naman kasi kanina pa ako sumasagot.
Yes, sir. Sir PJ.
Hello. Salamat, Ma'am Glove. Salamat, Sir Mark. Tingin ko nga, tama yung ibinigay na una. Kasi kung ang punto tungkol sa pamimilosopiya sa wikang Filipino ay kinakabit ito sa aktual na karanasan, doon sa ginawa ko kanina na doksografiya, nais kong ipakita nga na pamimilosopiya ay nakakabit pa din sa aktwal na karanasan. Kaya nga hindi natin din matatakasan na bahagi ng karanasan yung wika. Na kung paano ko danasin yung daigdig sa pamamagitan at kuminsan pa yata hindi rin bagay sabihin yung pamamagitan kasi parang instrumento lang yun Pero nga na yung mismong wika ay yung actual ding karanasan, na walang karanasan kung walang wika. Sigurado ako na isang buong kurso yon sa filosofiya ng wika. At hindi naman sa dahil yung tao mismo, na kasi nabasa ko din yung kadugtong din na katanungan, na sinisipi naman si Protagoras. Na ibig sabihin ba na ito na yung tao ang siyang sukatan ng lahat? Hindi rin. Kasi nga, hindi naman siguro kung konektado rin sa naitanong kanina kay Dr. Calano, na ibig sabihin ba niya na yung nagsasalin, pwede niyang sabihin ng kahit anong gusto niyang sabihin. Konektado din yun, na yung daigdig ay hindi mo naman pwedeng manipulahin. Katulad ng yung teksto na sinasalin mo, hindi mo pwedeng manipulahin. At tingin ko nga, yung lumilitaw din talagang punto ay yung katapatan mo sa aktwal na nagpapakita sa'yo. Muli, babalik na naman tayo dun sa punto ng phenomenolohiya, na walang pagpapanggap, walang pag-iisip na kaya nating malaman yung hindi natin kayang malaman, manatili lamang sa binibigay ng karanasan. Hindi sa sinasabi na yung binibigay lang na karanasan, yun na yung buong katotohanan. Pero inaamin lang na ito yung talagang nararanasan ko. Ito yung talagang nangyayari sa akin. Ito yung talagang pinagdadaanan ko. At kung maaari pang magdagdag, kanina nga, kasi nga, mukhang nabanggit ko yata din sa aking bio note, na ako'y may asawa at 2 anak at tinatanong ako kanina ng misis ko nung kami kumakain, paano kaya yan, na nasa YouTube ka mamaya, baka mag-ingay yung 2 bata. Sabi ko, sige sabihin lang natin na meron na lalabas ako at lalabas ako sa YouTube ganyan at tumahimik muna sila. Pero kung di talaga makakaya, aminin ko, yun yung konteksto ko. Nasa bahay ako, wala ako sa opisina. Ito yung sitwasyon nating lahat na may pandemya. Kaya itong mga ganitong mga konferensya ay nagaganap sa ganitong paraan. Kaya kung may batang sumisigaw sa likod, di ba, aaminin mo. Yun yung talagang nangyayari. Pero salamat sa Diyos at mukhang hindi pa yata umiistorbo ang mga anak ko na 10 at 12 anos sa edad, kaya laking pasalamat din doon. Pero yung punto ko lang ay na yung filosofiya hindi hiwalay sa karanasan at yung nagsasalin mayroon siyang pananagutan na maging tapat doon sa teksto, maging tapat doon sa sinasabi at yung nagpe-phenomenolohiya at nag-uusap tungkol sa kasaysayan sa konteksto naman ni Dr. Reyes, dapat siya din doon sa aktwal talagang naranasan at nakikita niya. Papasok ko naman kay Dr. Calano. Baka masyado na rin ako maraming nasabi.
Okay, Sir Mark?
Okay na yon. Sa tingin ko, natamaan na ni Sir PJ lahat ng kailangang tugunan tungkol sa tanong na yun.
Okay po, ito po, katanungan from Colegio de Dagupan para po kay Dr. Altes Albela. What was Dr. Abulad's latest stand on Duterte? Wow. I remember at the start, he tended to support Duterte, as we discussed Heidegger, as someone who challenged the usual politics. Yes, ma'am?
Yun. Kilala ko yung nagtanong. Maraming salamat sa katanungan, Mark. Paano face ka dyan? Palagay ko, kung nakalagay na sa tanong mo na narinig mo na yung opinion niya patungkol dyan sa inyong klase, you have to take it as it is. Ang trabaho ko ngayon dito ay ang ipakita ang kanyang pananaw tungkol sa development ng Filipino philosophy na magre-reflect din sa sitwasyon natin. Kaya kung makikita mo, medyo na-incorporate din yung historical mode na nagbigay ng transition sa kanyang positions, sa kanyang mga posisyon sa pagbuo ng pilosopiyang Pilipino. Pero sa usapin patungkol kay Presidente Duterte, dahil wala pa akong nakikita na thread o nakikita na tawag dito, na pwedeng sequence na pwedeng isulat patungkol dyan, iiwan ko sa'yo ang katanungan. Ibabato ko uli sa'yo ang katanungan dahil malamang kung ano yung narinig mo, iba pa dun sa narinig ko. Isa sa mga tinuro sa akin ni Dr. Abulad simula ng kolehiyo ay ang scholarly prudence. Kaya sabi ko nga kanina sa aking introduction na I don't want to put words in his mouth. Okay, so kung ano yung narinig mo at kung ano yung narinig ko, at maaaring hindi tugma yun, hindi ko rin alam kung ano yung nangyari sa inyong Heidegger class, di ba? Palagay ko, we have to take them as they are respectively. Ayon. Salamat po.
Salamat, ma'am. So may katanungan pa po. Ayan, another one to Dr. Albella. So to Dr. Albella, is my understanding correct po ba na dahil di lumalago ang pamimilosopiya sa Pilipinas ay sa kadahilanang masyado tayong tutok sa mga negatibo at atheistikong filosofiya? Ma'am.
Maraming salamat sa katanungan, Harvey. Palagay ko, may kagandahan at may di kagandahan ang pagtutok sa isang perspektibo lamang sa filosofiya, no? At hindi ko nakikita sa proyekto ni Dr. Abulad, sa kanyang personal na philosophical na proyekto, tsaka sa kanyang proyekto patungkol sa kung mayroon nga bang Filipino philosophy, yung pagtutok lamang sa atheismo. Okay? Pero nakikita ko yung nakikita niyang kagandahan at kasamaan. Ang kagandahan ay bilang isang scholar ng filosofiya, makakabuo ka ng kredibilidad na maaaring yun na ang magiging ambag mo sa development sa pag-andar ng filosofiyang Pilipino. Pero may kasamaan din naman ang pagtutok dahil kung yun lang ang alam mo, maaaring matigil ang punto ng kasaysayan ng filosofiya doon at lalo na sa ating bansa na emergent pa lang ang Filipino philosophy. So, focus is good and bad at the same time. We have to put it in proper perspective. So, and it is a challenge to do in developing philosophic scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Maraming salamat po. Para po kay Doc Mark, ano po ang masasabi nyo sa isinulay ng paham guro sa Filipino na si Efren Abueg na ang pagsasalin ay isang pagtataksil? Ako. Sir.
Interesante yung katagang yan na ang pagsasalin ay pagtataksil sapagkat nga naman ang pagsasalin ay pag-unawa sa original na teksto gamit ang ibang wika. Sa makatwid, isa siyang pagtalikod sa unang pagbigkas. Kaya't sa tingin ko sa ganyang palagay, isa siyang uri ng pagtataksil. Ngunit isa rin siyang pamamaraan na kung saan maaaring intindihin na pinapalawig yung pag-uunawa sa isang kataga sa pamamagitan rin ng pagsasalin. No? Gaya nga ng sabi ko, tayong lahat na nag-aral ng filosofiya at nag-aaral pa ng filosofiya ay sinasalinan lamang ng kaalaman, no? Isang uri ng pagsasalin. Wala naman sa atin dito ang talagang lubusang nag-aral kay Platon o Aristoteles sa Griego. Wala naman sa atin nag-aral kay San Agustin o Anselmo o kaya Santo Tomas na Latin o kaya ni Descartes sa Latin din si Descartes, si Hume Ingles, o kaya si Marx na Aleman o ganon. I mean, o kaya si Laozi o kaya si Kongzi, hindi rin naman natin sila binasa gamit yung original nilang wikang Sino na maaring hindi Mandarin o Cantonese. Pero ang sinasabi ko, kung titignan mo, ibig bang sabihin yan na ang buong gawain ng filosofiya ay isang uri ng pagtataksil? Maaari ba nating siyang tignan ganon? Hindi ko inilahad ang pagsasalin bilang isang uri ng pagtataksil. Ngunit ipinakita ko na ito'y isang pagpapasa, isang pagpapalawig ng wika at sabay rin naman pagbabawas, pagdadagdag at pagbabawas. Hindi man tayo natutuwa sa konsepto ng dagdag-bawas kapag may eleksyon. Ngunit sa bawat pagsasalin ay doon natin nakikita yung pag-usad ng kaalaman, no? Lumalawik, nadadagdagan yung pagbigkas sa mga kaisipan ng mga palaisip o pilosopo o ang pagdanas natin ng totoo. Ngunit hindi rin natin talagang lubusang naidadala o naikukuha yung kabuuan ng kanyang pinag-iisipan, di ba? Laging bahagya lamang, no? Ngunit kahit na bahagya lamang, makikita mo rin na meron pa. Sa tingin ko, mas magandang unawain ang pagsasalin bilang ganyan kaysa isang uri ng pagtataksil, no? Habang sabay rin namang inuunawa yung konsepto kung bakit sinasabi nilang kataksilan na gumamit ng pagsasalin, di ba? Sa mga batang nag-aaral ng filosofiya, hindi natin masyadong hinihingi yon, yung pagbasa at kakayang magbasa ng mga orihinal na teksto. Ngunit sa pag-akyat mo sa iyong sariling kadalubhasaan, dumarating tayo sa punto na kinakailangan sana may kakayahang ka ring magbasa ng mga orihinal na teksto. Hindi man ng lubusan, ngunit yung matikman man lamang o yung makapasok ka man lang sa punto de vista nung binabasa mong palaisip, no? Si Sir PJ halimbawa ay trabaho niya ay kay Nietzsche at Strebel nga ang apelyido niya. So may Aleman talaga ang kanyang, may pagka-Aleman, Aleman talaga yung kanyang wika. Aleman yung kanyang lineage, pero pati yung wikang kanyang pinag-aralan ay Aleman, para man lang makapasok man lang sa mundo ni Nietzsche at subukan man lang bigkasin yung mga salita gamit yung wika ni Nietzsche. Di ba? May kakaibang karanasan doon. Sa tingin ko na kailangan meron din yung mga nagdadalubhasa. Pero wag sana tayong makulong lamang sa laro ng wika, di ba? Kasi yung laro ng wika, panlabas pa rin yan, no? Sa huli, ang gawain, sabi nga ni Sir PJ, sa huli, no, yung gawain ng taong namimilosopiya ay yung pagdanas sa totoo, no? Talagang it's a way of life, no? Isa siyang pamamaraan ng pamumuhay, isang pagbigkas sa totoo. Pero hindi lang to pagbigkas, hindi lang to pagdanas, kundi pamumuhay ng totoo. At sa tingin ko, doon natin maaaring tignan yung gawain ng taong namimilosopiya, di ba? Hindi ko kinokontra si Dr. Abulad na sinabi niyang dapat nakasulat, no? Sa huli, pinag-uusapan natin sila dahil sa mga naisulat nila, no? At sa ayaw natin sa hindi, no? Napaka-moderno noong konseptong iyan na dapat may nasulat. Habang wala naman talagang isinulat si Laozi o si Kongzi o wala namang isinulat si Socrates. Pero nariyan na tayo, no? Patuloy na pagsasalin, patuloy na pagpapasa-pasa ng kaalaman, nabubuo yung pamayanang umuunawa at dumadanas sa mundo gamit ang isang punto de vista. At sa tingin ko, mahalaga yun. Sa tingin ko, mas mahalaga yun. Yung sa huli, yung pagbigkas kung ano ba yung pilosopiyang Pilipino, sa tingin ko, gaya ng sinasabi parati ni Padre Roque, susunod yun. Susunod yun. At mas maganda munang danasin ang totoo, bigkasin ang totoo, at hayaan ng mga bagay-bagay na malaglag sa kanilang kinalalagyan. So, ganun po ang aking pag-unawa sa tanong na yon ni Sir Alex. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, sir, sa iyong komprehensibong pagpapaliwanag. Ayun, so ang pagsasalin ay pagtataksil ngunit hindi rin. Okay. So unfortunately, we're down to the last two questions kasi po we're limited by time. Now, this question is for Dr. Estrebel from Santo Tomas Academy. So, sir, given the diversity of cultures, dialects, traditions, and belief, do you think it is possible to arrive at a common Filipino existential philosophy? Sir, take the floor.
Thank you. That's a rather complicated question. But I'd like to say that it's possible for us to understand Soren Kierkegaard without being Danish. It's possible for us to understand Martin Heidegger without being a German. And there is a sense in me that when you say existential philosophy, it goes beyond culture. It goes beyond, there's something that is truly human. When we talk about angst, when we talk about facticity, these are things that are not particular to any culture. And thus we will have to say that, well, I'll have to categorically say that there will be something problematic about building a Filipino existential philosophy, because existentialism, well, that can't even be defined. Sartre's take on what existentialism is would be different from some others. When Sartre says this, uh, I'm only talking about Sartre because I believe Sartre is but one of the few who really would call himself an existentialist. The others are simply bracketed together with him, but somehow they disagree on many other points. And so, on the one hand, there is that point that when you say existentialism, it goes beyond culture, but is really primordially human. Okay, but at the same time, even existentialists would disagree with one another, not in the cultural sense, but perhaps even in the personal sense. And if I would refer back to Hellenistic philosophy, that's one big difference, I guess, between Hellenistic philosophers and existentialists or Marxists or whatever. The the Hellenistic philosophers, you could call them card-carrying Stoics, card-carrying Epicureans. They really swear by Diogenes Sinope, or they really swear by Zeno of Citium. But when you say existentialism, especially in the 20th century up to now, it's a wide array. It's perhaps, if you may borrow from Wittgenstein, it's a family resemblance. There's not one thing that would keep them all together and say that's your just one definition of being an existentialist. And so my real answer to the question is that though we might disagree on certain things, and there are so many levels to that, not just cultural, but also personal, and so on. The point of existentialist philosophy is still grounded on what is primordially human, and somehow could be, on the one hand, prior to culture, but also beyond culture. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Thank you, sir. Salamat po. So down to our last question na po. So for all the other questions that you have, our speakers po will try to answer them in the private room. So pasensya na po because we are limited by time. Now from Prince Eric Gapo. Ito po ay tanong para kay Doc Albela. Ang hinahanap po ba ni Brother Abulad ay isang siyentipikong pamamaraan sa pamimilosopiya o naniniwala po ba siya na mayroong pilosopiyang may hahango sa is Volksgeist ng mga Pilipino? Okay. Ma'am.
Yun. Maraming salamat muli sa tanong, no? Kung nabasa mo na yung interview ni Dr. De Leon kay Brother Abulad, dun i-reveal ni Brother Romy na siya ay nanggaling sa College of Science. Na bago siya tumalon sa Philosophia through the seminary at nag-USTAB, pumasok muna siya sa UST College of Science sa kagustuhang maging doktor. Kaya hindi magiging surprising kung medyo scientific yung attitude niya sa pagsusulat, sa pag-aargumento, at sa pagpili kay Immanuel Kant bilang pilosopo. So, sa tanong na kung mahalaga ba ang agham o science, ang pagiging scientific, ang malinaw na sagot doon ay oo, may mga bakas ng pagpapahalaga niya. Pangalawa, kung may mahahango ba mula sa folkgeist ng mga Pilipino, siguro kaya laging nahihirapan si Brother Romy sa pagsagot patungkol sa kondisyon ng Filipino philosophy ay may alam siya na kumukulo sa ilalim na pwedeng lumabas anytime dahil laging challenge or laging hinahamon ang mga Pilipino ng kasaysayan. So, bago mag-EDSA, yung mga maiikli niyang mga sinulat patungkol sa Pilipino ay parang aninag ng kaguluhan ng panahong yon na parang napakahirap maghanap ng Filipino identity no, ng pagkakakilanlan ng Pilipino dahil ang kasaysayan natin ay nanggaling sa kolonyal at yung kinatatayuan niyang sitwasyon nun ay panahon pa ng martial law. Kaya, alam mo yun, walang kalayaan, putol lahat. Hindi malayang mag-isip ng hanggang sa kaduluduluhan, kumbaga. At nakakita siya ng bagong pag-asa noong 1986. Actually, mula noong 1984, mula sa tarmac hanggang sa EDSA. So, yun ay yung mga areas na by snippets niya lang sinasabi sa kanyang mga mas organisadong essays patungkol sa pilosopiyang Pilipino. No? Pero palagay ko, kailangan natin ding tingnan ito dahil may nakikita tayo na struggle doon sa paghahanap na hindi naman siguro siya dadaldal on that for 50 years na paulit-ulit at magsasyaga na sasagot sa mga seminars ng mga undergrads usually patungkol sa Filipino philosophy. Kaya kahit alam niya na ang sagot niya ay it's out of the question, he would not spend time for that or on that kung wala siyang nakikita na pwedeng makuha sa pagmumulat ng Pilipino sa ating buhay, sa ating kasaysayan, yung mga expressions ng spirit, kumbaga. So, palagay ko mahalaga pareho sa pagbuo ng in drafting what could be called Filipino philosophy. Pero ito yung catch. Sa bawat attempt, ang gusto niya lang naman ay yung scholarly rigor. Nakakita na siya ng mga scholars na nakapag-contribute doon pero karamihan ay bitin. One thing, hindi niya babanggitin ng mga scholars na to kung wala siyang nakitang tama. Sa totoo lang. Pero, laging merong critical attitude dahil nga bahagi ito ng kanyang philosophical rigor at ng kanyang scholarly demands na kailangan nating intindihin dahil nanggaling siya sa tradisyon ng filosofiya na napaka-mainstream. Okay? Na napaka-rigorous, ganyan. Pero at the same time, bukas siya sa mga bagong dimensyon o sa mga bagong narratives dahil na nga sa impluensya din ng postmodernity, ng kanyang sariling proyekto sa postmodernity para makita kung ano pa yung pwede nating i-contribute. So, nung nawala siya, sa atin naiwan ng pressure. Sa atin naiwan ng challenge kung paano natin itutuloy ang kwentong ito. Okay? Dahil tapos na yung 50 years niya. Tayo nang susunod na magkikwento ng storya ng pilosopiyang Pilipino. So, yun. Maraming salamat po.
Yun. Maraming salamat, ma'am. So that ends our question and answer part. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng mga nagtanong at maraming salamat din po sa ating mga magagaling na speakers or tagapagsalita sa panel 3. So palakpakan po natin sila. Virtual clap. Okay. So before we proceed to the next panel, let us have a 5-minute break by watching a tribute video to our Filipino philosophers. Starting now. Yan. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back and welcome to Panel 4, our last panel for today's webinar with the theme, The Groundwork of Filipino Philosophy. Now, to share and discuss to us about the life, work, and thoughts of several Filipino philosophers, we have here Dr. Preciosa de Hoya, Dr. Kerwin Mahagway, and Dr. Rodrigo Abenes. Our first speaker, Dr. Preciosa de Hoya, is an assistant professor at the Philosophy Department in Ateneo de Manila. In 2014, she finished her doctoral studies in Southeast Asian Studies at the National University of Singapore under the supervision of Professor Reynaldo Ileto. And from 2014 to 2016, she was a doctoral fellow at the Institute for Cultural Inquiry in Berlin. Her dissertation entitled In Search of Filipino Philosophy and subsequent publications are explorations of the intellectual landscape in the Philippines, specifically an analysis of both texts and context of ideas, traditions, and debates that spurred and or stunted contestation and localization in the field of philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Preciosa de Hoya. Ang ating susunod na tagapagsalita ay si Dr. Jerwin Mahagway. Si Dr. Mahagway ay guro ng pilosopiya sa graduado at di-graduadong antas sa University of Rizal System, Pililya. Siya rin ang punong patnugot ng The URSP Research Journal ng nasabing pamantasan. Samantalang nagtapos siya ng doktor ng pilosopiya sa pamantasang De La Salle, Manila, kung saan isinulat niya ang Pilosopiya ng Edukasyon ni Emerita S. Quito sa kanyang disertasyon sa ilalim ng CHED Scholarship. Ang nasabi ring disertasyon ay tumanggap ng Gawad Lasaliano sa Filipino sa parehong pamantasan. Ang kanyang mga sulatin at pananaliksik ay nakatuon sa pilosopiya ng edukasyon, pilosopiyang Filipino, at mga usapin sa Silangang Mindoro. Everyone, let us welcome Dr. Jerwin Mahagway. For our last speaker, we have Dr. Rodrigo D. Abenes. Dr. Abenes is the current Dean for Academics and Technology and Livelihood Education of the Philippine Normal University, South Luzon. Prior to his appointment to PNUSL TLE Hub, he served as a full-time faculty of the College of Graduate Studies in Teacher Education Research of the Philippine Normal University main campus. He is also a lecturer of philosophy at the Ateneo de Manila University. His research interests are philosophy of education, sociopolitical philosophy, culture and heritage, and Filipino philosophy. He is also the current PRO of the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Abenes and all of our speakers with a round of applause. Okay, so with that, may I welcome now our first speaker, Dr. Preciosa de Hoya. Ma'am, you may take the floor.
Hello, Ma'am Glove. Thank you for introducing me. Let me just share my the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared. Just a minute. Can you see it? All right. Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this webinar and all of you who have taken the time to tune in. My presentation today is based on a paper that was published in Critica Cultura sometime back in 2016. So I'm really grateful for this occasion, not only to share with you part of my research, but to be able to get back to a topic that I had temporarily set aside. But I think what's important to note is that this research is very much a work in progress, which I think is true for most of us here. Trying through our collective effort to build an archive to understand our history, particularly how we Filipinos teach and practice philosophy. So if there are people in the audience who later would like to provide more information or a piece to the puzzle, that would be a great contribution. One of the things I realized recently was that my research on Dr. Pascual had been quite challenging, far more than perhaps my study of Father Ferrios, who was my teacher, or Father Albert Alejo and Dr. Zeus Salazar, with whom I am constantly in touch. Pascual, on the other hand, was for me, well, a kind of ghost from the past, and yet one who would prove to have the power of a specter, of one who keeps coming back. I wouldn't have known about Ricardo Pascual if it hadn't been for Reynaldo Ileto. In 2010, which was about the time I had started my dissertation, he mentioned in an email that he had just been reading Pascual's Rizal Beyond the Grave, first published in 1935 and reprinted in 1950, with, and I quote, the obvious intent of undermining the anti-communist Catholic Church's attempted co-optation of Rizal at around the time of the Hope Rebellion. But to be honest, what triggered my interest was the kind of perceptions, I was getting about Pascual. The way he has been depicted as a negligible father of philosophy in the State University, and how he apparently was more interested in provoking his students, shattering their religious beliefs in writing philosophy articles or books. And yet, as I did my research, I came to discover that this so-called negligible father was in fact the guiding force for the young teachers of the philosophy department, who along with the so-called Palma boys such as Teodoro Agoncillo, Leopoldo Yabes, Salvador Lopez, and Armando Malay, became the zealous advocates of secular liberalism in UP in the 1950s. And even today, Pascual is remembered as a great intellectual influence. Professor Francisco Nemenzo, for example, remembers how Pascual taught him to be, I quote, skeptical, to disbelieve, and rigorously to examine what I read or hear. Jose Maria Sison states how he matured, remembering fondly how he learned much by debating with Dean Pascual, and how he, I quote, joined his study group of professors and graduate students and enjoyed most of his debates with Pascual, testing and sharpening his understanding of Lenin's materialism and imperio-criticism. Meanwhile, Epifanio San Juan Jr. attests that his regular encounters with Pascual, along with others like Teodoro Agoncillo, Alfredo Lagmay, Agustin Rodolfo, and Pascual Capis, helped introduce their circle of English majors to the wider world of philosophical speculation and sociocultural argumentation. Pascual, in other words, was the stuff of legend. Beyond these anecdotes, I wanted to know more who Ricardo Pascual was and why he was so important. I read some of his works, but in order to provide context, that came a bit later. But anyway, so I read some of Pascual's work, but in order to provide the context to his thought, I also looked at old articles from UP student publication, the Philippine Collegian. The so-called loyalty checks was obviously, I skipped a lot. a paragraph. Okay, and so in the Philippine Collegian, I found news clips of a congressional investigation that occurred in 1961 by Congressman Leonardo Perez and his Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities, also known as CAFA. This so-called loyalty check was obviously a witch hunt against several UP professors and students who were allegedly harboring communist leanings. And one of the professors who were indicted then for allegedly, for his alleged affiliation with the Politburo was the professor of philosophy and dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, Ricardo Pascual. But before discussing in detail Pascual's involvement in this controversy, let me provide a bit of context. See, what triggered the CAFA inquiry was a complaint by former intelligence, sorry, that was too soon. Anyway, so what triggered the CAFA inquiry was a complaint by former intelligence officer Carlos Albert, who was accusing certain published articles of sedition, one of which was a 64-page manuscript entitled The Peasant War in the Philippines that appeared in the 1958 Golden Jubilee issue of the university's journal, the Philippine Social Sciences and Humanities Review. What roused suspicion was that its author was kept anonymous, and only the year 1946 appeared mysteriously at the bottom of the title page. Containing what was perceived as communistic jargons, Albert argued that the text posed a threat to the Republic. So the prosecutors dragged members of the journal's editorial board to court. This included editor-in-chief Tomas Rosario and assistant managing editor Leopoldo Yabes. In their defense, Yabes explained that they actually received the mimeographed manuscript in the mail back in 1949. But in exercising prudence and sensitivity to the socio-political conditions, they decided to withhold the manuscript's publication to 1958. So basically, the manuscript was already a decade old and argued that it no longer had an agenda or value except as a historical document. The prosecutors were, however, arguing that there was a resurgence of communism in 1958, which Judge Nicasio Ayacto, in dismissing all charges in 1964, deemed unsubstantial, given a sense of political stability and relative calm in the mid-1950s. One has to remember that the reason for this political stability was that the Philippine government under Ramon Magsaysay, as Secretary of Defense, had just won a decisive victory against the post-war peasant guerrilla movements of the Hooks. And as Professor Hernando Abaya writes, Magsaysay was successful largely due to the expertise and guidance of top CIA man Colonel Edward Lansdale. Abaya further notes that while Magsaysay cleaned up the Philippine Army and invested in rural projects, he remained clearly in favor of American policy, which constantly, and I quote, underscored the threat of communism to Asian freedom. And this is why, despite the relative calm during that time, the manuscript's analysis of agrarian and social issues and its overbearing concern with American imperialism were in fact still very relevant in the 1950s. More importantly, one could see the manuscript not merely as a political economic treatise, but a specter that reappears 10 years after its supposed date of composition. But which ghost are we talking about here? Was it the specter that Marx spoke of? I think the key lies on the supposed date of the manuscript's composition, which was 1946. If we investigate further why that year was significant, we realize that it was the year when the Hooks decided to remobilize to once again take arms, basically to defend themselves from persecution for allegedly committing crimes during the war and harboring anti-American sentiments. We have to remember that the Hooks had played a major role in liberating the Philippines from Japanese occupation and was therefore a formidable ally of the American army at that time. They were quick to disband after the war, eager to return to farming their lands, but because of their mass popularity and organization, several USAFE officers and political elites found them a threat to the status quo and began to brand them as bandits and communists. But I think 1946 was also historically crucial because it was the year before the Hukbalahap officially became a post-war peasant guerrilla movement and before it was officially raised in 1948 as the military arm of the Communist Party, which in the end will strongly denounce Taruk's surrender in 1954. So I argue that 1946 brings us back to a time prior to all this, to a group of peasant freedom fighters who were not fighting for an ideology, but for their own survival, who did not want to overthrow the government, but to ensure civil liberties and agrarian reform. So you see, for example, a passage in the manuscript, the very one that Fonacier and Yabes would quote to prove that it should not be seen as an apology for communism, but the voice of Filipinos fighting for their freedom, stating that many Filipinos reject communism as a way of life, but that they will be driven to it because the government fails to recognize the plight of its own people. The Filipinos, it says, is now awakened and won't simply do lip service to democracy and may be attracted to communism if the government does not revise its policies. It says, John Dulles may tell us that the communist tactic is to make freedom and liberty their political fronts. It may be true, but it is a fact too that the fighter for freedom is not necessarily a communist. I am citing this passage from the manuscript basically to argue that there was an insidious attempt to use witch hunts and red scares to misrecognize every form of critique or resistance as an assault against the state, and to create a pretext for both persecution and legal prosecution of these elements. Ricardo Pascual, like I said earlier, was also seen as a seditious element and was brought to trial for his alleged communist leanings. But I believe, like the 1946 manuscript, Pascual was a victim of misrecognition. A few of Pascual's contemporaries, such as Odi Corpus and Cesar Mahul, claimed that the accusation was completely unjust and that the philosophy professor was being tried not so much for his communist beliefs as for his agnosticism and advocacy of secular liberalism. It was UP English professor Josefina Constantino who actually brought the allegations against Pascual in 1961. Her charges were based on the testimony of a former student and employee of the president's office, Amelita Recio Cruz. Cruz claimed that Pascual had led her to other students to buklod meetings where communist doctrines were being discussed. In his defense, Pascual explained that the term buklod was merely a figment of the imagination of those who were thinking that the philosophical group he was organizing was a communist front. This group, to which he was advisor and lecturer, was no other than the Philosophical Association of the Philippines, an organization registered with an address in Tondo, where meetings were open to public and were basically experimentations on the use of the national language in philosophical discourse. Failing to prove Pascual's communist leanings, Constantino then elaborated on his alleged godlessness and that he was using logical positivism to spread agnosticism, which in turn was maliciously making young minds more receptive to communist indoctrination. And for Constantino, Pascual was numero uno in the practice of brujeria, or witchcraft, attesting to his capacity to hypnotize and brainwash young minds and luring them into the communist fold. Patricia Abenales in a Rappler article published in 2016 tells us how a former student of Pascual recalls, and I quote, how the philosophy professor shocked him and his classmates by spitting on the image of Jesus Christ just to show that God was nothing but a figment of their fears and imagination. Abenales attests that many did become atheists and agnostics after taking his class. It is true, however, that the case against Pascual during the Kafa witch hunt was unsubstantiated and in fact a remake of an old charge, one that Constantino herself raised not in 1961 but in the mid-1950s at the height of what Yabes would call as UP's religious wars. In 1955, it was actually not Pascual who was facing charges, but Constantino herself, for unscrupulously submitting to the military intelligence services the names of professors she was suspecting of harboring subversive ideas. And ironically, it was Recio Cruz herself who filed the charge, the person whom Constantino invited to submit Pascual's name to an MIS officer. When Constantino was being interrogated by the Board of Regents, she admitted that she was not certain of Pascual's communist leanings, but was sure that he was exerting a kind of, and I quote, a tyranny over the mind of his students. Constantino claimed that she felt justified in reporting Pascual to the MIS to prevent intellectuals like him from abusing his authority and to awaken a sense of moral responsibility to their students. But if one reads Recio Cruz's letter to the chairman of the board of regents, dated February 21, 1955, one learns that she was not just accusing Constantino, but also UP President Vidal Tan for using his position to promote sectarian interests by intentionally replacing philosophy faculty members, sending Santos Cuyugan and Cesar Mahul to American universities in 1953 as fellows in sociology and political science, respectively. And this in order to ensure the appointment of his own recruit, a certain Jose Eleazar, a graduate of the Pontifical University of Santo Tomas and the American Jesuit University of Fordham. But even sending Cuyugan and Mahul for further studies in the social sciences proved to be a calculated move. In his endorsement letter to the dean, Pascual notes how he had been repeatedly told that, and I quote, President Tan was not contemplating to send abroad for study in the field of philosophy anyone from the Department of Philosophy. And this corroborates a statement made by UP Professor of Psychology and founder of Psikologiyang Filipino, Virgilio Enriquez, who claims that the sending of philosophy faculty members on Ford and Rockefeller scholarships to study social sciences instead of philosophy was a deliberate attempt to weaken and neutralize the department. And he mentions here not only Mahul and Cuyugan, but also Alfredo Lagmay and Jose Encarnacion. Aside from Vidal Tan, one key figure in this clash between sectarian forces and their secular libertarian adversaries was the American Jesuit chaplain, Father John Delaney, who was responsible for building the UP Student Catholic Action into an extensive and highly centralized network. While he was seen by admirers as a charismatic man who selflessly built a community nurtured by the Catholic faith, his adversaries saw him as a meddler who posed a grave threat to the state's university's non-sectarian tradition. He did not just rally the students and faculty members to demand the abolition of fraternities and sororities in campus in order to make way for UPSCA members to secure power. He also went on a crusade against UP professors suspected of being atheists or communists by sending students to their classes to spy and report on their ideological leanings. And with Tan's support, Delaney's campaign escalated into the McCarthyite witch hunts in the early 60s. And while some academics chose to suffer silently, others created the Society for the Advancement of Academic Freedom, who came out with a manifesto in 1955 signed by 159 faculty and employees, condemning UPSCA for exerting strong pressure towards conformity and creating an atmosphere of tension, suspicion, and fear. And then again, mobilized in 1961 to protest the Kafa witch hunt. Elmer Ordonez writes that while such movement was going on, Pascual preferred to fight alone. He was known for his fearlessness in faculty meetings, opposing single-handedly President Tan's proposal to dissolve symbolic logic. It would be hard to gauge how Pascual felt back then, but judging from his interviews with the Philippine Collegian, he appeared relatively calm and unscathed. When he was, for example, asked how the CAFA cross-examinations made him feel, he retorted that he felt, and I quote, just like a professor answering candidly the queries of my students. And as for the allegation that he was a communist, he scoffed at the incompetence of his critics, pointing out that they had obviously failed to dig into his writings and how they have not accomplished even a tenth of what he has written against communism. For Pascual, who believed and perceived himself as a rational thinker, a man of the Enlightenment, who took pride in being guided by reason, such debates could only flaunt his perfectly sharp mind. Another important fact that can explain why Pascual became a target of the Inquisition back then was that he was part of a whole generation of scholars who tried to uphold intellectual freedom amidst what they perceived as sectarian aggression, who were faithful to Rafael Palma's secular liberalism. Pascual studied in the University of Chicago in the mid-1930s and was working with the British analytic philosopher Bertrand Russell, one of the leading proponents of the logical positivist movement. When Pascual came back from his studies, he tried to spread the gospel of positivism by applying the scientific method of symbolic logic. But for Pascual, it was not merely a fad, but an indispensable tool in analyzing socio-political issues and solving the crises of our times. But I argue that while symbolic logic was crucial as a method, José Rizal was Pascual's intellectual hero, the inspiration behind his philosophical inquiry. He claims that Rizal exposed the church wrought by human passions and errors, not out of spite, but out of love for humanity, urging everyone to have a sense of self-esteem, to, and I quote, look at his own affairs through the prism of his own judgment and self-love. Naturally, Pascual regarded it as a serious impediment, that people were ignorant of Rizal's writing and the reason why we remain in the same deplorable situation. But it was precisely this love for Rizal that urged Pascual to write his book Rizal Beyond the Grave, which Aleto explains was reprinted in 1950 as a way to undermine the anti-communist Catholic Church's attempted co-optation of Rizal at the time of the Hook Rebellion. When Pascual wrote the book in 1935, it was a response to represent Rizal as an ally of the Church, who at the end of his life retracted his anti-Catholic writing and Masonic affiliation. This retraction was supposedly discovered on May 18, 1935, by Father Manuel Garcia in the vault of the Archbishop of Manila. Only a few months later, on November 15, 1935, Pascual responded with the publication of his book, saying that considering the fact that the document was providentially misplaced and brought to light at that providential hour, found lying in that providential vault, it all seemed to him too providential all the way through. I will not go through the details of this book, but Pascual here tries to prove that such retraction was simply irreconcilable with the character of a man whose life had been guided by reason. What I will mention is that the second edition of the book was published in 1950 as a response to a revival of interest in Rizal's controversial retraction. At that time, Rafael Palma's prize-winning biography of Rizal had just come out and made reference to Pascual's graphology study of the retraction document. The Catholics, however, were opposed to using Palma's book as required reading for high school students, denouncing its unfounded accusation against the Jesuit fathers as part of an anti-Catholic and Masonic propaganda. But the so-called sectarian aggression did not end there. One could say that it appeared not only in the attempt to castigate Pascual through the witch hunts of 1961, or Claro M. Recto's persecution in relation to the Rizal Bill in the mid-1950s. There was also the case of censorship of Teodoro Agoncillo's review of Pascual's book. Agoncillo, who had just graduated with a bachelor's degree in philosophy, had written a review in praise of Pascual's analysis of Rizal's retraction, and here the irreverent Agoncillo did not only call the forger of the document a devil, but also argued that it could only have been, and I quote, the providential devil who placed the document in the archive. I believe that there is so much to know about Pascual, not only in his writings about Rizal, but also his idea of partyless democracy deserves a second look. After 34 years as a professor and administrator at UP, Pascual went to America in 1967. He was given a teaching position at the philosophy department in Bradley University, Illinois, and was later awarded Professor Emeritus after having taught 10 years until his retirement in 1977. In 1985, Pascual died an expatriate at the age of 73. But his legacy lingers, and people today still hear tales about the battles which this philosopher valiantly fought back in the day. Thank you. That's all.
Ma'am, for your discussion and your sharing. So please stand by for our Q&A later on after our last speaker. Now moving on to our second speaker. So our second speaker with the topic, si Emerita S. Quito at ang pagbabalik sa pagpapahalaga bilang panulakan ng edukasyong Pilipino. Let us welcome Dr. Jerwin Mahagway. Sir.
Isang maalab na hapon sa ating lahat. Maalab dahil sa kabila ng pandemya at ng kalamidad ay nandito pa rin tayo at nakikibahagi upang balikan ang mga ipinamana sa atin ng mga naunang pantas sa ating larangan. Bagaman alam ko na nagpahinga lang tayo at bukas ay muli tayong babalik upang lingapin ang mga kapatid natin na nangangailangan, lalo na dito sa lalawigan namin sa Rizal, sa Isabela at Cagayan, gayon din sa Catanduanes. Ngayon ay nais kong ibahagi sa inyo ang aking pagninilay para kay Professor Emerita Quito. Ito ay may pamagat na si Emerita Quito at ang pagbalik sa pagpapahalaga bilang panulukan ng edukasyong Pilipino. Pag sinabing panulukan ay pundasyon. So gusto kong hanapin yung pundasyon ng edukasyong Pilipino na panukala ni Professor Emerita Quito. Pero bago ako magpatuloy ay nais ko munang ibahagi ang isang linya buhat sa ambahan ng mga mangyan. Dahil ako ay taga Mindoro, ito ay yung isa sa mga paborito ko. Ako ay nagsaing ganang isang gatang, sobra sa marami, sa isa ay kulang. Sa Mindoro kapag pumunta ka, lalo na sa mga kapatid na mangyan, wala mang ganun karaming bigas, pero kahit kagaano kayo karami ay makakatikim kayo or makakakain kayo. Ibig sabihin, paghahati-hatian kung ano ang meron. Bilang isang Mindoreño, ganun din ang dala ko ngayon. Isang gatang na bigas lamang, isang gatang na kaalaman. Kung ikukumpara sa iba ay maraming higit na marunong, pero hari manawari, may matutunan kayo sa akin. Bago tayo magpatuloy sa filosofiya ng edukasyon ni Emerita Quito ay magandang balikan natin at tanungin, may filosofiya ba ng edukasyon sa Pilipinas? Kung marami sa ating mga kababayan ang gusto ay pumunta sa ibang bansa. Bata pa lamang ay nangangarap na tayo na magtrabaho sa ibang bansa. May filosofiya pa ng edukasyon sa Pilipinas kung ang nakikita natin ay debate ng mga relihiyon. Kung sa pamilya ay relihiyon ang pinag-uusapan, sa bahay ay relihiyon. May filosofiya ba ng edukasyon sa Pilipinas kung lumalaki ng mga kabataan ngayon na ang gusto ay kumain sa McDo o sa Jollibee? Di kaya manood ng K-pop, manood ng basketball. Ano ba ang meron sa ating bansa? Kung babalikan natin yung
kabuuan ng filosofiya ng edukasyon sa silangan at sa kanluran ay napakalayo na. Pero tayo sa Pilipinas, nandito pa lang tayo, batang-bata pa tayo. Pero gusto kong sabihin na buhay at pumapalag ang mga pilosopo na nagtitika sa filosofiya ng edukasyon. Sa aking papel ay nandiyan si Jose Rizal, si Renato Constantino at si Emerita Quito. Sa puntong ito ay nais kong ibahagi sa inyo ang filosofiya ng edukasyon ni Emerita Quito, na sa aking palagay ay isa sa mga pantas na kailangan nating balikan, lalo na sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon ng bansa natin. Sino nga ba si Professor Emerita Quito? Isinilang siya noong 1929 sa San Fernando, Pampanga, at nag-aral ng bachelier sa filosofiya sa Universidad ng Santo Tomas noong 1949. Nakakuha ng masterado sa filosofiya noong 1956 sa UST pa rin, at doktorado sa filosofiya sa Switzerland. Nagturo siya sa pamantasan ng Santo Tomas, Ateneo de Manila, Assumption at De La Salle. Ngayon, kung tatanungin nyo, meron ba akong personal na ugnayan o nakadaupang palad ko ba si Professor Emerita S. Quito, may kababaang loob kong sasabihin na hindi. Pero nakadaupang diwa ko siya dahil sa aking pag-aaral sa kanya ay halos nabasa ko ang marami, kung hindi man lahat ay marami sa kanyang mga naisulat, at nakita ko ang kanyang mga isinusulong. Sa ngayon nga ay ibabahagi ko sa inyo yung tungkol sa kanyang filosofiya ng edukasyon na naging tema ng aking disertasyon. Ang sabi ni Professor Emerita Quito, ang filosofiya ng edukasyon sa Pilipinas ay dapat tumutugon sa kagawiang Pilipino, maglalagay ng kaayusan sa mga katangiang negatibo. Siguro pinakamadaling tanong dyan ay ano yung mga negatibong katangian? Bagaman hindi may mapaliwanag lahat dahil sa limitasyon ng oras, gusto kong magbigay ng mga ilan lamang para nang sa ganun ay makapasok tayo sa pundasyon ng kanyang filosofiya. Halimbawa na lamang ay may dalawang inhinyero na natasang gumawa ng tulay. Sabihin natin na yung isa ay galing sa ibang bansa at yung isa ay Pilipino. Ngayon, pareho naman sila ng pinag-aralan, parehong pumasa sa mga pagsusulit ng kanilang pamahalaan. Sa makatuwid ay masasabi natin na pareho silang may alam. Subalit ang tanong, bakit halimbawa na lang, bakit ang ginawa ng Pilipino ay maayos at yung sa isa naman ay higit na maayos? Saan may problema? Gusto kong sabihin, batay sa filosofiya ni Emerita Quito, pagdating sa kaalaman, pareho lamang sila kasi yung 1 plus 1 sa Pilipinas ay equals 2. Ganon din sa Amerika o kahit saang bansa, yung 1 plus 1 ay 2 pa rin. So ibig sabihin, walang problema sa kaalaman. So saan may problema? May problema sa pagpapahalaga. So kung pagaano yung gagamiting pera dun sa pondo, ano yung materialis na bibilhin, nakadepende sa pagpapahalaga. Sino ba yung pinapahalagahan ng ininyero? Dito sa Pilipinas, sa pagtitika ni Dr. Emerita Quito, ang edukasyon natin ay may pagkukulang sa pagpapahalaga. At ito dapat yung kailangang balikan natin. Bakit? So, yung problema sa PhilHealth, biro lang, yung problema sa drugs, problema sa basura, sa kahirapan, sa maraming populasyon, maraming anak, problema sa eleksyon, problema ng pagpapahalaga. Ano ba yung pagpapahalaga na nilalagay natin sa ating sistema ng edukasyon? Kasi hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na neutral yung education. Lahat ng edukasyon ay may interest, may bahid na pinapanigan. So, ito yung, kung babalikan natin yung sinasabing pagpapahalaga, ito yung pagtalakay ni Dr. Quito tungkol sa pagpapahalaga. May dalawang bahagdan o palapag ang pagpapahalaga. Ang una ay yung pagpapahalaga buhat sa kamalayan o sentido. Ito ay bahagi na ng mga batas ng lipunan, pamilya at paaralan. Sa gayon ay hindi ito pinipili ng isang tao at sa halip ay nabubuo na lamang sa kaniya ng hindi namamalayan. So itong pagpapahalaga na ito yung kinagista natin na bumubuo sa atin. Maaring sa pamilya, sa relihiyon, sa politika, sa makatwid, ito ay nasa atin na may malay man tayo o wala. Ngayon, ang hangarin dito ay makarating tayo dun sa tinatawag natin na ikalawang antas, at yun yung mataas na antas ng pagpapahalaga. Ito ay yung kalagayan na nababalangkas na ng isang tao kung ano ang kasiyasiya o kapakipakinabang batay sa kaniyang pagmumuni-muni. Kailangan ay lumampas tayo sa sinasabi ng lipunan na kung saan maaari na tayong magdesisyon, hindi lang sinabi ng mga nakatataas, ng ating pinuno, kundi dahil ito na yung sa palagay natin ay higit na mabuti. Kung sakalit makarating na tayo sa ganitong pamantayan, ano naman yung magiging batayan ng ating pagpapahalaga? Yun yung magandang tanong na dapat nating makita tungkol sa sinasabi ni Professor Emerita Quito. Ano yung pamantayan na dapat nating tingnan para masabi na maging basihan ng mataas na antas ng pagpapahalaga? Balikan natin yung sabi niya. Ang pinakatungkulin ng mga pamantasan ay pandayin sa mga kabataan ng kakayahang mag-isip ng kritikal. So ito yung basihan na gusto kong ipakita sa inyo na pamantayan ni Dr. Emerita Quito, na ang pamantayan ay yung kritikal na pag-iisip o kritikal na pananaw. Ano yung kritikal na pananaw? Ito ay lumalampas sa pag-unawa ng mga batas at struktura ng lohika at tumutukoy sa pag-unawa ng tao sa kanyang kalagayan sa lipunan. Magandang tingnan ngayon na kung yung isang tao na may kritikal na pananaw, una ay nakikita niya yung kabuuan. So ibig sabihin, kung bibilin siyang produkto, nakikita yung epekto nito sa kanyang sarili, sa kanyang pamayanan at sa kanyang bansa. Diba? Nakikita yung kalagayan niya sa lipunan at pamatagalang ugnayan ng kanyang ginagawa at ng lipunan. Nakikita niya yung buong larawan at daloy ng kapangyarihan at ng mga naapi. Ibig sabihin, kapag bumoboto ka, isipin mo, ano ang magiging epekto nito sa akin, sa aking pamilya, sa aking bayan, sa aking bansa at sa pangkalahatan. Ibig sabihin, nagkakaroon ka na ngayon ng mataas na pagdinilay. Ngayon, kung dadalhin natin yan dito sa una nating pinag-aralan, so ano ba talaga pagdating sa, halimbawa sa OFW? Sabi ni Emerita Quito, ang pinakamasamang maaaring mangyari sa isang bansa, lalo na sa third world, gaya ng Pilipinas, ay ang walang humpay na paglisan at pananatili sa ibang bansa ng kanyang mga profesional. Galing yan mismo sa kanyang isinulat na Filosofiya ng Edukasyon sa Diwang Pilipino. Ngayon, so kung iisipin natin, halos ang mga kabataan ngayon, gustong makarating sa ibang bansa at makapagtrabaho. Pero dito sa aspeto na to, maganda yung sinasabi na hindi ito makakatulong sa atin. Bagaman hindi tayo against sa mga OFW. Mga OFW ay mabait, sila ay mabubuting tao, pero gusto nating sabihin na hindi sila bayani, kundi sila ay biktima. Biktima sila ng maling kaisipan na nagpapatuloy, na dala-dala ng edukasyon kasi lahat tayo ay salarin dyan. So, wag na nating hayaan na yung ating mga anak at apo ay magpapaalam sa atin at pupunta sa ibang bansa. Magkakawatak-watak ang pamilya para makapagtrabaho. Marahil ang solusyon ay pag-isipan natin kung paano pauunlarin yung bansa natin. Hindi ang umalis sa bansang ito. Ngayon, yung pagdating naman sa relihiyon, kailangan ng kritikal na pananaw. Halimbawa, pag-isipan natin bakit sa translasyon sa Quiapo ay basura yung naiiwan. Ibig sabihin, may problema dun sa pananampalataya at dun sa paraan. Bakit sa eleksyon ay napakalaki ng ginagampanan ng mga relihiyon? O nakapili ba tayo ng tamang kandidato? So, kailangan nating pagnilayan. Hindi naman natin sinasabi na mali yung mga relihiyon. Ang sinasabi lang natin ay pagnilayan natin yung ating pananampalataya. Pangalawa ay paano naman pinapahalagahan, ano yung pinapahalagahan ng mga bata ngayon? Marami sa mga kabataan natin o kahit sa mga professionals, nanonood ng Korean novelas, gustong makarating sa Korea. Wala namang masama dyan. Pero kung yung mga anak natin, ganyan na rin yung ginagawa at lahat tayo ganyan ang ginagawa, makakatulong ba sa atin yan? Ano yung epekto sa atin? Kung bata pa lang, nasasanay na kapag umiiyak, dadalhin sa Jollibee o sa McDonald's, anong itinatanim natin na kamalayan sa mga bata? O ngayon pa lang ay puro gadget na. So anong values ang meron sa ating mga kabataan? Turuan natin silang magtanong, turuan natin silang maghanap ng solusyon. So wag natin silang hayaan kung ano yung makapagbibigay sa kanila ng kaligayahan. Turuan nating makita nila yung sarili nila at yung lipunan. So, yung critical na pananaw na to, yung pagpapahalaga na may critical na pananaw, malaki ang epekto, lalo na sa ating bansa. So, gusto kong tingnan nyo na nationalistic si Emerita Quito, pero hindi yung nationalist mo ang nauuna, kundi yung critical na pananaw na nakatali ang nationalismo. Tingnan natin halimbawa sa Singapore. Sa unang mga taon ng kanilang pag-aaral, hindi naman 1+1 agad ang tinuturo. Ang tinuturo ay yung pagmamahal sa bansa nila. Yung turong maglinis. Kaya pag lumaki, mga responsible citizen. Sa Japan, yung mga kabataan, sila yung naglilinis sa kanilang lugar. Kaya sa eskwelahan, may mga iilang janitor din naman, pero yung paglilinis talaga, halimbawa sa CR, ay mga kabataan na, kaya nagkakaroon ng responsibilidad. Mauunawaan nila yung sarili nila at yung lipunan. Ngayon, dito, hindi tinuturo yung pagmamahal sa bayan. Ang tinuturo muna ay responsibilidad, pagpapahalaga. Kasi kung mauunawaan mo yung sarili mo, mauunawaan mo yung pagpapahalaga sa bayan. Mamahalin mo yung bayan mo. Gayon din ay magandang tingnan sa filosofiya ni Emerita Quito, yung pagpapahalaga na may critical na pananaw ay tuturuan tayo na mahalin yung wika natin. Kasi nung nag-aaral siya sa ibang bansa, sa Europa, ang akala niya ay matutuwa sa kanya yung mga kasama niya kasi magaling siyang mag-Ingles. Pero hindi pala. Ang kinakatuwa nila ay kapag ginagamit mo yung sarili mong wika. So, ang nag-iisip na tao, darating yung panahon na may isip mo na kailangan mong gamitin yung wika mo. Kasi may bubunyag lamang ang malalim na kalungkutan at damdamin o pighati kung hindi sa sariling wika. Ngayon, ang tanong ay, hindi naman to ginagamit. Madali lang. Di uunlad ang wikang Pilipino kung hindi ito gagamitin. Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon. Kaya nga si Professor Emerita Quito ay maraming naisulat sa wikang Pilipino. Ngayon, sa huli, nais kong sabihin na hanggang walang isang matibay na pilosopiyang pang-edukasyon, mananatiling hungkag ang lahat ng mga pagpupunyaging nilalaan sa paghahandang pangkaisipan ng mga kabataan ng bayan. Kasi kailangan talaga natin na may focus tayo, may basihan. Sa huli ay marahil tama si Pilosopong Tasio, di lahat ay natutulog sa madilim na gabi ng bayang ito. Dahil may mga nag-iisip at nandyan si Emerita Quito. Isa siya sa mga nag-iisip nung panahong marami ang mga natutulog. Marahil ito yung hamon sa atin ngayon na kailangan tayong mga nag-aaral ng filosofiya ay kailangan mag-isip habang yung iba ay ang iniisip ay Dota, ang iniisip ay manood ng K-pop. Pag nilaya natin, ano ba yung filosofiya ng edukasyon na nararapat sa bansa natin? Hanggang dito na lang at sana'y may natutunan kayo. Maraming salamat.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Sir Dr. Jerwin Mahagway. Standby po ulit for the Q&A pagkatapos po ng last speaker natin. Now, finally, moving on to our last speaker to share about Rolando Gripaldo, the Filipino philosopher at the margins. Let us all welcome Dr. Rodrigo Abenes. Sir.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. So I just wanted to give you an anecdote. So I am a student of Gripaldo the philosopher, but I'm not the student of Gripaldo the man. So I was not able to, hindi kami nagkita in Dedasal It's because when I went to LaSalle, uh, he was already retired in 2008. So that's the reason why. But my tribute is entitled Rolando Gripaldo, the Filipino philosopher at the margins. So this is just a simple tribute. It's because I just wanted to explore on the contribution of Rolando Gripaldo, or Dr. Grips, for his students and close friends in the philosophical circle. Dr. Grips is known not only for his dedication in the articulation of Filipino philosophy, but also in showcasing it in the international philosophical community. It was for this reason that his name is almost synonymous to Filipino philosophy. It's because if one will ask if there's still Filipino philosophy, I think it will be better for you to read the the writings of Dr. Gripaldo. These are all in his academia account. And the purpose of this paper is to explore on the contribution of Gripaldo to Filipino philosophy. It's because it's high time to assess the magnitude of his legacy. So in order to do this, I divided my work into this discussion. So number one is the introduction, the discussions on the intellectual biography, and the discussions on Gripaldo's intellectual project. And number four is a discussion on the three approaches to Philippine philosophy and the contribution to the Philippine philosophical discourses. So it's quite an irony that there are only few scholars. Okay? The contribution of Rolando Gripaldo in Filipino philosophy is quite unmeasured. But it's quite an irony that there are only few scholars who attempted to write about his legacy. His name was not even included in the list of the Filipino philosopher in the works of Alfredo Co, entitled Doing Philosophy in the Philippines. The only scholars who wrote about him are Demeterio and J.J. Joaquin and Gripaldo himself. Another irony was that Dr. Grips was not even given honor and given tribute during the 40th year anniversary of PAP conference entitled Legacy Lectures Engaging Our Philosophical Pioneers, which was held in De La Salle University, wherein they honored Abulad, Co, D, Garcia, Hornedo, Ferriols, Mendoza, Mercado, D, Quito, Reyes, Timbresa, and Tuibeo. And with all of this, we could consider him, therefore, as the Filipino philosopher at the margins. So my discussion is divided into three. Okay, so first one is I wanted to take a look on the intellectual biography of Rolando Gripaldo. And second is the discussions on Gripaldo's project and approaches to Filipino philosophy. And another is his contribution, particularly his way of institutionalizing and internationalizing Filipino philosophy. So based on my analysis on his intellectual biography, I divided his biography into this. We have the formative years, the foreignization, and then we have the inward Philippinization, and then the outward Philippinization. So the formative years, it's quite Rolando Gripaldo is a unique thinker. What makes him a unique thinker? It's because he was formed as a philosopher with different philosophical traditions because of his initial training in Mindanao State University. And it's quite surprising that in the state of philosophy of Emerita Quito, MSU was not even mentioned, as the universities who are offering, particularly philosophy as a program, wherein Dr. Quito only mentioned the big four universities such as UP, UST, another is Ateneo, and fourth one is De La Salle. Okay? And in the discussions of Emerita Quito, he made the discussions that these different schools have different philosophical inclinations. But as early as 1960s, Marawi, or particularly Mindanao State University in Marawi City, has particularly a very different approach in teaching philosophy. It's because the approach is particularly eclectic. Why eclectic? It's because of the different philosophy teachers who eventually become the teachers of Roland Gripaldo. It has become the poster home of American Peace Corps, which made him, Rolando Gripaldo, being exposed uh, to analytic tradition, okay, to ethics, and to other philosophical discourses. And then after that, okay, he is also exposed to Oriental philosophy. It's because one of his professor, he mentioned that in his philosophical development, that there was an expert of Indian philosophy, or particularly Oriental philosophy. And then after that, okay, after his graduation in AB philosophy, he decided to study his MA in philosophy in the University of the Philippines. It's because, according to him, his philosophical temperament and disposition at that time was analytic. His thesis, I think undergrad thesis, is about Bertrand Russell. And of course, okay, if you wanted to study analytic tradition, you need to go to UP, because UP was well known for its analytic tradition that was introduced by Ricardo Pascual, a well-known Filipino student of Bertrand Russell. Pero hindi na naging teacher niya si Ricardo Pascual. It has been explained to us by Dr. Precious. Ang naging teacher niya is Armando Bonifacio. So, and then after finishing, okay, I call it foreignization. Okay, why foreignization? It's because it still has no interest at all into studying, particularly our own intellectual heritage. And then the idea came up with Gripaldo on the Philippinization, and is when he started to teach particularly basic courses, okay, in MSU, particularly Japanese philosophy, Chinese, Indian philosophy, philosophy of education, philosophy of human person, and philosophy of history. But he later on realized that these are all foreign in nature. So it does not actually, it's not something that is very rooted in our live experiences. So that's why he started to explore into the idea of our own intellectual heritage. That is particularly his project. I called it inward Philippinization. And then he decided to enroll for PhD, not in philosophy, but in Philippine studies in UP. It's because the reason is he wanted he's somehow interested into looking into the idea of exploring into the Filipino philosophy, which at that time talagang malaking problema. So wala pang nag-explore into this idea. It's only Father Mercado, and Empresa is still a student at that time. So, and with that, okay, he studied under Armando Bonifacio and other programs or other professors in the Philippine studies. And then sooner or later, when he went back to MSU, he served as a dean for liberal arts. And then sooner or later, he wrote a review on the state of philosophy in the Philippines, particularly written by Dr. Quito. Later on, I'm going to discuss what are those contents of the critique of Dr. Gripaldo about the state of philosophy of Quito. And then sooner or later, okay, he started doing his work on the traditional doing of Filipino philosophy. And then in 1994, Dr. Gripaldo decided to teach in Manila. And he found refuge in De La Salle University, and in De La Salle, he works particularly on synthesizing the taxonomy, okay, about Filipino philosophy, and also his critical bibliography, which Tomas Rosario considered as the magnus opus of the work of Dr. Gripaldo. And then in 2007, he decided to dedicate his time in the management of PNPRS and Philosophia Journal until his untimely death in 2017. I called it, okay, this one, the outward Philippinization. Okay, this is how something to do with institutionalizing and internationalizing Filipino philosophy in that is outside, to have the recognition of Filipino philosophy. Okay, not only here in the Philippines but also abroad. Okay. So now to discuss, okay, the project of Gripaldo is he wanted to take a look at the intellectual heritage. The intellectual heritage, it's not really Filipino philosophy, but his goal is to recapture ideology for nation building. So such ideology for him is a set of integrated ideas that serves as a practical guide to maintain and achieve the desired goals of individual, of class, of a nation that is nationalistic in orientation. And in order to attain that goal of making the Philippines as a unified nation, particularly the way of looking at intellectual heritage of the nation towards particularly nation building, is that he saw the potential of philosophy, okay, as a way, okay, towards the formation of this his intellectual heritage. So with this project, he wanted to take a look at, as I had said, the formation of intellectual heritage, because according to him, this is the great nationalistic task, that is to be a genuine philosopher, a philosopher who does not only mimic ideas, but also innovates, creates a new path of philosophizing that offers a noble insight of philosophical thinking and reflection. So, his concern for the Filipino philosophy, as I have said, okay, started during his inward Philippinization when he was teaching in MSU in the middle of 1970s, and he was assigned to teach Oriental philosophy, Japanese philosophy, and Chinese philosophy. And then he realized that the courses that he was teaching is something that is alien to him, but also it's also alien to his students because it is not rooted into the intellectual heritage, our own historical heritage. And according to him, what is the reason behind? What is the reason behind why we were not able to have this intellectual heritage, or particularly the development of our own Filipino philosophy? It's because of these three. The first one is particularly because of the misconception of philosophy, both in the cultural and in the academe. So in the cultural, we know the negative connotation of the word philosopher. It's something that is very negative. And then the other one is academic, okay? Because during that time, philosophy is only offered as one program course. So a 3-unit course. It's only Ateneo that is offering 12 units. Right now, okay, we have only 3 units, that is ethics. But before, I think we have 3: logic, and then we have another philosophy of human person, ethics, so there's 9. But now, we have only about 3 units of philosophy. And then also, the way, okay, the academician, okay, approach philosophy, and that is something that is very exclusivist, okay? And then another is the elitism, okay? Particularly the westernization and the elitism of the Imperial Manila, okay? And then third one is the lack of support for intellectual heritage research. So wala tayong support. That's why, that is the reason why, okay, there is particularly the underdevelopment of Filipino philosophy. Now, Rolando Gripaldo is known for his 3 approaches in Filipino philosophy, and this can be seen in his, okay, particularly works, okay, Filipino philosophy. Although in this later work he only mentioned about the latest work that he had done, that was published in Philosophia, is about the cultural approach. But that cultural approach is something that is very different from the approach of Leonardo Mercado. So he criticized Leonardo Mercado and also Tim Bresa regarding this one. And then the other one, okay, particularly in his critical bibliography, and that is the critical approach. So now, I think before we proceed into the discussions of these approaches, we need to define first, okay, what is Filipino philosophy. But before we define Filipino philosophy, we need to take a look on how Gripaldo understood, okay, Filipino and philosophy. Gripaldo was aware that the term Filipino is a historical concept. Okay, he's a Mindanaoan. He was aware that the term Filipino is a slippery concept. It was for this reason that as a starting point, okay, he used the constitutional approach or concept in Filipino. For according to him, this concept is something that is most inclusive. For him, Filipino philosophy should not be understood, okay, not in the terms of the plot or of past, present, but future, present, future oriented. That's something that he borrowed from Emboscado. And this thinking is needed in order to understand that Filipino is something that is an a posteriori category. Though Gripaldo insisted that towards present future, okay, he insisted the approach towards present future, but he insisted that there's still an importance of tracing, okay, its intellectual umbilical cord by looking at, okay, the philosopher by the traditional approach. So now, in understanding philosophy, okay, for Gripaldo, there is, okay, particularly, okay, difficulty. It's because philosophy has shades of different meanings. He recognized various philosophers from the history of philosophy, from ancient philosophy to contemporary philosophy, okay, and we realize that, okay, it has a very different understanding of philosophy. And the definition of philosophy as the love of wisdom, okay, has been challenged since time immemorial. A philosopher, therefore, according to him, needs to transcend, okay, to the various epoch of history of different philosophical schools of philosophy and consider all their ways and activities. And according to him, the only way that defines philosophy is through the doctrine of the resemblances, which he borrowed from Wittgenstein. And then, now, according to Gripaldo, okay, what is the task of the philosopher? So he made different categories. That there are teachers of philosophy, scholars of philosophy, historian of philosophy, and genuine philosopher. And according to him, the first is simply, okay, those teachers of philosophy who teach in schools and universities. For Gripaldo, there are also scholars of philosophy. And then this historian of philosophy are something that is very interesting. It's because he made mention of the difference between Copplestone and also Bertrand Russell. Okay, for example, we can name Copplestone as a historian of philosophy, but not, okay, but not a philosopher. But Bertrand Russell was able to transcend, okay, and he is a historian of philosopher and at the same time a philosopher. And then, what is the difference between a scholar of philosophy and a genuine philosopher? It's because a scholar of philosophy are those someone who just mimic, okay, the ideas of the philosopher. Okay? So, who just systematize, okay, the philosophy of the philosopher. For Gripaldo, okay, he said that a genuine philosopher needs to grow either outside or within philosophers' lectures and writings. But it does not mean that he is, okay, or she is a genuine philosopher. It's because there's still a need to innovate, or, okay, some only imitates, acts, and mimic ideas. Okay, we can, okay, and in short, according to him, okay, a genuine philosopher needs to innovate from Kantian to Neo-Kantian, or reject a school of thought and create a new path of philosophical question for a new and novel insight of philosophical reflections. So now, we now go to the three approaches of Filipino philosophy. For Gripaldo, we have three approaches. That is the cultural approach, the constitutional approach, and the traditional approach. Okay? And the cultural approach is also known as the anthropological approach. Okay? Wherein, okay, he used cultural instead of anthropological based on the suggestion of MacLean. Okay? So MacLean is the one who gave the foreword in the book of Dr. Gripaldo. Okay, so that any social science approach in philosophy is called cultural in nature. And according to him, we should also make a distinction between an ethno, this is something that is very interesting, an ethno-philosopher from a philosopher of culture. Gripaldo agrees with Mercado and Timbresa that philosophy emerges from one's culture, for it does not exist in a vacuum. It is manifested in a person's reflection of their cultural lived experiences, time, people's languages, songs, myth, idols, and the like. But though this is something that is embedded in one's culture, it can be disembedded for the culture by an ethno-philosopher or by a historian or scholar philosopher. Because once disembedded, philosophy may turn around and try to critique that culture in order to refine it. Now, let's go to the second approach, okay? The constitutional approach, which according to Dr. Joaquin is something that is very problematic. When Dr. Joaquin made a critical assessment, particularly comparing the idea of Filipino philosophy of Pacquiao and also Gripaldo. But my answer into that one is because we need to understand that Dr. Grips is also a bibliographer. Without this approach, I think Gripaldo will not be able to produce a very important work, a very important legacy, and that is his critical bibliography. You try to imagine from 1974 to 2008, wherein he collected all those articles, those works of different scholars, which was considered by Tomas Rosario as a landmark in the history of research in the world of Filipino philosophical thinkers and scholars, which according to Dr. Rosario, no similar achievement of this magnitude, as far as I know, has ever been done or published, for no one is tempted to assert that this is his magnus opus. And he notes, however, that this is an ongoing project every 5 years, which one measures it in terms of time, effort, sacrifice invested, in terms of its immeasurable value to current future scholars of Filipino philosophy. It is then an outstanding, improbable, and unsurpassable scholarship feat. So now to the traditional approach is that, okay, according to which is, okay, primarily the approach that Gripaldo is advocating, is that it is truly something that is philosophical approach that has been used by historians of philosophy. It's because it follows the Greek philosophical approach or model and identifies Filipino individual philosophers, where Gripaldo discusses their respective ideas and contribution to the philosophical discourses in the Philippines. In this book, he discussed about the philosophy of Rizal, Bonifacio, Jacinto, Quezon, another Laurel, and another is Renato Constantino. And in his white book, he discussed Emboscado, Claro Ceniza, and another is Cirilia and himself. Okay, so that is another one. Now, I would like to end, okay, particularly this one. This is something that is a continuing or legacy, okay, of this is the legacy of Dr. Grips, and that is his attempt towards the institutionalization of and nationalization of philosophy. I think this is particularly in response to the third identified hindrance to the development of philosophy in the Philippines. That is, there is no support, okay, towards the intellectual development, okay, of our own intellectual heritage. I suspect that, okay, if you're going to visit the curriculum vitae of Dr. Gripaldo in this website, in our journal in Philosophia, you're going to see in his CV that he retired, okay, just twice, okay, in the government and then in Lasal. What's the reason behind why he moved to Metropole? Anyway, he has a very good life in in MSU, a very promising career. And I think, okay, there's a need, okay, for Dr. Gripaldo to move to the center. That is from periphery to the center. 1994, so as to contribute towards the institutionalization and internationalization of philosophy. And when he joined De La Salle in 1994 as full-time faculty, he worked tirelessly into this endeavor, particularly, okay, research, and I think he encourages the faculty members of De La Salle to write, okay, and to actually revive Sophia, and now we have the Sophia. And then now Philosophia is being recognized as one of, okay, actually a premier journal in the Philippines. Okay? So ito yung mga Scopus and ISI journal na talagang we cannot really separate Philosophia, okay, PNPRS from the life of Dr. Gripaldo is because after his retirement, Dr. Gripaldo dedicated his life, and a night before his death, he's in fact, okay, according to Dr. Aguas, editing, okay, particularly articles, okay, and other works, okay, in Philosophia. So, and with this, okay, Dr. Gripaldo still, okay, I still consider him, okay, as the Filipino philosopher at the margins. It's because there are only few philosophers who recognize his great contribution in our endeavor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much Dr. Avenes for your discussion. Palakpakan po natin silang lahat po ng ating mga speakers sa panel 4. Okay, we move on immediately to the question and answer part. Ayan. So babasahin ko po ulit ang mga tanong. Ang una po nating tanong ay marami, sunod-sunod po. Galing po kay Sir Jeremiah Joven Joaquin. So these questions po are para kay Dr. De Hoya, ma'am. Okay, so first, some clarifications. The men in white, for example, Mahul, Encarnacion, Enriquez, Bonifacio, et al., are Pascual's disciples. They dominated UP meetings during their time. Is this why UP disbanded them? Question number 1, ma'am. I'll proceed to question number 2 para po dire-diretso. Pascual also was a big fan of Russell's. He even has a signed letter from Russell. But what's the extent of Russell's influence to him? Still po from Sir Joaquin. Number 3 question. Not sure if Pascual was really influenced by logical positivism per se. He was more of a scientific-oriented philosopher in the mold of Russell. So please comment on that. I'll give the mic to Dr. De Hoya, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Your microphone po. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am Grove, I was actually just saying parang pageant show talaga to, ano?
Yes, ma'am. Question number
Contestant
one and so
number.
on.
Yeah.
Sige, ma'am. Your turn po.
Yeah, thank you. So sorry about the muting. Yeah, Sir Jeremiah, maraming salamat sa tanong ninyo. These are very difficult questions, especially since the scope of my study was really this the context, no, the socio-political context of Ricardo Pascual. And I'm also not from the analytic tradition. So nangangapa ako. It's kind of good also that but it's good that you asked it because these are questions that would probably enrich a study of Ricardo Pascual. But I'll try anyway to address the questions as best as I can. Yung first question ninyo, yeah, I think the reason why they were disbanded, the UP philosophy professors, no, the department, uh, it was because they were kind of becoming a very powerful voice, especially in a place where you have sectarian forces, and I guess Vidalta, like I said, was a key to weakening the department. And of course, Father Delaney was a force at that time. But see, I think I think for Dr. Pascual, it was actually very good for these disciples of his to go to other fields, no. So he did not resent that. In the end, we have Cesar Mahul, for example, or Lagmay in psychology. So I think it kind of benefited actually these disciplines. uh Nevertheless, I think they were threatened, no? Especially these sectarian forces of this growing influence of the philosophy department. Um, but marami pang kwento dyan eh. Kasi like, for example, I spoke with uh, Professor Nemenzo recently, a few years ago actually. He was telling me to talk to JD Constantino. Unfortunately, when I called her, she was already then a nun at a convent for many years. But at the time I called her, she was already bedridden. And I couldn't talk to her. But I think Professor Nemenzo was kind of saying that it might be nice to see the other side of it all. So hindi lang yung libertarian tradition, but also the sectarian uh, forces. So and then the second question, I'm sorry, Ma'am Glove, what is Russell's influence on Pascual? Is that correct? Okay, I can't hear you, but anyway, so yes, Pascal was a big fan. Okay, he even had a sign. What's the extent of Russell's influence to him? Very good question, but unfortunately I don't think I'm capable of answering that now. I do know that Pascual wrote an article entitled "Understanding Mr. Russell," and it was published in 1949 at the Philippine Social Sciences Humanities uh, humanities review, no? So in that it is very complicated. I was just like looking through it today. Analytic tradition cannot understand. So anyone there who is in that tradition, please, by all means, I could send you that article so that we can together, see how far it got, no, the influence. But I think, if you look at the ideas of how Bertrand Russell influenced logical positivism, and how the primary idea behind it is the importance of empirical evidence, no? That only empirically verifiable things are important. And they try do away with traditional metaphysical doctrines, no? You can see how, this verification principle that logical positivists were into, you can see that actually in Ricardo Pascual's book, no, when he tries to try to analyze the document, the claim that Rizal retracted, no, his anti-Catholic sentiments. So I think if you look through, if you want to try to understand this further, I think it would be nice not only to read up on what he thinks of Russell, but how he actually applied uh, the the tool in his investigation, in his explanation of why the retraction of Rizal is kind of like, you know. So I think that's it. Did I miss anything? Uh, okay.
Number 3 po.
Yes.
Okay.
How?
So another question po, Andrea Jessica de la Peña from UST, still for Dr. De Hoy. How would Ricardo Pascual envision scientific communication and philosophical dialogue thriving in the Philippines? Yes, ma'am. Go po.
Ooh, kung pageant po, talagang natalo na ako. I don't know how to, I really don't know how to answer that question. But definitely, if you want to pursue that question, I guess one could see how Pascual was very much into Rizal, and he believed that, um, that an understanding of Rizal's work should be one of the primary inquiries, no, philosophical inquiry. So I think he would um, encourage, no, philosophical discussion on that level. So, but scientific discourse, well, he was a logical positivist. So yeah, I think I'm at this point I'm really grappling for answers. I really don't know. So I'm gonna, keep it at that. But thank you for your question. I'll ponder on that. Thank you.
Salamat, ma'am. Sabi ni Doc Job Aguas, panalo ka pa rin daw pag Miss Universe po. Okay, next question po from Bodega Studios. This is for Dr. Mahagway, sir. From Alex from CBSU. Sa papaanong pamamaraan magiging ganap na instrumento ang kritikal na pag-iisip o pananaw sa pagpapakatao ng isang Pilipino kung ang akademiya ay laging karugtong sa tanong, hinahanap ang katumpakan sa lahat ng bagay? Ayun po, sir. Sa'yo na po ang mic.
Salamat, Sir Alex. Yung unang part ng tanong ay napakaganda ng unang part. Yun lang panghuli, medyo kinakabahan ako dun sa ang akademiya ay hinahanap yung katumpakan sa lahat ng bagay. Iiwanan ko muna yon, sasagutin ko yung una. Ilagay natin sa konteksto na ganito. Ang kagandahan ng filosofiya ng edukasyon, gamit yung framework ng critical thinking, ito yung mas malapit sa buhay ng mga tao at sa filosofiya. Parang ito yung dugtungan eh. Ngayon, paano makakatulong yung filosofiya ng edukasyon, lalo na sa akademiya? Ang pinakang konkreto at napakagandang tingnan natin at pwede nating sundan talaga ngayon ay yung movement ni na Dr. Sosimuli ng University of the Philippines, yung Philosophy for Children. Yun yung nakikita kong isa sa napakagandang movement na maaaring makatulong sa atin. Alam ko mayroon ding movement na ganyan sina Dr. Roda Benes sa PNU. Kasi nakikita ko hindi itong pagpapahalaga gamit yung critical na pananaw, hindi ito parang cultural revolution na instant, na parang people power. Walang ganon, kundi ito ay magsisimula talaga ito sa baba, magsisimula sa mga bata. Kaya malaki ang maitutulong natin, lalo na yung mga guro. Tayo, lalo na nagtuturo tayo ako halimbawa sa College of Education, ito yung tinatanim ko na bigyan ng pagkakataon yung mga batang magtanong. So, yun lang. Sana ay nasagot kita, sir.
Salamat, Sir Jerwin. Susunod na tanong po, para pa din sa'yo, Sir Jerwin. From Richard Suriao, yes. So, in Emerita Quito's critical na pananaw, ano po ang masasabi niya dito sa filosofiya ni Giorgio Agamben na 3 Methods of Learning? From Our Lady of La Salette College Seminary, mabuhay. Sir.
Ayan, so nararamdaman kong seminarista yon. Kasi naaamoy pagka pa seminarista, naaamoy yan eh. So, galing din ako dyan. Pero, brother, may kababaan loob kong sinasabi na hindi ko naaral si Professor Agambin. So sa pag-aaral ko kay Emerita Quito, ang binalikan ko lang ay sina Paulo Freire kasi yun yung mas may pag-aaral tungkol sa critical thinking, critical pedagogy in education. Pero wag kang mag-alala kung may pagkakataon ay magugdayan na lang tayo at tayo ang gagawa niyan, paano natin sila pagsasamahin. Ayan. Yun lang po, ma'am.
Okay, maraming salamat po, sir. Susunod pong tanong. Ayan. From 30 Dalisay, Ricky from UST. Doc Mahagway, sa'yo pa rin po ito. Do you think that our current educational system, teacher superiority equals students inferiority, is one factor that restrains students, children from thinking critically? Sir.
Thank you, sir. Si sir, nararamdaman ko na ang binabasa niya na yung Pedagogy of the Oppressed ni Paulo Freire. Kaya ganun yung tanong niya. Ang background niyan ay yung banking concept of education. Na talagang may oppressive yung mga teacher na parang sila lang yung may alam, na nagdi-deposit lang sa mga estudyante pagdating ng exam. Kung ano yung matandaan ng estudyante, yun lang yung learning. Totoo yun, sir. Tama yun. May kinalaman yung mga teacher. Kaya nga ang pinakamahalaga, magkaroon ng dialogue. Hayaan nating magtanong yung mga estudyante. Kasi sa totoo lang, sa pag-observe ko, lalo na pag may mga teaching demonstration sa College of Education, minsan napaka-superior ng teacher. Pero dapat ay bigyan natin ng pagkakataong magtanong ang mga estudyante. Kasi malaki ang dating nun sa kanila at sa kanilang paligid. So, thank you, sir.
Okay, maraming
Miss
salamat,
Globe,
sir, sa sagot.
Miss Globe, gusto ko lang
Yes, sir. Yes,
sagutin
sir.
yung tanong, kasi medyo interesting kasi yun. Because kasi kami dalawa ni Sir Jerwin ay interesado kami sa filosofiya ng edukasyon. Pero ang tinitingnan ko kasi ay yung philosophers pedagogy. So yun, maganda kasi itong tingnan dahil na-challenge din yung pedagogiya nating mga pilosopo, lalo na sa old normal. Pero sa analysis ko kasi, meron kasi tayong tinatawag na okay? I don't know kung paano yung tracing. Meron tayo kasing talamak kasi sa philosophers pedagogy, yung traditional, yung tinatawag nating pedagogy of fear. So, yung F ay parang takot ang estudyante mo, naranasan ko yun. Talagang grabe yung mga professor namin. Kung magmura, kung sabihan ka ng kung ano-ano. Talamak yan sa filosofiya na hinahamak ng iyong pagkatao. Pero sa atin kasi hiwala yung pagkaguro nila, okay, sa kanilang pagkatao. Pero talaga sa classroom, nakakababa talaga talaga sa sarili. Pero hinihiwalay natin kasi tanggap natin lalo't mga examinarian kami, mga formators kasi sila. And then pangalawa, yung tinatawag na pedagogy of arrogance. Matindi yan, nawawala na yung humility, yung Socratic humility. So, talamak yan sa filosofiya na talagang kailangan din nating i-address. Na tingin ko ay nagiging issues ng exclusivity ng filosofiya. At yung kasunod na E, yung exclusive. Kasi yung fear, F, fear, E is exclusivity, A is arrogance, then repressive. So dito natin nakikita rin ito sa mga ano natin, mga oral exam sa philosophy courses. Pag nag-oral exam, labas pag hindi nakasagot. So yung tipong mga ganun, ano. So
Sir? Sir Rod? Ayan. Napakaganda ng sagot ni Sir Rod. May fear siya. Sir? Going back? Okay, moving on po tayo. Kasi may technical problem po kay Sir Rod. So, susunod po na tanong, papunta po ulit kay Sir Jerwin Mahagway. Sir? Fares from San Carlos College. The question is, how can we appreciate the word pagpapahalaga today, knowing that most youths are now reliable to technology? Yan po yung tanong ni Ms. Fares or Mr. Fares. Sir?
Ayan, ex-seminarya na naman. Talagang nararamdaman ko na ang inyong spiritual na kapangyarihan. Pero may magandang idea, no? Pwede niyong gawin term paper. Yung idea ng, isa sa mga nakikita ko, yung magkakasama na kayo sa bahay, pero magkakalapit na kayo, pero magkakalayo. Kasi lahat nakatingin sa cellphone. So para bang napakalapit pero napakalayo. So para bang ang idea ay disconnect to connect. Ayan. You disconnect sa internet para mawala, para magkaroon ng panahon na magkwentuhan. But in principle, pag inaral naman yung critical thinking, hindi masama yung isang bagay, hindi masama yung technology, hindi masama yung gadget. Ang tanong lang ay turuan natin kung paano gagamitin. Halimbawa, nakikita natin ang dami ng mga kabataan yung nagbablog. Ang tanong ay, ano ang content ng vlog? So, nakikita ko minsan, nagmumurahan lang. Nakikita ko minsan ay may mga sexy lang yung pinapakita. So, ang critical thinking, turuan natin sila ng magandang pwedeng ilagay na makakatulong. Huwag nating alisin kasi nandyan na yan. So, i-guide lang natin ng maayos. At responsibilidad natin yon bilang mga social thinkers, mga educators. Salamat, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir Jerwin. Now, ayan, may pasasalamat kay Sir Rod. Thanks, Rod, sabi ni Sir Jeremiah Juven Joaquin. And just a clarification about my critique of Dr. Grips. My point was his national approach was a bit circular. A Filipino philosopher is a philosopher who is a Filipino citizen. Comment, sir.
Okay.
Sir Rod?
I think medyo siguro ano lang ako yung maganda maitama din ako ni Sir JJ dito. Pero based on sa readings ko kasi dalawa yung criticism. So that is the first one. And the second one is the internal inconsistencies of Dr. Gripaldo. So with the first one on the national approach, that is his method, particularly in the consideration of the critical bibliography. Okay, and I really appreciate the critique of Dr. JJ on that. So, but with the second approach, particularly the internal consistencies, I think, there might be an internal consistencies with the method that has been done by Dr. Gripaldo. But we need to take into consideration, particularly, bumalik din tayo sa cultural milieu ng panahon niya. Noong mga panahon na yan, kami dito kasi sa PNUSL, may tinatawag kaming paghahawan. At we call them trailblazers, mga tagahawan. At sa kultura ng Linang, napakabigat maghawan. Yan yung pinakamahirap na magtrabaho dahil sobrang laki ng talahib, napakadilim, napakaraming tuod. Hindi mo alam kung ano yung susuungin mo. At ang dami mong tatabasan. Talagang naranasan ko na magtabas sa Linang, talagang magkakalyuhin ka talaga. So alam niya ni Sir Jerwin dahil naranasan niya yan sa pagiging saknungan sa Mindoro. So ganun yung ginagawa namin ng mga taga-Linang. Pero ang paghahawan, habang ang ginawa sa atin ng mga to, naghawan sila. Okay, kahit na merong mali sa kanilang paghahawan, pero tayo ngayon bilang mga sunod-sunod na henerasyon, ang task natin maglagay ng muhon. Ibig sabihin nun, maglagay na ng boundaries. Ito na yung boundary ng pamimilosopiya na ginagawa natin. Na-appreciate ko, tama yung maganda yung kritisismo ni Sir JJ. Napakaganda ng criticism ni Dr. Nap. Napakaganda because tinitingnan dito yung aspeto ng tinatawag na foundational issues of Filipino philosophy. At very thankful ako sa dalawang scholar na to. It's because inilagay nyo sa next level yung pamimilosopiya sa Filipino philosophy. Particularly questioning, okay, the context of family resemblances that has been used by Dr. Gripaldo and any other among our philosophers. Pero dapat nating tandaan na sila ay naghawan. At ang ating ngayon ay tayo ang maglagay ng muhon. And then sa paglalagay natin ng muhon na to, na-identify na natin kung ano ang ating kaligiran at kung saan tayo dito sa amin sa PNUSL, dito kami maglulukad. So yun yung aming partisipasyon.
Okay, maraming salamat Sir Rod. Sir Rod, nawala ka po kanina sa discussion nyo dun sa fear. Napakaganda po. Gusto nyo po bang ituloy? Ayan.
Okay po.
Nagtapos po kayo sa letter R. Okay, sir. Okay, pwede po. Sige po.
Yes, yun yung tinatawag na talagang talamak sa pamimilosopiya natin. Medyo nakahaway. Lahat kasi tayo dumaan sa ganyang karanasan. Yung mga seminarista nakaka-relate diyan, So, kami ay mga ex-seminarians, ganyan din yung naranasan namin. Pero medyo developing pa yung pag-aaral ko ng pedagohiya ng mga philosophers na to. Kasi napapansin ko din yung patriarchal na pedagohiya lalo na sa oral exams. Okay? Talagang napaka-patriarchal talaga yan. Papasok ka sa isang napaka-confined na kwarto, pero ang ano kasi noon, ang history noon, confessional box yun. Doon ka nag hindi ko na ma-distinguish sa sarili ko kung ako ba ay nag-oral exam or nagko-confession. Yun yung So, na nag-originate, kahit nga pag ko sa Ateneo, may makikita ka na maliliit na boxes doon na doon nagkakaroon ng mga oral exams. Sabi ko, nakikita ko na ganito eh. Ang Ateneo hindi pa nakaalis doon sa ganung klase ng uri ng pedagogy. Pero ngayong nagkaroon ng new normal education, na challenge, at meron na tayong tinatawag na yung pedagogy of care, being critical, being caring to our students, and something na parang it makes us something na the understanding na kailangan maging relevant uli yung philosophy. Talagang challenge yan sa atin ngayon at hinamon tayo ng pandemyang ito kung paano ba ang pagtuturo, for example, ng etika, ito ba ay So, gusto na nating tanggalin itong F na to. Gusto na nating tanggalin yung fear. Gusto na nating tanggalin yung pagiging exclusivity. Gusto na nating maging inclusive. Gusto na nating tanggalin yung kayabangan ng pamimilosopiya. Kasi gusto na nating ugatin ito sa personal na karanasan ng ating mga estudyante. At tingin ko ay ito ay medyo matagal pang ginagawa kong pagsusuri at magandang pag-usapan.
Yan, maraming salamat po Sir Rod. May katanungan po ulit. Ang tanong po ay kay Doc Jerwin from JB Kahiko, St. Augustine Seminary. Ayan po. Sa iyong palagay, Doc Jerwin, paano muling mapapanumbalik ang pagpapahalaga sa edukasyon? Kayong ang ating mga kabataan ay masyado nang lulong sa makabagong teknolohiya. Ayan, sagot niyo po, sir.
Salamat, JB. Natutuwa ako kasi St. Augustine Seminary, siguradong sa Calapan City yan. Diyan ako graduate. Ayan. Kaya nararamdaman ko na habang nanonood ngayon yan si JB, may mga kasama pa yan at nagtatawanan yung mga yan. JB, nararamdaman kong pwede na yung cellphone sa seminaryo. Nung panahon namin ay bawal na bawal yan at pag nahuli ka, labas ka. So tanggal yung pangarap mong maging pari at tanggal yung pangarap mong makatapos ng pag-aaral. Pero sa ngayon, sa aking palagay, gusto ko pa rin balikan yung sinabi ko kanina na hindi masama ang teknolohiya. Parang usapin lang ng pera, hindi masama ang pera. Nandun kung paano natin gagamitin. Kaya nga bilang mga nag-aaral ng filosofiya, lalo na bilang guro, ang itanim natin ay gamitin ng maayos ang teknolohiya para makatulong or makapagpabago ng pagpapahalaga. Kaya nga halimbawa, natutuwa ako ngayon lalo na sa Mindoro, may usapin kami ng Mina, ginagamit ng mga pare yung ginagamit ng ilang mga pare, ilang seminarista yung vlog para ipakita yung kagandahan ng Mindoro. Yun yung mga kagandahan na pwede natin gamitin ng teknolohiya. So nasa atin yan ngayon kung paano natin mapapaganda at magagamit para makatulong sa atin ng teknolohiya. So maraming salamat.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Sir Jerwin. Now, unfortunately po, we want to entertain all your questions, but we are limited by time. So, last two questions na lang po tayo. Okay, ito po ay para kay Dr. Abenes from Harvey Parinas. Oh, Dr. Abenes and to all other speakers po. Sa lahat daw po pala ito. So, to Dr. Abenes and to all other speakers who could articulate that I encountered one particular comment regarding philosophical endeavors in the Philippines is that it's all money making, which is a very insult to all philosophical organizations in the country. What are your thoughts and how could we address this? Thank you very much. Thank you po. Anyone could start po? Maybe from, yes po, Ma'am Precious. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me ulit, ma'am. Ma'am, excuse me po. Dr. De Hoya, ma'am. Ma'am, we cannot
Sorry.
hear po. Ayan. Yes, ma'am. Okay na po.
Naka-mute na naman kanina. Sorry.
Yes,
So,
po.
I was just wondering, yung question, ang pinupunto niya ay ang filosofiya ay naging money-making, ganun ba? Tingin ko,
It's all about
actually, walang pera. Walang pera sa, hindi ko alam kung, ewan ko kung saan siya nanggagaling, pero tingin ko yung problema nga sa, at I think ito, Dr. Rod, diba ito'y galing rin kay Sir Jerwin, sorry, kay Emerita Quito, 'di ba yung kanyang analysis ng problema sa filosofiya na isa sa mga problema nga na walang pera. So I don't know if you could comment more on that, Sir Jerwin.
Sige. Thank you, Ma'am Ma'am Deoya, no. Siguro ang pinanggagalingan ni Sir ay yung mga minsan kasi nagkaroon ako ng reflection dati na marami sa atin yung nagsusulat ng mga articles para ma-publish sa international, and then parang tayo-tayo din lang yung nagkikritik sa isa't isa. So hindi na natin tinitingnan yung isyong panlipunan kasi pag na-publish yung paper natin, tataas yung sweldo natin, tataas yung rank natin. Pwedeng ganon, pwede rin naman na nagsusulat lang ng libro para ibenta, so naging pera yung filosofiya. Pero gusto kong tingnan na ganito, sir. Dati ang perspective ko ay matataas yung halimbawa, nasa Lasal, nasa Ateneo, taga UP, matataas sila kaya hindi makuhang speaker kasi malaki ang bayad. Ngayon, gusto kong sabihin sa inyo na sa experience ko, sinasabi ko rin sa mga estudyante ko na kapag may seminar kayo, sulatan nyo yung mga taga UP sa philosophy department. Sulatan nyo yung mga taga Ateneo, taga UST, taga Lasal, kasi mababait yung mga yan. At pwede nga lang yung mga yan, pagkapihin mo lang at kwentuhan, okay na yung mga yan. Kaya, kesa isipin nyo na matataas yung bayad, naku, hindi. Baguhin nyo yung perspective nyo ngayon. Pag nakita nyo yung mga pangalan ng mga yan, hanapin nyo sa Facebook, i-message nyo, makipag-coordinate kayo at wag nyo isipin yung bayad. Sabihin nyo agad na, halimbawa, Doc Rod, kapi-kapi lang, kaping barako, okay na. Ayan. So, payag yung mga yan. Si Ma'am De Hoya, so sina Dr. Agua sa UST, Dr. Nap, Dr. JJ sa Lasal, sila, Dr. Lee sa UP. So napaka-babait at napaka-humble ng mga tao na to. Minsan tayo kasi na malayo yung naglalayo sa atin. So tayo, siguro magkaroon tayo ng courage na mag-connect. Kasi nararamdaman ko minsan, baka ganun yung pinanggagalingan mo, sana ay ganun, kung hindi naman ay si Sir Rod na lang yung bahalang magdagdag. So, salamat, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir, before pong sumagot si Sir Rod, clarification po. Baka po ang pinupunto ng money making ay yung philosophical organizations daw po pala. So, naging money making na ang mga organizations sa philosophy. Ano pong sa inyo doon, sir?
Okay.
Sir Rod
Tingin
naman.
ko si Harvey kasi ay kilala ko ng personal. Na-meet ko siya sa mga ating activity sa PNPRS. So naging active din siya and parang ilang beses na rin sa mga webinars natin. At tingin ko yung pinaguhugutan niya ay based dun sa naging comment dun sa pinost ko dun sa aklatan ni Tasho. So, kung saan merong isang nag-comment na yung activity na lang doon, pera-pera lang, parang ganun. So, ang ginawa ko ay, pag pinost ko, sabi ko, this person really makes me smile. Tapos maraming mga nag-comment, ang sabi, asan ang pera, and etc. Pero kung ang tanong dito, yung pera sa filosofiya, balikan lang natin si Tales. Sumagot na dyan si Tales yung may pera ba sa filosofiya? So, nasagot na yan ni Tales. Pero that is not the point. So, yun yung sinabi niya. Pero with regards to other organization, yes, we know naman that there are organizations na talagang money-making. Napakarami niyan. Pero dito natin makikita, dito sa Pilipinas, ang mga philosophy organizations, halos wala halos talagang laging non-profit organization. For example, ang PAP halos wala na ring halos kitain. Kami PNPRS talagang wala, talagang naka lang din kami sa yung may membership pero hindi talaga enough. So kung mapapansin natin, talagang wala tayong makukuhang pera sa pamimilosopiya kasi hindi ganoon kasi ang ng research sa atin. Gaya nga ng nabanggit ni Dr. Gripaldo, wala tayong tinatawag na institutional support into research, lalo dito tayo sa third world country, unlike in other countries na malalaki yung budget ng research. And in fact maganda yung mga naging vision ni Dr. Gripaldo na magbigay ng mga bursary sa mga scholars na makakagawa ng mga magagandang research para lang makapagbigay ng support and etc. Pero of course you need to be a member of to pay particularly a portion of money in an organization, okay, not for free, in order to have this sense of belongingness. Kasi pag hindi ka na kasi nagbayad, lalo na sa konferensya na to, 800 yung nag-register, ang nanonood lang ngayon sa atin ay 207, libre na, tapos all of a sudden, magtatanong pa sa amin kung may certificate. Para bang certificate diploma na lang, diploma meal na lang kami, certificate meal. So yun yung nagiging problema. Kasi ang gusto namin ay mag-engage tayo sa mas malalim na talakayan. Okay? At magkita-kita ulit tayo pagtapos ng pandemya at napapansin niyo naman at yung efforts na ginagawa ng mga philosophical organizations, talagang walang kinikita. Talagang ito ay para lang sa pagmamahal kay Sophia. Yun.
Wow! Ayun na. Okay, maraming salamat po, Dr. Abenes, at sa lahat po ng ating mga speakers, pati po sa mga matitinding tanong na binigay po natin sa kanila. So maraming salamat po sa interesting at lively discussion. Ayan po. So now, before we proceed to the last part of our conference or webinar, our conference director will post the link in the private room. Sa inyo pong private room, please take a look at the link and accomplish the evaluation form. Again, please be reminded po, be very careful in writing your details. And also remember that this link will only be available for 5 minutes only. So please take time and finish it while I briefly go over the synthesis of all the panel discussions we had since this morning. Ayan po. Okay? So for the first panel, okay, the first part of our session, or in the first part of our session, Dr. Aguas highlights Dr. Hornedo's notion of freedom as autonomous energy. For Dr. Hornedo, freedom is understood in the context of the personal and social nature of the human person not abstract but dynamic. The second part of the session, Dr. Demadante emphasizes Pasricha's notion of hope for doing philosophy in the Philippines. For her, she strongly recommends that we should read Filipino philosophy from a feminist perspective with a critical eye. There must be a rewriting of doing philosophy through feminism in the Philippines. Thus, there must be a call to reread and rewrite philosophy in the Philippines and create a more inclusive community. Going to the second panel, the third part of the session, Dr. Joaquin puts more emphasis on Ceniza's discussion on the paradoxes of material implication. He opens the notion of philosophy using the metaphor of an ink bolt and a jigsaw puzzle. However, however, he highlights the latter. Furthermore, he continued to use the paradigm of modern symbolic logic to justify the necessity of critical thinking in doing philosophy. And it ends the discussion with the notion of entailment relation. The fourth part of the session, Dr. De Leon accentuates Father Mercado's notion of decolonization of writing and doing philosophy in the Philippines. He also explores that in doing philosophy, one must transcend the Western prejudices, since philosophy is often viewed from Greek origin, rather one that must begin with grassroots thinking and with our Filipino understanding of loob or subjectivities. He ends the discussion by doing philosophy using local tropes, narratives, and anecdotes. Moving on to the third panel, Dr. Calano's discussion includes the following points. Ang pilosopiya ay kasaysayan ng pagsasalin. Ang pilosopiya ay interesado sa katotohanan. Ang pilosopiya ay may kasamang paghuhusga, pagtutunggali o pagsasalin. Ang pagsasalin ay isang uri ng pagbigkas ng totoo. Ngunit may pagbabago sa totoo ayon sa abot tanaw ng ating wika. Ang totoo ay humihigit sa konsepto. Ito ay isang tunay at konkretong pagdanas at paggising sa totoo. Ang mga salin ni Tomas Rosario ay nagbibigay sa atin ng pagkakataon na habiin ang ating sarili sa mga teksto. Okay, ayon kay Dr. Calano, ang pagsasalin ay isang uri ng pagkamatay sa sarili upang maging tapat sa salin. Na ang mismong salin ay orihinal na rin, kaya ang mga salin ni Tomas Rosario ay orihinal na rin. Kaya, isa si Tomas Rosario sa mga haligi ng pilosopiya. The second speaker in the third panel, Dr. Estrebel, talked about the legacy of Ramon Reyes in his doxographical notes on history. So this note includes the human person as a crosspoint. Thus, he mentioned each human person is both destiny and task in the physical, interpersonal, social, historical, and existential sense. Another note is on phenomenology. For Reyes, philosophy must be grounded on life experiences. The last note is on Reyes' thoughts on ethics, stating that there is unity between ethics and aesthetics. The last speaker in our third panel, Dr. Altes Albela, shared about Abulad's thoughts on Filipino philosophy. Some points to highlight are the following. According to Abulad, ang pilosopiya ang nagiging tagataguyod sa buhay ng mga tao, maging ang buhay na ito ay pansarili, panlipunan, o pangkalahatan. Ang Pilipino ay isang taong walang kasaysayan. Thus, Abulad emphasized the need for Filipinos to find themselves. On question of Filipino philosophy, Abulad's position remains consistent. He said, to be sure, there is and has always been a Filipino philosophy. But the demand is written philosophy and therefore leaves us with a challenge. a challenge for contemporary Filipino philosophy that is to keep going. And that's for our third panel. For panel number 4, here are some highlights from Dr. De Hoya's discussion. So he started with the historical background and the struggles of Ricardo Pascual, especially in his fight for academic freedom. He was tagged as a communist and went through the CAFA cross examination. Dr. Pascual was one of the intellectual scholars who upheld academic freedom. And one of his influential intellectual figures is Rizal. Pascual therefore had many writings in relation to the life and works of Jose Rizal. Our second speaker, Dr. Mahagway, on the other hand, discussed on the philosophy of education of Emerita S. Quito. He asked the question, may filosofiya ng edukasyon ba sa Pilipinas? The speaker highlighted on some points in the philosophy of education by Emerita S. Quito, which are the following. Ang edukasyon natin ay may pagkukulang sa pagpapahalaga. Ito ay dapat nating balikan. Ang pagpapahalaga ay may dalawang bahagdan. Una ay ang pagpapahalaga mula sa kamalayan at ang pangalawa ay mataas na antas ng pagpapahalaga. Ang edukasyon ang tulong sa atin para magkaroon ng kritikal na pananaw. Lastly, according to Dr. Mahagway, he was able to emphasize Quito's pagpapahalaga sa kritikal na pananaw at wika. Now, finally, our last speaker, Dr. Abenes, discussed on Dr. Gripaldo and his works. He started with a discussion of the intellectual biography of the man, and here are some points to consider from his presentation. Gripaldo's intellectual heritage targets on ideology of nation building. However, there are hindrances to the development of this intellectual heritage. First is the misconceptions of philosophy from the cultural and academic point of view. Second is elitism, the idea of westernization and imperial Manila. Number 3, the lack of support for intellectual heritage research. Additionally, from the discussion of Dr. Abenes, according to Gripaldo, Filipino philosophy should be present and future-oriented. The approach should be present, futuristic. Also for Gripaldo, here are the different tasks of philosophers. We have someone who teaches philosophy, a scholar of philosophy, a historian of philosophy, and a genuine philosopher. A genuine philosopher is an innovative philosopher. Finally, Dr. Avenas emphasized on the legacy of Dr. Gripaldo, which is the institutionalization and internalization of philosophy. That's it for our not-so-short synthesis. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. Ayan. Now, for our closing remarks, let me call the executive governor of PNPRS and editor-in-chief of Philosophia Journal, Dr. Job Jim Aguas. Sir, welcome.
Okay, maraming salamat Globe at maraming salamat sa inyong lahat sa inyong pagtatyaga na tapusin itong seminar na ito. This has been a very engaging, very enlightening, and very enriching presentations and discussions. And of course, first of all, we would like to thank our partner, the PNU Southern Luzon, sa kanilang suporta. And I would also like to thank our speakers, our presenters for today. Kita nyo naman talagang very animated, very engaging yung kanilang presentation. So maraming salamat kay Doc Darlene, kay Doc JJ, Doc Eman, Doc Fleur, Doc PJ, Doc Mark, Doc Precious, Doc Jarwin, and Doc Rod. mga kasama ko sa pag-present ng aming mga papel. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagbabahagi ng inyong kaalaman. At maraming salamat din siyempre sa ating mga moderators at MCs, si Alvin, Sir Alvin, Ma'am Globe, at saka si Doc Dexy kanina. Maraming salamat din. Puro ito pasasalamat kasi siyempre sabi nga is gratitude. Sa akin personally, gratitude ang talagang nasa puso ko ngayon dahil sa naging very successful na webinar na ito. No? Salamat din sa inyong mga participants, sa inyong pakikibahagi sa ating konferensya, sa inyong mga comments at saka mga questions na lalong nagpalalim at naging mas mayabong yung ating pagpapalitan ng kuro-kuro at kaisipan. Dahil sa inyong mga tanong ay kampante ako doon sa kinabukasan ng ating pamimilosopiya sa Pilipinas. Siyempre, itong webinar na ito ay hindi magiging successful, magiging matagumpay kung wala doon sa napakagaling na pagdedirect ng ating direktor, si Ginoong Jeric Albela. So maraming salamat, Jeric. Natutuwa ako kasi nung pinag-uusapan natin to sa board kung paano, ito na yung nai-imagine ko kung paano mangyayari yung ating webinar. Hindi kagaya ng mga nakikita ko kako ng mga na ibang webinar na parang nag-uusap-usap lang sila. Ito para tayong nasa para tayong nasa broadcast talaga. So maraming salamat sa inyong mga participants. Hindi ito ang huli ng webinar ng PNPRS. Mag-iisip pa kami kung paano natin mapapahusbong ang pamimilosopiya sa ating bansa. So ang PNPRS ay patuloy na magiging bahagi sa pagyabong, paghusbong ng filosofiya ng Pilipino. Mabanggit ko kung ano yung mga ginagawa namin sa PNPRS. Kanina may tanong kung money making ba ang PNPRS or ang ibang philosophical organization. Sabihin ko sa inyo, meron tayong nag-register na ilan? 800 plus? 800 plus na nag-register. Kung ito ay magiging money making, kung naningil kami halimbawa ng tig 500 lang, mukhang malaking pera yon, no? Pero hindi ito free webinar po ito, no? So, at syempre tama din naman yung comment ni Dr. Calano na kailangan talaga ng financial support sa ating mga philosophical organizations. So kahit papaano, nag-i-encourage kami, nag-i-invite kami ng mga members na syempre kapag miyembro ka, merong karapatang membership fee syempre, no? So kung magiging member ka ng PAP, syempre manghihingi sila ng registration fee. Kapag naging miyembro ka naman ng PNPRS at anong pa man ng mga philosophical organizations dito sa Pilipinas, syempre hihingi yon ng membership fee, no? Kasi hindi naman sila mag-exist, hindi sila patuloy na magbibigay ng ganitong mga webinar kung wala naman silang financial support, no? Siguro sagutin ko lang yung tanong, isang magandang tanong doon sa sinusundan ko yung sa YouTube, yung tanong tungkol sa ano ba ang magiging future ng Filipino philosophy? Ang maikling sagot ko doon sa comment section sa YouTube, sa ating private room, ay ang kinabukasan ng filosofiya Pilipino o pamimilosopiya ng sa Pilipino ay una, inumpasahan nitong ating mga forerunners. Itong mga tao na binibigyan natin ng parangal sa webinar na ito. At hindi lang naman sila ang mga naging forerunners. Marami pa. Binigyan lang natin ng tribute itong mga nauna na sa atin. Yun nga, meron isang comment doon na sana wag na nating hintayin na mawala sila bago natin sila bigyan ng tribute. Pag-retire nila, kailangan merong tribute para sa kanila. At hayaan nyo, iniisip namin yan. At hindi lang namin iniisip, sama-sama tayong gagawin yan. na bigyan ng parangal ang ating mga profesor na patuloy na nag-aambag sa pag-usbong ng filosofiya sa Pilipinas. So gagawin po natin 'yan, no? At sila ang naghawi, no? Sila yung nag-provide ng clearing, kaya sila yung gumawa ng groundwork. Pero hindi natatapos doon. Hindi natatapos doon ang filosofiya o ang filosofiya sa Pilipinas. Pagpapatuloy natin ito. So, kung doon sa tanong, ano nga ba ang kinabukasan ng filosofiya Pilipino? Ang kinabukasan nito ay tayo. At nakikita ko na maganda ang kinabukasan dahil doon sa ating pagpapalitan ng mga kuro-kuro, ng ating mga kaisipan, nakikita ko yung malalim, malaya, at may paggalang na palitan ng kuro-kuro at ng mga kaisipan. Kasi makikita nyo doon sa presentation at kahit sa mga discuss sa ating talakayan na hindi tayo pare-pareho ng iniisip at sinasabi. Magkakaiba. Magkakaiba ang ating opinion. Magkakaiba ang ating opinion tungkol sa ano ba yung meron ba ang filosofiya Pilipino? Magkakaiba. Pero makikita nyo naman na ang ating palitan ng pananaw dito ay hindi lang malalim, hindi lang mayaman, kundi magalang. Nire-respeto natin yung opinion ng bawat isa. At sa ganyang paraan ay maganda ang kinabukasan ng filosofiyang Pilipino. Sana ipagpatuloy natin ito, pero yun nga, huwag tayong makontento sa ganitong klase ng nagsiseminar lang tayo. Ilagay natin sa kasulatan. Sulat natin yung ating mga nasa isip. Para yung ating sinasabi ngayon ay mababasa ng mga darating pang henerasyon. So, kailangan nating mag-research, kailangan nating mag-publish. At dito ay pwede nyong gamitin o pwede kayong mag-submit ng inyong mga sinulat, ng inyong mga artikulo sa Philosophia, International Journal of Philosophy. Pero syempre po, kapag nagbigay kayo, nag-submit kayo ng mga papel sa Philosophia, yun po ay dadaan sa isang masusi at striktong evaluation. Kasi po, syempre, babasahin po yan ng ibang mga tao. International po yung ating journal. So medyo mataas ang level ng standard pagdating na doon sa publications sa ganun. So pero wag kayong panghinaan ng loob kasi lahat naman diyan dumadaan. Yung mga magagaling na mga manunulat, yung mga nakapag-publish sa mga tanyag ng mga journal ay dumaan sa ganung proseso. Pero sabi nga nila ay ang ginto ay natetest sa pamamagitan ng apoy. So kung yung inyong papel ay talagang tunay na ginto, lalabas ang kinang nun at mapapublish nun sa isang journal na kagaya ng filosofiya. So, maraming salamat sa inyong pagtsatsaga at bisitahin niyo po ang aming website. Actually sa Facebook meron tayong social media presence. So bisitahin niyo yung Facebook page, yung Facebook group ng filosofiya o ng PNPRS. Medyo mapili lang po kami sa pag-approve ng members, Pero kung kayo ay kasali rito sa webinar na ito, napatunayan na talagang interesante kayo sa filosofiya. Kasi maraming sumasali sa mga ganitong FB pages na sumasali lang para makasama sila, Yung iba parang nagbi-build lang ng social network. Ako po mismo ang nag-i-screen. Tinitingnan ko po kung sino yung gustong sumali kasi ayaw naman natin na ang ating grupo, ang philosophy, ang PNPRS ay parang kahit sino na lang pwede, So kailangan din natin i-maintain yung certain level of standard ng ating website. At of course, merong website ang Philosophia, yung journal mismo. So bisitahin niyo na lang po 'yan para makita niyo kung ano yung mga na-publish doon ng mga articles, So sa Philosophia po, mini-maintain natin na laging merong combination ng local authors at saka international authors. Kasi we have to also maintain yung international standing ng ating journal. So, sa muli po, marami pong salamat At magkita-kita po tayo sa susunod na webinars na gagawin ng PNPRS. God bless po and stay safe.
Yan, maraming salamat po, Sir Job. Again, in behalf of the organizers, PNU and PNPRS, I would like to thank everyone who responded to our call and joined our conference today. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Finally, to formally end our webinar, may I invite everyone to please join me in singing the Philippine Normal University hymn.